Good morning, Vietnam. Доброе утро всем. Суббота, утро, я все прекрасно понимаю, всем тяжело, но доброе утро. Ребят, объявление в первую очередь для тех, кто немного дальше. Подходите, пожалуйста, соответственно, все ветки. Сейчас начнутся все презентации. Hello, everybody. Please join the conference, enjoy the Kyiv, enjoy the Saturday morning. In just some minutes, we'll start everything. The gate is ready, we are ready. You're almost ready, just get up. Доброе утро еще раз. Господа, заканчиваем пить кофе, подходим. I see the last participants, and right now I'm glad to share the speech with Kate. So my name is Michael Zinchenko. I'll be your moderator for today for this speech, and right now all the word to Kate.
All right. Thank you very much, Misha. I appreciate it. Good morning, everyone. And no, I haven't said anything yet. Thank me later. Thank you to the great folks at Wargaming and the other hosts that brought this event together and brought me here all the way from the States. Greatly appreciate it. This has been a fantastic event, especially for the first time being put on here in Kyiv. And this is my first visit to Kyiv. Thank you, everyone, for the warm welcome. This is a wonderful city. I have seen enough of it between the hotel and here to know it's a fabulous place. I will tell you a little bit about myself, and then we'll get into the topic at hand. I don't want to give you too much detail here because I really want to get into this material, and we don't have much time. I want to be respectful of your schedule. I have a background in game development. Right out of university as a programmer, I went into AAA game development, big budget game development. I worked at Raven Software, a company in the States, for 11 years. And my background is in programming, but I wound up in various leadership roles with no training to speak of whatsoever, which in my experience is the case for many people across the games industry. Oh, you're good at something, let's make you a leader with no education whatsoever. Best of luck to you. So that experience made me realize there is a need in our industry for training leaders and for running teams well, running companies well. There's an education there that we lack, and so after 11 years as a studio developer, I started doing independent consulting, which is what I've been doing now for the past 6 years, working with companies all over North America, a few in Europe, large and small. And what I want to see is developers being fulfilled in their work. I want to see people making great games and doing it effectively and still having time to go home and see their loved ones or their friends or get some sleep or see the sun, whatever it is we don't always get to do as game developers. So that's why I'm here, because I want to see developers fulfilled in their work, in their lives. So that's a bit about me, and now I want to know a little bit about you. So if you could, if you're willing, I realize it's early and the last thing you want to do is participate in something right now, but I'll just ask you to raise a hand. Are you in a position of leadership, however you define that, in your company, such that you have an impact on the culture of the company, the processes, how we do any given thing, how we make builds, how we deliver art, how we hold meetings? Or let me see your hand if you feel you are a leader who can affect change in the culture of your company. Okay, all right, thank you, thank you. That will come back to haunt you later, the fact that you raised your hand. Just so you know, I made note of everyone who just raised their hand. That having been said, the first thing I want to do is this. I want to tell you this number is the problem. Specifically, you as leaders, this is your problem. In my experience as a developer and as a consultant visiting numerous companies in the games industry, I will tell you that on the average, you are losing roughly 10% of the money that you are paying to your developers. This money, you may as well just put on the floor and set fire to it for all the value you're getting out of it. And the reason this is, we're going to get into it a little bit here, this is really coming down to the topic of engagement. And I'll give you a few more facts here, some studies to back up that ridiculous claim I just made, about 10%. But the 4 topics at hand here today, we're going to talk about what engagement is, do a little bit of defining that. We're going to talk about why it's important, a little bit of history of engagement, and the main reason I do that is I want you to be able to study this yourselves and deliver solutions to your environment, your office, your teams, because we already determined that many of you feel you can impact the culture at your company. And then I'm going to talk about some examples, what some companies around the industry are doing to improve engagement in their environments. So what is engagement? And I have to apologize primarily to our fabulous translators whom I met earlier, because English is a dumb language. I am so sorry that you have to put up with this, but the word engagement can mean numerous things. So one thing it can mean is this. Somebody's getting married over here. They're planning a wedding. What a wonderful thing. Now it can also mean this, a military encounter. And for those of you who have planned weddings, they're not necessarily all that different from a military encounter. At least mine wasn't. And for those of you who are really interested, this is Hannibal teaching the Romans a lesson in humility. So these are some of the meanings of engagement. Now, for our purposes today, here's what we're really going to go with. This is emotional investment. And the indication of it is what's referred to in the business literature as discretionary effort. And what that looks like to us in game development, people who are willing to work longer hours than they're getting paid for. People who stay late nights, who work on the weekends because they are so excited about getting this feature in, about getting those KPIs for engagement up, that they are putting in the extra effort. And you can see this when people, their morale is up, their emotions are high. This is what engagement is. Now, what's interesting about this is that we're drawing this term engagement from business literature, in which nobody actually really knows where this term first came from. The first time that we really see it in literature is in 1993, when somebody more or less used these words to describe it. But so for an actual official definition, no one's really sure. But this is what we're going with today. So why is engagement important? I'm going to go with an organization you may be familiar with, the Gallup organization. And they are pretty much the leaders in doing research into the realm of employee engagement and gathering data and coming up with these studies. And as you can see here very clearly, that employee engagement is important because it makes lines on charts go down, I think. I think these are definitely bad lines that are going down here. Similarly, on this chart, there are good lines going up. Or maybe these are more bad lines. I don't honestly know. And if you feel as though, wait, he's going through these slides too quickly, I don't read English that well, or what, don't worry. I speak English fairly well, and I don't know what these charts mean. So it's no fault of your own. This one in particular, I realize the resolution is poor, but even if you could see this on a high-res monitor, you still wouldn't know what this means. Don't worry. So engagement actually has some difficulty being studied properly. One reason is researchers aren't entirely sure if engagement is a cause or an effect. We know that engagement is associated with a number of very positive things. Reduced absenteeism. So when people don't show up to work, they take a personal day or they're sick, that absenteeism goes down when you see people engaged. Profits go up. Productivity is up. Workplace accidents, which we don't want any of, those are reduced. So these are some of the things associated with engagement. But we can't honestly be sure if those things happen because people are engaged, or if the company is just awesome and all of these great things are happening and that's why people get engaged. We're not entirely sure, but we know they're connected. So the history of engagement, and here's where I'm gleaning a lot of this information from and where I would invite you to do your own research. I'm going to share a few books here with you, and the first one is a very classic piece of business literature, First Break All the Rules. And this book was published in 1999, and it comes from 80,000 hours of interviews with managers all over the world, 400 different businesses. And the researchers that examined all of this interview information came to a set of survey questions they called the Q12 that they said, if you take this survey at your company, this will tell you how engaged people are. So all of this research came out, and they said, here's a tool that you can use, and it will help you measure the engagement level of your company. But the research was from 1993 to 1998, roughly. The second book, the big red one here, 12, comes from case studies of businesses that used the Q12 survey and used this information about engagement to redeem their companies from failure in many situations. Both good books. The red one here, the 12, is actually very interesting to see how people applied this. But again, this is not the most recent material. 12, the one in the middle, was in 2006. Much more recent, last year in fact, is this book Widgets, written by Rod Wagner. And in this book, he basically says, look, this is all good, but it's based on ancient data. We have learned a lot more things about how companies work since then, and we've actually disproven some of the things that we thought were so important from way back in 1993. So this book on the right, Widgets, is the one that I would recommend that you look at most closely. And one of the most interesting, not exactly a quote, I'm paraphrasing, but one of the most interesting lines from the author from a Forbes article is this. And I did quote this here, I'll read it to you. He said that he thinks that employers, leaders, managers should be able to say this to their employees: I want you to be happy here and to feel comfortable. Telling us if we're not holding up our end of the bargain. That's what all of this boils down to for him. That's what's most important when you're talking about engagement. So those are some interesting points, and I would invite you to look at these books and draw your own conclusions. Here is an example of some of the data. Again, this Gallup organization that I talked about. This is from 2014, and this is just looking at American workforce. These are some of the numbers that the Gallup organization came up with. And there, by their terminology, we have three categories of people here. This blue section here, fully engaged. These are people who are emotionally invested in their work. They are bringing everything to the office, and you're absolutely getting 100% of what you're paying for with these folks. They are really on fire. We also have this sort of orange-looking segment up here. These are the people who are on the other end of this scale. They are actively disengaged, and you've probably worked with some of these folks. They make it harder for you to come to the office. They are actively disengaged. This large red chunk here, little more than half of the workforce, are somewhere in between. They're not fully engaged. They're not actively disengaged. But you're not getting everything that you're paying for when you pay their salary. They're mostly just showing up to get a paycheck. You've probably worked with some of them as well. I know I have. One of the other quotes from the author of Widgets, the most recent book, he says that when you consider disengaged employees, typically the way that people have spoken of this in the literature is these are employees who have chosen to disengage, to just show up. Rod Wagner, this author, contends that human beings are inherently reciprocal. So we want to give back what we have been given. Therefore, if your people are acting disengaged, what have you as leaders done such that they are not fully engaged? So he contends that we should talk about people as being disengaged workers, as in we disengaged them as leaders. That's on us as leaders. So we talked earlier about this problem, 10%. And this is largely my number that I'm coming up with from having visited literally dozens and dozens of game companies, that's an average number across the industry of about how much money you're not getting for paying your employees because of this chart, because so many people are not fully engaged. That's kind of a problem. The American economy itself, again, this is the Gallup organization doing this data, just the American economy, they claim, loses about $350 billion US dollars a year because of these red and orange segments up here. $350 billion a year, which, if my calculations are correct, is about 8.75 trillion hryvnia, if that helps. That's an enormous amount of money that America's just putting on the floor and setting fire to because they don't have engaged employees. So here's the good news. Engagement is also the solution to this. Improve the engagement, make this whole chart blue, and look at all the money that you essentially just saved, right? So improve engagement and you reduce that loss. So let's talk about increasing engagement in game development. What does that look like? And we know we've worked with people that have great morale, that bring a lot of emotion to the table. You know that they're doing their best. You know you've worked with people on the other end of that scale as well. How do we improve that? All right, let's talk about a few examples here. So we have some folks that I'll talk about, and one company I won't actually name. But we'll start up here on the left. Hidden Path Entertainment. This is a friend of mine, Jeff Pobst. He is the CEO of Hidden Path Entertainment. His company in Seattle has a team of maybe 40 or so very senior, veteran developers. They have a lot of successful titles in their history. They've done very well. And one of the things that he started doing a few years back, and this was difficult for him, but he came to the realization that I have a number of what he calls A players. These are the stars. These are the best performers. They're doing the best work. And I also have some B players, some folks that are maybe average or even less. And I've kind of kept them around. Maybe I've tried to coach some of them. But the issue is, these people are being impacted by these people. And even though I'm trying to be humane by giving them another chance, it's bringing down the performance of some of my best performers. So Jeff made the effort a while back to say, look, you're doing a good job here, but this is not a good fit for you because you're not reaching the really high bar for excellence that we have. So I'm going to help you find another place where you will be fulfilled because it's not here. So I realize labor laws in Seattle are a little different than they are throughout Europe. You can't necessarily just walk in every day and say, okay, A performer's over here, B performer's over here, you guys, see you later. It's not that simple. But the point here is this: if you allow the presence of B players, that negatively impacts your A players. And this was something that Jeff did to address the actively disengaged folks on his team. Found a way to get rid of them, to bring up the overall level. And his A players did even better. They thanked him for it. So that's an example of someone that made an effort to address the actively disengaged folks. Now, if we look at Riot Games over here, and I will talk about them as a pretty good example. Last I checked, they're doing something like $80 million a month with one game that they've ever launched. And the joke is, why are we called Riot Games? We should be called Riot Game. But they're doing okay as far as success goes. And about a year and a half, 2 years ago, they moved into this beautiful new campus. 24 buildings that they renovated for their 1,500 employees. And I got a chance to tour that campus with the director of engineering several months ago, a friend of mine. And after seeing the place and sitting down in their one of their many cafes that they have on their campus, as you do, I said, Michael, this place is fabulous. You've done everything that I could ever imagine for a wonderful work environment. What is the best positive impact that you have seen? What's the best attribute of this new work environment for your people? And he said, really, what I think we have done the best is we have provided our developers, who are already fairly well engaged, we have done our best to give them everything they need, tools, environment, to absolutely do their best work, and then we just get out of the way and let them do it. So the example that he raised, the way that their office space is set up. If you want to work in a single office by yourself, we have those. Go do it. Move your desk in there. That's fine. If you want to be in a small room with 2 or 3 other people, do that. We have those rooms available as well. If you'd like to be in a large open space with a team of 20 people so you can yell at each other and collaborate, we have that space too. Go do that. If you need to have a meeting, we have dozens of conference rooms. Go use one of those. So they've provided all of these tools so that their people who are already fully engaged can do even better work. So that's what he said was the best thing that they've done, moving into this brand new shiny campus of theirs. So those are the actively disengaged, the fully engaged segments. What about this large red chunk here? The not entirely engaged people, which is more than half. So I'll use an example from a AAA company that I probably shouldn't name because I'm probably not supposed to know as many things about it as I do. They're not a client of mine. And the material that I will share here with you is this, and this is a company you would know. If I mentioned the name, you'd, oh, sure. This is a company of a few hundred people. They put out a number of great games. And one of the things they've done that's helped address this big red chunk here of the not fully engaged. Now, you're familiar perhaps with performance reviews. In the States, I can't speak to every country and every company, but in the States, for the most part, performance reviews are a dreadful process. They are absolutely a blight on the landscape of the workplace. They're a horrible thing. They occur once a year, they eat up a lot of your time, you don't derive any value from them, and they're just atrocious. What this company has done, they have provided their managers with the ability, with the encouragement to have regular and frequent one-on-one meetings with all of their people throughout the company, to the point that they no longer do performance reviews of any kind. They threw them completely out. Now they meet with everybody and make sure everyone has a relationship with their boss, so that their boss knows what their interests are, what their strengths are, how to help them develop. And we're going to talk a lot more about one-on-ones. So that's something they've done across the company and has addressed even more than the 51%. The entire workforce has their engagement level brought up by being more closely connected with their managers. So here's what I'm going to give to you as the singularly most important point to take away. If you want to improve the engagement level of your people, you help them develop. You encourage their professional development. Grow your people. We already saw a number of hands. You're responsible for impacting culture. You can make changes in processes. This is something that you need to see as a focus at your company, helping people grow. And these are specifically the 4 points that I will raise that you could focus on. If you are a manager, if you are a leader of any point, look at these 4 things. Culture. This is foundational. So the question that I have for you with regard to culture is this. Consider this, this spectrum of possibilities. Does your company disapprove of people spending time just on their professional development in the workplace? You have hundreds and thousands of JIRA tasks, you have a sprint backlog, you have all of these meetings to attend, and you're over here watching videos from the GDC vault, or you're reading a book, or you are attending a learning session of some sort. Do we approve of those, or do we disapprove of that time because you're not at your desk feverishly fixing bugs? So there's actively disapproving of that. There's also, well, we'll allow it. If you find a way, maybe spend your lunch hour, we'll let you read a book, okay. Or do you even approve of it, or do you even support it with resources? Yes, please, it's important to us that you grow, and that's why we have this site license for these videos, for these books, why we have a license to the GDC vault, why we will send people to events like 4C. We actually want you to grow so much that we provide you with resources to do so. So there's a spectrum of responses there. That's talking about your culture. So where does your culture stand there? I mentioned one-on-ones. Important things you need to know about a one-on-one. It's a manager and an employee getting to know each other, building a rapport, a relationship. You don't have to be best friends, but you need to know the people on your team. You need to know what their strengths are. You need to know what their goals are. How can you help them grow if you don't know what they would truly be passionate about? And you need to plan for this growth as a manager. Don't just wait for the one-on-one and have somebody tell you, I'd like to be a better communicator. And then you think on the spot, how can I help this person improve their communication? Plan for this. You take some of your time and schedule. How am I going to come up with growth opportunities for my people? You set aside that time. You're the leader. And protect it. It is very easy in a workplace environment when you have a milestone build coming up, when you need to make a demo for E3, when the investors are coming by. It's very easy to get caught up in all of the tasks, fixing all of the bugs, making sure the build is running. And you set aside the time that you're supposed to be working on your own development because you feel guilty doing it, because we have this crushing deadline coming up. Your job as a leader is to protect that time for these people. Now, I get that there are exceptions. There will be times in game development when people's hair is on fire. I've had my hair on fire. I know how that works. There will be times when you feel like you're defusing a bomb and you can't be pulled away to go read a book. I get that. Please, defuse the bomb. Yes. But as a leader, you need to protect your people's time, so that they don't feel guilty, so that nobody steals that opportunity from them to learn and grow while they're in the workplace. And possibly the most important aspect of this that I would share with you as a leader is that this is not something you do on top of your job. This is your job, helping people grow. So now the question is this: what if you are the leader? How do you grow? What if you're the CEO and you don't have a boss to provide you with growth opportunities. What do you do then? There's a great quote that I got from Eric Schmidt. He's the one-time CEO of Google. I think he's the chairman of the board now. And he said, I have a coach. I think everyone should have a coach. So if the CEO of Google says that no matter who you are, no matter how high up you are, you should have a coach helping you grow, I think that's a pretty good basis for judging your own personal growth there. But these are in-depth questions that you need to figure out on your own as a leader. Your growth doesn't stop either. How are you going to make sure you are developing? So here's what I want to make sure that everybody gets. These are the things that we covered today in the interest of maybe getting to some question and answer time, because this is completely illegible. So I will just let you know what this recap says. There are 4 main things that we covered here. What's engagement? And we said that's emotional intensity. And you'll see that from the extra effort that people willingly put in. You don't have to whip them to stay a few extra hours or to work part-time on a weekend. They care so much, they do it on their own. We said, why is engagement important? And we said it's connected with a number of things that you want to see happen for your company. You want to see people being in the office more, reducing absenteeism. You want to see higher productivity, more profits. You want to stop setting fire to 10% of the money that you're paying people. And the history engagement, so that you can learn yourselves. We talked about a few of the books there that are great resources. And the main one that I would recommend, really, that you start with, because it's more recent and very appropriate for the times, is the one called Widgets by Rod Wagner. And the 4 points that we talked about when it comes to increasing engagement, things that you can do as a leader, and we talked about some examples of this that other companies have done. We talked about culture. Where does your company stand on this scale? From disapproving to actively providing you with resources. Does your company care about your professional growth? What can you do about that? And then we talked about one-on-ones. Every manager should have one-on-ones with all of their team members, everybody. And if you're a leader and you're not getting a one-on-one with your boss, that's a problem. We also said you need to plan for that time and you need to protect it. So your people deserve that shot at professional growth and development. They shouldn't feel like they have to go find it on a weekend or dig that time out of their schedule somehow. You plan for that, and you protect that time on their behalf. You're the leader. So those are the things that we covered today. And I'm going to go into questions in a little bit. But what I want to really start with is this, my question. Because it's all about me, as you can see, I have the microphone and you don't. So the question that I have for you is this. The people who raised their hand earlier and said, yes, I can impact the culture at my company. I can impact processes at my company because I'm in some measure of leadership. Of the things that we've discussed here today, who has any idea of something they could do at their company to impact some changes along these lines? Who has some? We have a few hands. Great, wonderful. Yes, okay, excellent. Yes, please.
I think the great thing is one-on-one meetings. So,
one-on-one meetings.
Yeah, I'll apply this principle and it will definitely improve my company. So thank you about it.
Excellent, excellent. Who else? I think we had up here in the front here, please.
Thank you very much, Kate. I think a great idea is to plan and to make it clear to my people what we are doing for them. Yeah.
Very good. So making sure people understand, here's where our culture is on this scale of providing you with professional development opportunities. Excellent. Who else? We've had some in here. Let's not ignore these folks. You had your hand up a second. Yes, please. Can we? Got a few, and then closer to the back here.
You know, I like this one amendment about that I probably should ask one-on-one meetings from my boss. It could help a lot also.
That's difficult, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, but a fair point. How are they going to happen if you don't ask? Yes, and then we had a hand raised in the back here, if we could, Dmitry. And I'm going to be here all day, so if you want to ask me questions later, you have plenty of opportunities, but I don't get as many chances to ask you questions. Yeah.
Меня слышно, да? Я по-русски скажу, вы можете перевести потом, да?
Okay, sure.
Да, спасибо. Мне очень понравилась идея вот со встречами один на один, и мне кажется, что важно не только человеку рассказывать, чтобы он профессионально рос.
He's really happy with the idea of one-to-one meeting, and it's really important not only to tell for the person about his personal growth.
А еще важно очень, что многие люди приходят и не чувствуют вовлеченности в работу, потому что у них много каких-то личных проблем из дома. Они приходят, нужно ухаживать за ребенком или за матерью, там, или за женой.
Wait. I'm not a pro in this. And the problem is that a lot of employers have a lot of personal problems with the child or wife or grandpa, it doesn't matter.
И, может быть, лидеру будет полезно еще иногда и говорить на личные проблемы с человеком, потому что тогда он будет чувствовать, что он как личность интересен своей компании.
And maybe it will be really useful for... Thanks. And maybe it will be really useful for the leader to know about the personal problems of every employer, and in that way the employer will feel that he's a person and
Yes, so that relationship improves that level of personal knowledge, so you understand people's needs better. Absolutely. Fair point. So thank you, those of you brave enough to raise your hand and answer my question. I know we have a few more minutes, I think. Maybe? No? Yes?
Yeah,
okay.
we have.
Do you have any other questions for me? Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. So my question is regarding to protecting your guys from feeling guilty, right? So it is an important problem, and actually, to be honest, it is a very attractive tool for the managerial staff, right? To press the guy to do something on weekends, on overtime, etc. But really, this feeling is destructive for the team, and you're quite right. The guys has to be protected. So my question is, do you know about the new technique to avoid to gathering the estimations from the guys? Not to estimate at all, but not gathering the estimation from the guy, so they will not feel guilty to break the term, right?
Okay.
What do you think about this?
So I think, if I understand your question correctly, if we're talking about estimating tasks, you have 10 tasks in front of you, how long will they take, those sorts of things, and therefore we can schedule around that amount of time.
Exactly.
Well, but what if my estimates just filled up my entire week? Where does my time go for my professional development if I just told you that I'm estimating my schedule is full, right? That's the question, essentially?
Actually not. Okay. Let me try to clarify. When we gather the estimations from the guys, they provide you with kind of commitment, right?
Yes.
So, and when they break it, because the guys are optimistic by nature, right? That's true. They cannot do this in this time because we have a lot of unpredictable things, right, involved to development, especially if it is related to some kind of innovations, right, or just research, right? It is usually it is unpredictable thing, right? Mm-hmm. And the guy provide you with something and feel guilty to not catch that, right?
Okay.
And we have new technique to avoid the gathering estimation from the guy directly, but try to based on the previous velocity to small iterations, etc., which provide us with the ability to predict something, but not gathering the commitments from the guys to avoid to feel them guilty at the end.
Okay. Thank you for that. I think this is part of maybe a bigger question, which really comes down to priorities. And that's why I mentioned culture first, because the issue arises if you were to point people to this video once it's made publicly available and say, hey, we're doing all of these things now, go develop yourselves. But you don't actually show it as leaders, It's great that you say you have values. Here are these great words. But culture is action. Culture is action. And by my definition, they are the decisions that any given person at your company will make if they see leaders doing it day in and day out. So if you want people to feel like it's a priority for you to develop here, we want to make sure that you can do this, and you shouldn't feel guilty about it, then you as leaders need to provide the actions that demonstrate that. It's not enough to just throw those words out. You actually have to act that out. Now, as I said earlier, there are times, every rule has exceptions, there are times when, look, here's the deal. We absolutely have to have this milestone, this feature that you committed to, any of those sorts of things. That happens. You as the leader need to make the effort to prioritize that properly in your head and say, well, I know it's a cultural priority for us to help people develop, but I also know that the company is going to fail if we don't have this milestone build by this date. So sometimes you have to make allowances. But really the best answer I could give you there is to be very clear in your cultural priorities with your actions as a leader. So I hope that makes sense and helps in some way. Do we have time for any other questions?
Yeah, for one or two.
Oh, great,
Good
okay.
enough.
Thank you. I would like to ask you a question. At the beginning of your speech, you just talked about 10% losing of the money. And as an example of fully engaged people, you just told about people who are working on weekends, some extra time.
Mm-hmm.
Are those 10% losing of people who just don't work extra time? So if people work on the
Right.
prime time, are those losses included?
Sure. So Keith, you just told us that we're losing money because not everybody is fully engaged. And then you told us, here's what a fully engaged employee looks like. They work 7 days a week. Fair point. When you see the emotional intensity of people that are willing to do that for a particular milestone for a short period of time, that tells you that they are engaged. But that engagement level is there the rest of the time as well. It is there from morning to evening, Monday through Friday, not necessarily at midnight on Saturday. So that 10%, which is largely a number I pulled out of thin air to be wonderfully demonstrative in a presentation, that 10% refers to, for the most part, everybody else. You know what people look like when they are, when their morale is high and when they are emotionally driven and that they're being very passionate in their work. And you know what it looks like the rest of the time. The rest of the time are the people where you're paying them this and your company is getting this. Does that help? Okay, thank you. That's a great question.
So we have time for just one last question.
Okay, this,
Please?
don't hand him the microphone. No, I'm kidding.
Keith, I just want to say how much I enjoyed your presentation. Thank you. And I was really struck by your comment about culture and one-to-one meetings and everything else is not on top of a leader's day job. That is the day job. This is a pretty broad question, but I wonder if there's one thing that you could leave us with, one parting thought about being a better leader and driving engagement that we can take away. What would it be? What was the one thing, if we just started doing that for you and for us, could make all the difference?
If I had to say, here's one item to be a better leader to take away today, my response is to tell you that you need to value people. And these aren't employees, they aren't numbers, they aren't resources, they aren't programmer number 7, animator number 2, right? These are people. And that's one of the main reasons you have a one-on-one. That's one of the main reasons that we care about their development. And overall, that's why we care about this topic, because it means something to the company. A good friend of mine is a technical director at a large AAA company. And he's been a leader for years. I value his insights and opinions. And he has said this: it is more important for us to care about your developers' tomorrows because there are simply more tomorrows. So valuing people as people, is really where I would start as a leader. And that's why you need to have one-on-ones and build a rapport. The single most amount of time that anyone spends awake is at work. And the biggest impact on that time is made by your boss. People leave companies because they have a bad boss. They will chase to a new company because their boss went there. So forge that relationship with people, have a rapport with them, and you're making the biggest impact on them for their benefit and your company that you possibly can. Does that help?
Yeah, really helpful. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Thanks for the question.
So thank you, Kate. Thank everybody who came here. Just come back in 15 minutes for another presentation. And thank you, Valentin.
Wonderful. Thank you guys for your time. I appreciate it.
Ага.
Greetings, everyone. The presentation will start in 5 minutes or so. Anyway, I have a short announcement. The next presentation will be on Russian, so for anyone who needs... In English? Okay. I had an information that it will be in Russian. Sorry. Okay, that's right. It was right. The next presentation will be on Russian, so if anybody needs the translation from Russian to English, just use the system of synchronous translation. You can grab your headphones just outside of the room. Feel free. Портрет сфотографировать перед презентацией и будет вообще все чудесно. Не вопрос. Скажите, где надо, а там... А на фоне баннера будет. Хорошо. Конечно. Вообще все что угодно, без всяких вопросов, конечно. Ну, уже ребят просыпаются, я думаю, чуть побольше будет. So we'll start in a minute. Everybody come. Через минуту мы начинаем, поэтому рассаживайтесь поудобнее. И я рад представить вашему вниманию Марка Кукушкина. Дальше, я думаю, он сам. I'm proud to present Mark Kukushkin.
Спасибо. Здравствуйте, коллеги. Я буду говорить по-русски, поэтому для тех, у кого перевод, если вдруг будет слишком быстро, вы мне машите, и я могу медленнее, хорошо? Итак, коллеги, тема, собственно, лидерства о смыслах и живых организациях. Можно, чтобы у меня кликер работал, коллеги? Помогите, пожалуйста. Направлять туда. Еще раз. Раз. По-моему, включен, да, включен. Коллеги, пробуем еще раз. Или давайте я буду просить вас следующий слайд тогда. Давайте попробуем. Коллеги, 30 секунд. Проходите, пожалуйста. Получается. Спасибо. Уважаемые коллеги, два слова буквально о себе. Я работаю в основном в режиме такой интеллектуальной поддержки и сопровождения разного рода бизнесов в качестве тренера, консультанта, коуча. И это уже на протяжении 20 лет, от крупных нефтегазовых компаний до совсем небольших бутиковых. Но, наверное, если говорить о своем самоопределении, в последнее время я определяю себя как практика развития или проктолога через букву «А». Вот в том смысле, в каком мы обычно по локоть в своем и в клиентском. Коллеги, если говорить неформально, то, наверное, мне интересен весь мир. То есть здесь есть и Австралия, и Южная Америка. Я много достаточно бываю в Украине. По крайней мере, за последние 10 лет около 100 визитов в Украину. Проекты с разными компаниями. Значительная часть вот моих киевских коллег-бизнес-тренеров подготовлены были тоже мной в разные годы. И меня что особенно радует, что несмотря вот на весь тот политический и медийный контекст, вот, например, на последнем мероприятии, которое я проводил в сентябре, была большая делегация из Украины, большая делегация из, собственно, Белоруссии. И вот мне кажется, что это очень важно, удерживать человеческие контакты, несмотря вот на все те политические, так сказать, там дрязги и контексты, которые возникают. Коллеги, еще один момент. Я буду сегодня ссылаться на всякие полярные истории. Вот у меня есть отдельная любовь в путешествия в Арктику и Антарктиду. Меня иногда спрашивают, что ты понял из своих путешествий. Я обычно отвечаю, я понял, почему белые медведи не едят пингвинов. И обычно треть людей, закончивших наши средние школы, спрашивает, а почему? Ну, коллеги, надеюсь, что вы это хорошо понимаете. Коллеги, ну, собственно, о проктологии. Это вот как раз о том, что иногда надо признавать неприятное в себе, да, и неприятное в том, как бы, что происходит, в том, что мы видим, и вот об этом неприятном тоже говорить. Я сегодня неприятное тоже буду затрагивать. Коллеги, коротко программа. Сначала пару таких вступлений, ну вот, чтобы разогреться к важности темы. Затем, собственно, о лидерстве и непосредственно о смыслах, как я это понимаю. Потом, почему для меня кажется очень важной в этом контексте тема живых организаций. Вот я прям специально об этом скажу. Ну и, коллеги, когда я говорю о подходе, я обычно его называю системно-феноменологическим. Смотрите, системный подход – это разного рода модельки. 3 уровня, там матрица 4×4. Коллеги, но не менее важно то, как мы ощущаем наши организации. Вот мне кажется, в предыдущем выступлении это уже звучало. Вот смотрите, один мой коллега говорит, бывают компании, в которых корпоративный дух, а бывают, в которых корпоративный запах. И мне кажется, это очень важно. Знаете, вот иногда культуру, компании надо просто нюхать. Вот нюхать и смотреть. Коллеги, маленький пример. Значит, родители, моя знакомая семья обсуждают, отдать ли ребенка в одну элитную школу в городе Санкт-Петербурге. Значит, папа говорит, иду на разведку, проходит 5 минут по зданию школы, выходит и говорит, в эту школу никогда. Ну, семья спрашивает, почему? Элитная школа, там, суперобразование. Он говорит, в этой школе на стенках есть портреты вождей, есть тексты разного рода документов, ну, как бы важных, так сказать, государственных документов, и нет ни одного детского рисунка. В этой школе нет детей. Это просто видно. Коллеги, и этого достаточно, чтобы много чего сказать об этой компании. Поэтому, коллеги, мне кажется, что когда мы говорим о смыслах и о живом, С одной стороны есть модельки, а есть наблюдение. Вот есть, знаете, чувствование, запах, наблюдение. И вот это не менее важно, чем системные модели. Коллеги, поэтому системно-феноменологический. И система, и просто вот чувствовать, нюхать, смотреть, наблюдать, коллеги, и доверять своим наблюдениям. И поэтому, друзья, очень хочется, чтобы мы сегодня немножко вот порождали какие-то инсайты в процессе этого разговора. Поэтому я буду очень рад, если вы будете что-то себе фиксировать, записывать, просто в голове себе фиксировать. Вот у меня есть такое убеждение. Продуктивность любого события, в том числе образовательного, прямо пропорциональна количеству идей, пришедших в голову на его протяжении. Вот если сегодня за вот там ближайшие 40 минут в голову нам, и мне в том числе, придет 2-3 новых идеи, вот я буду считать, что мы продуктивно пообщались. Коллеги, ну вот, может быть, знаете про такой китайский иероглиф про слушать, слышать, да, где говорится, что слушать это не только ушами, это слушать сердцем, это слушать в том числе всем собой. И вот это в продолжении темы про феноменологический подход. Коллеги, эпиграф. Вы, наверное, знаете вот этот известный эксперимент, который слева вверху. Помните, когда предлагают участникам считать количество передач, и пока участники считают количество передач, которые делают, например, одна команда, на заднем плане проходит обезьяна. Если люди этого не знают, они не замечают обезьяну. Это просто известный эксперимент, наверное, многие участвовали. Коллеги, а вот справа там приведена обезьяна. Вы знаете, что в некоторых зоопарках мира сейчас выдают специальные очки. Очки, которые позволяют смотреть на обезьяну, но не вызывать агрессию. То есть очки вот слева внизу – это способ видеть гориллу, но так, чтобы она при этом не раздражалась на тебя. Поэтому, коллеги, это вот ровно про это. Давайте видеть гориллу там, где мы ее иногда не видим. Да? Коллеги, итак, современный мир меняется быстро. Я думаю, что слова про ВУКу, наверное, звучали в этой аудитории за сегодня и вчера уже много раз. Коллеги, конечно, люди и организации разваливаются каждый день. Вот как говорит один мой клиент, он говорит, тут утром на себя-то в зеркало посмотришь, лицо надо собирать. Да, что уж говорить об организациях, которые без тебя там меняются необратимым иногда образом. То есть вот эта идея по постоянному склеиванию, постоянные усилия по интеграции. Понятно, что у нас у всех свои рамки, свои подходы, и очень часто в силу разности подходов мы не можем совместить рамки, фреймы, представления о том, что происходит. Коллеги, цитата из Папы Франциска, кстати, обратите внимание, мне кажется, он очень точные вещи говорит о современном человеке. Он говорит, проблема современного человека, представление о себе как о вечном, там, не знаю, безгрешном, незаменимом и так далее. И вот эта вот история про то, что мы очень часто избыточно функциональны. Ну, коллеги, какая компания сегодня не борется за эффективность? Все борются. Но, коллеги, как только возникает борьба только за эффективность, только за KPI, мы теряем что-то важное. И вот пафос моего сегодняшнего выступления, как вернуть людям, кроме KPI и кроме цифр, еще и другое представление о смысле. Вот об этом я буду сегодня много говорить. Коллеги, про усложнение жизни, ускорение. В каком-то смысле мы сами с вами гаджеты, и в каком-то смысле мы сами с вами в продолжении, так сказать, и в интеграции со всеми, так сказать, очками, там, не знаю, искусственной реальности, уже сами часть этой искусственной реальности. И, друзья, всегда вопрос, а что кроме того, что мы интегрируемся с технологиями, есть у человека, собственно, человеческого, где это не часть только технического мира? Вот мне кажется, этот вопрос тоже очень важно задавать. Коллеги, я иногда использую такой термин «бжизнись». Это когда жизнь и бизнес неразличимы в одном. Ну, первое, друзья, конечно, очень часто мы, как сказать, не проговариваем то, что на самом деле чувствуем. Конечно, очень часто, ну, вы знаете, кстати, что во многих компаниях мира есть случаи людей, умерших на работе. Но, в частности, в российских IT-компаниях я знаю несколько примеров людей, просто умерших на работе. Да, и, конечно, это ситуация, когда в высокой функциональности работы, да, как это, переставь 4 спички так, чтобы твоя жизнь снова обрела смысл. И это не банальная задача. Правда, как ощущать себя нужным, важным, как самому с собой быть в ладу в том пути, который ты проделываешь. Ну и, возможно, кто-то узнал себя, кто-то узнал какие-то сюжеты из своей жизни, свои собственные кризисы, свои собственные переживания. Понятно. Значит, друзья, о лидерстве. Вот, на мой взгляд, разговор про лидерство исторически отличается от разговора про менеджмент, где менеджмент воспринимается все-таки как воспроизводство, как выполнение базовых функций, Ну, коллеги, вспомните, кстати, даже этимологически, считается, что в современный английский слово менеджмент пришло из латыни через итальянский, где, по сути, менеджмент, менеджариет, управлять лошадью. Ну, управлять кем-либо или чем-либо, там, стреножа, так сказать, не знаю, стреножа лошадь, там, используя поводья и так далее. Коллеги, дальше. Лидерство появляется, по сути, разговор про это во второй половине 20 века. В бизнесе. Коллеги, лидерство как ответ на некоторый вызов. Лидерство не как просто воспроизводство того, что было, а лидерство как создание нового. И помните вот эта вечная тема про то, что менеджеры делают вещи правильно, лидеры делают правильные вещи. Вот, на мой взгляд, в этом направлении. Вот, коллеги, здесь как раз приведена определенная моделька, извините, не очень хорошо видно, это такая наша авторская модель, где одна ось – это ось скорее идеи или предпринимательская ось. Вторая – это ось интеграции, вовлечения людей в эту идею. Коллеги, а третья ось, вот мы ее выделили скорее из своих работ с топ-менеджерами и менеджерами. Понимание того, что если ты не углубляешь понимание себя, то ты не можешь быть лидером для других. Вот очень важный момент, насколько ты сам в контакте с собой и задаешь себе предельные вопросы. Помните, у того же Стива Джобса, да, в его там, этом известном выступлении перед выпускниками Стэнфорда, да, каждый день я задавал себе там, конкретные вопросы, и как только, например, ответом было «нет», что я несчастлив от того, что я делаю, я понимал, что надо что-то менять. Вот, коллеги, искусство исследования себя. Поэтому, на мой взгляд, 3 ключевых оси развития лидера. Первое – возможность генерировать новые смыслы, новые идеи, новые горизонты. Второе – возможность интегрировать людей вокруг этих новых идей и смыслов. Коллеги, и третье – это никогда не останавливающееся самоисследование. Ну вот, например, вы знаете, что сейчас есть такое понятие, оно активно используется для топ-менеджеров, понятие «деструктор». Ну, деструктор – это разрушитель карьеры. Да? И вот очень важный момент, в какой момент ты перестаешь видеть собственную тень? Когда ты возгордился настолько, что ты уверен, что уже для тебя нет преград, у тебя нет конкурентов, и в этот момент начинается закат, и в этот момент начинается падение. Коллеги, соответственно, про лидерство базовые такие тезисы. Смотрите, каждый лидер есть то, что он практикует. И в этом смысле практики развития – это то, с чего начинаем все мы сами. Что практикует каждый из нас? Какие вопросы он задает? Как он развивает себя? От физического развития до развития интеллектуального. Это в свое время у томской команды КВН была такая замечательная шутка, чтобы попки были сухими и чистыми, их надо сушить и чистить. Вот это про это. Друзья, развивающиеся сотрудники чаще бывают у развивающихся руководителей. Ну, когда твой руководитель читает... Вот, коллеги, я специально сегодня, когда буду приводить примеры российских компаний, я, с одной стороны, уйду от примеров крупных компаний, потому что, по-моему, по крайней мере, в России уже всем надоели примеры там, про Сбербанк, про Росатом. Вот уберу эти примеры. Коллеги, и я специально не буду приводить примеры IT-компаний. Вот мне доводилось работать там с Касперским, с Яндексом, с там, Mail.ru. Там масса замечательных примеров на эту тему. Я специально возьму компании среднего бизнеса, не связанные ни с крупником, ни с IT, чтобы показать, что и там можно, хотя кажется, вроде бы вот IT и генерит передовой край, смысловой, технологический, инновационный. Коллеги, могут быть смыслы в любых компаниях. Ну, наверное, известный многим Запас, как международная компания, тому пример. Я буду говорить российские примеры, но просто, чтобы, знаете, не только книжные примеры брать. Соответственно, коллеги, лидерство – это всегда о смыслах. Вот я постараюсь показать, что лидер обязательно задает и коммуницирует смыслы. И последний мой тезис будет на тему «быть живым». Помните, как у классика, а быть живым, живым и только до конца. Итак, о смысле. Вот из реального такого коучинговой сессии говорит конкретный человек в статусе вице-президента. Ну, могу я задержаться еще на 2 часа на работе? Ну, заработает мой акционер что-то еще? Ну, не увидит меня еще мой ребенок несколько часов дома? Не мотивирует. Вот, друзья, очень важная история. Вы знаете, очень часто мы как бы грузом наших показателей, особенно, знаете, когда мы любим, чтобы в карте целей, помните, любимая игра HR и менеджеров всего мира, давайте запишем ему это в УПЦ, давайте ему вменим это в KPI. Коллеги, 48 показателей в карте. Вот помните, есть такой замечательный анекдот, в боулинге 2 топ-менеджера, один спрашивает другого, скажи, а почему люди так радуются в боулинге? Второй говорит, потому что они знают, где кегли. Вот, коллеги, очень часто мы в компаниях просто не знаем, где кегли. Коллеги, а второе, для нас есть только цели цифры и нет целей смыслов. Вот, друзья, что я предлагаю различать? Вот это мое предложение, мне кажется, оно в тренде мировых исследований. Есть цели цифры и есть цели смыслы. Коллеги, простой житейский пример. Значит, крупный банк, там российский город-миллионник, значит, им мне рассказывает парень, он один из самых, так сказать, сильных сейлов в этом банке, вот в плане продаж, так сказать, продуктов корпоративным клиентам. Он говорит, вот я был на грани ухода, И вот, говорит, вечером, 9 час, все работают, все устали, наш руководитель подзывает нас к окну, ну, высокое офисное здание, там стекла в пол, весь город видно. И вечерний город, там огни горят. Он говорит, посмотрите, пожалуйста, как вы думаете, почему светится этот город? Ну, светится и светится. Он говорит, а потому что мы кредитуем всю энергетику этого города. Ребята, этот город светится, потому что мы работаем. Он говорит, и вы знаете, для меня произошла такая маленькая, вот лампочка зажглась. Вот это важно понимать, что я не только выполняю свой KPI по объему привлечения или там объему утилизации клиентов, а я делаю что-то, что этот город горит. Я делаю что-то, что вот здесь есть жизнь, что здесь есть обратная связь от клиентов и так далее. Поэтому, коллеги, вот это, мне кажется, очень важно. И очень часто менеджмент или лидеры, которые могут коммуницировать смыслы, на этом экономят. Ну, например, я был на каком-то совещании, и мне сказали, супер, твои ребята сделали такую работу. Донес я им это, передал я им эту благодарность, позвал я этого другого вице-президента из соседнего блока ко мне в отдел, чтобы он им это сказал. Не всегда. Вот, коллеги, об этом узнаете смысловом уровне. Очень часто действительно происходит такое, знаете, обесмысливание корпоративного бытия. Действительно, очень часто происходит, знаете, такая роботизация жизни. Вот, коллеги, мне кажется, всерьез одна из ключевых проблем, в том числе клиентской работы. Смотрите, мы с вами умеем работать все быстрее и технологичнее. И часто бывает так, ты приходишь в какую-нибудь точку продаж, неважно какого продукта, тебя обслужили, есть проблемы? Нет, по скрипту все отлично. Как это? Были открытые вопросы? Были. Было обращение по имени? Было. Было завершение сделки? Было. Человека не было. Вот, коллеги, было по скрипту, а человека не было. И вы знаете, вот мне кажется, это очень важная такая зона конкуренции сегодня современной. Как сделать, чтобы было и по скрипту, и чтобы было человеческое отношение. Чтобы был вот этот момент, где человеку хочется оставаться человеком, а не быть просто функцией, которая отрабатывает скрипт. Спасибо, свободен, до свидания. Поэтому вот вопрос последний. Может ли корпорация предлагать живой и осмысленный мир? Вот мне кажется, это один из ключевых вопросов. Коллеги, ну поскольку я обещал, что буду проводить линию полярных путешествий, поднимите, пожалуйста, руку, кто знает такого Шеклтона. Кому известна фамилия Шеклтон? Немногим, коллеги, очень вам рекомендую. Это известный британский путешественник. Вот средний британец знает, кто такой Эрнст Шеклтон. И, коллеги, это действительно выдающийся вариант, потому что около 3 лет их в Антарктиде зажало льдами. И, коллеги, 27 человек выживали 3 года, выжили все. Коллеги, беспрецедентная история, как это, начало 20 века, никакой связи. И вот очень много в том, что делал Эрнст Шеклтон, было смыслового. Оцените, пожалуйста, объявление, которое он дал, на которое откликнулось 5000 человек. Позвольте, я зачту. Требуются люди для участия в рискованном путешествии, маленькое жалование, пронизывающий холод, долгие месяцы полной темноты, постоянная опасность, благополучное возвращение сомнительно, в случае успеха честь и признание. Вот, коллеги, когда мы с вами помещаем рекрутинговое объявление, как часто мы делаем смысловое рекрутинговое объявление? Ну, смотрите, можно написать квалификации и компетенции, а можно добавить несколько живых слов от нашей компании, чтобы чувствовался дух и то, чем мы занимаемся. И, коллеги, на второе придут наши люди. Вот, кстати, знаю очень многих людей, которые прямо экспериментируют. Какие слова надо написать в объявлении, помимо там образования, там, знания определенных языков и так далее, для того, чтобы пришли именно те, кто нам нужен, а не кто-то другой. Вот, коллеги, это про смысловой рекрутинг. И вот, уверяю вас, в истории Шеклтона там очень много вот того, как эта команда держалась, выживала благодаря лидеру и тем смыслам, которыми он делился с командой. Поэтому, кто не знает этот кейс, пожалуйста, познакомьтесь. Ну вот хотя бы даже, коллеги, вот даже идея, смысловой рекрутинг, это уже очень много. Это уже про то, как мы отбираем, как мы работаем и так далее. Ну, например, вот давайте буду приводить примеры небольших компаний. Есть такая компания, она, кстати, есть уже не только в России, уже по всему миру она есть, называется «Бэби-клубы». Значит, такой Юрий Белонощенко, когда-то инвестиционный банкир, сейчас владелец вот этой сети бэби-клубов. Он говорит, мы вообще работаем по франшизе, но у нас как бы ядро в офисе составляет 40 человек. Это примерно как в инвестиционном банке, ну такое элитное подразделение. Он говорит, понимая, что нам надо взять наших людей, мы используем принцип, он говорит, который я подсмотрел в инвестиционном банкинге. Начинается 8 чашек кофе. Мы не берем ни одного человека, если разные люди в компании не выпили с ним 8 чашек кофе. То есть 8 интервью, минимум. И только потом мы все вместе решаем, наш или не наш. Да, и только тогда мы принимаем вот это решение относительно там работы с ним. Поэтому, коллеги, вот даже идея смыслового рекрутинга на этапе отбора, увеличь как бы внимание на этапе отбора, и ты будешь получать более качественных людей, тебе потом не придется, не знаю, там мучительно думать, как же от них избавиться. Коллеги, ну вот мировые примеры, все-таки хочется приводить не только примеры там какие-нибудь российские. Саймон Сайнек, поднимите руку, кому известен. Немногим. Коллеги, вот в TED, посмотрите, это одно из самых выдающихся выступлений. Значит, Саймон Сайнек, помните, говорил об идее золотых колец. Значит, смотрите, идея вот в чем. Вот смотрите, он говорит, обычные компании коммуницируют, начиная с того, что мы продаем, потом, как мы продаем, и, наконец, почему мы это делаем, почему мы так работаем. Да? И он говорит, выдающиеся компании всегда начинают с почему, всегда начинают с того, зачем мы существуем. Ну, условно, вот это вот think differently, да, вот, которая там долгое время отличала известную вам компанию, это некое ядро. Мы хотим показать, что можно мыслить по-другому, что можно создавать, там, не знаю, другие ценности и другие продукты. Как? Посредством конкретных решений в конкретной индустрии. Но важно то, что это ядро, а не то, что мы делаем там красивые гаджеты, которые там сексапильно выглядят. То есть вот это, мне кажется, очень важная мысль. Какие смыслы мы реализуем, когда мы делаем ту или иную вещь? Поэтому вот посмотрите, вот кому интересна концепция, вот у Саймона Сайнека очень короткое выражение вот этого смыслового лидерства. Начните с почему. Начните не с того, что мы будем делать, а почему, для чего, зачем мы это будем делать. Коллеги, что обычно отличает лидеров смыслостроителей? Вот как они живут, как они мыслят, как они действуют? Коллеги, первое, обычно это большая цель и это какой-то масштаб притязания и ответственности. Вот правда, знаете, нужно много. Позвольте приведу тоже один пример. Значит, несколько лет назад иду по Питеру, значит, я останавливаюсь прямо на Невском. Знаете, такая перетяжка через Невский, нарисованный балетная пачка, автомат Калашникова, матрешка, бутылка водки. По-моему, спутник еще был. Написано, это все, чем мы будем гордиться, если ты перестанешь мечтать. Ну вот правда, что-то сделало поколение отцов, поколение дедов. По-разному можно относиться к истории, но они что-то сделали. А что делаем там мы? Что делает твое поколение? В чем амбиция? Что хочется? Вот как бы в этом смысле помните определение миссии? Кто заплачет, когда вы умрете? Вот правда, что такое мы делаем в том числе в обществе, а не просто, не знаю, увеличение ебеды? И, коллеги, это вопрос к корпорации в том числе. Это вопрос не только, так сказать, к первому лицу филантропу. Да? Это очень серьезный момент, потому что, смотрите, если я знаю, что моя компания инвестирует вот в такие проекты, если я знаю, что моя компания меняет жизнь вокруг себя, коллеги, я по-другому работаю в своей компании. Да? Я это чувствую, я это знаю. Коллеги, дальше. Отказ от неважного. Вот очень часто это момент. Вот это я еще буду делать в своей жизни. Вот здесь, наверное, пока временно мораторий. Не бежать за всем сразу, не бежать за всеми целями. Коллеги, это, как правило, честное проживание кризисов. Вот в какой-то момент признаваться себе, что сейчас у меня нет ответа, и я его ищу. Вот не замазывать его, знаете, делая вид, что все окей, а вот действительно понимать, что есть то, чем надо переболеть. Дальше. Жизнь в стратегии давать и больше сердца. Вот сейчас есть такая восходящая звезда в Северной Америке, Адам Грант. Никто не смотрел, не читал такую книжку «Брать или давать». Вот тоже запишите, пожалуйста, себе, брать или давать. Что он пытается показать? Что люди, которые живут в стратегии давать, получают отнюдь не меньше людей, которые живут в стратегии брать и даже в стратегии обмениваться. То есть вот эта идея, где и что я могу дать моим людям, мое время, да, дать, соответственно, социуму, стейкхолдерам, то есть разным социальным группам. Ну и, коллеги, вот в практике интегральной жизни, я потом про это еще немножко скажу. Поэтому постоянный вопрос себе, то ли делаю, так ли делаю, ту ли пользу приношу, которую хотел. Вы знаете, очень важный момент, коллеги, это время на размышления. Вот смотрите, мы с вами несемся в бизнесе очень быстро. Вот, возможно, вы знаете такого лауреата Нобелевской премии Канемана, который много писал про мышление. Помните, он говорил, думай медленно, решай быстро. Вот, коллеги, я последнее время многим топ-менеджерам задаю вопрос, сколько у тебя медленного времени в сутках? Это вот когда ты не живешь в режиме ответ, вопрос, вопрос, ответ, вот как мы живем обычно большую часть времени. Недавно один топ крупной компании сказал, 2 сигареты в день. Коллеги, мало. Мало для ключевых позиций, потому что, правда, есть время. Кстати, вы знаете, что, например, Джобс активно медитировал, у него были медитации, и он это практиковал. Коллеги, и многие другие люди. Вот правда, медленное время в сутках. Где? Когда? Когда к тебе приходят инсайты, озарения, когда ты отвечаешь на ключевые вопросы. Друзья, что такое управлять смыслами? С одной стороны, это открывать смыслы, знаете, их находить. Притом, знаете, иногда бывает так, что смыслы возникают из обычной процедуры. Вот позвольте приведу вам один пример. Я не знаю, насколько он доходил до вас. В России это такая очень популярная штука. Может быть, слышали такой проект «Тотальный диктант». Значит, что это такое? Собираются люди и пишут сочинение, ну или диктант, который диктует кто-то из известных авторов. Не знаю, Улицкая, там кто-то еще. Люди, значит, его пишут, а потом им ставят оценки за, ну, как бы, знание языка. Как это возникло? В Новосибирском университете в какой-то момент, значит, студенты одного из факультетов подумали, что мы КВН да КВН каждый раз. Давайте что-нибудь попробуем поменять. Вы знаете, поменяли, попробовали предложить такую штуку, пошло. Потом вдруг оказалось, что там в Новосибирск проезжал там Псой Короленко, у них возникла идея, а чем мы все время диктуем сами, а давайте-ка Псоя попросим подиктовать. Оба людей в 5 раз больше. И с тех пор вдруг возникло понимание, что эту конъюнктуру можно использовать, и что это правда классная идея. Когда я их спрашивал, основателей, там Олю Рябковец, которая, собственно, такой основной идеолог этого, я говорю, а что хотели? Она говорит, знаешь, что хотели? Вот почему у нас, когда мы заканчиваем школьный курс физики, нет ощущения, что мы физики? Но мы же понимаем, что, чтобы понять физику, так еще как до Луны. А почему, когда мы закончили школьный курс языка, у нас есть ощущение, что мы знаем язык? Коллеги, мы не знаем язык, даже закончив школьный курс языка. Его надо дальше учить. Там русский, там украинский, любой другой. И тогда возникает понимание, что давайте дадим это понять, и давайте тогда... И вот я, например, знаю многих людей, которые, знаете, написали тотальный диктант на 2, еще раз на 2, а оценки ставятся, им прям выдаются 2. И человек говорит, я занялся языком, я правда начал изучать там, понимание, пунктуацию, правила и так далее. Коллеги, смысловая эта штука, смысловая. Здорово, что там сегодня там, эти диктанты пишут, там, не знаю, по 500 000 человек, и там корпорации используют это как инструмент обучения, развития у себя в компаниях. Супер. Вот, друзья, часто случайно рождается, но если смысл за этим есть, давайте этот смысл развивать, давайте его дальше выкручивать. Коллеги, дальше. Очень важно создавать условия, в которых люди приносят свои инициативы и могут это попробовать. Вот могут попробовать смысловые мероприятия, про которые они думают. Коллеги, и управление смыслами всегда коммуникация. Вы знаете, бывает так, топ-менеджмент что-то спрашивает, ему что-то отвечают, и у топ-менеджмента, знаете, такое кислое выражение лица. Вот я не раз наблюдал, как профанируется идея фабрики идей. Например, топ-менеджмент говорит, коллеги, у нас будет фабрика идей, ну-ка все по 2 идеи, быстро! Значит, сотрудники так пугаются, напрягаются и говорят, ну давайте зарплату повысим. Коллеги, 80% ответов в первый раз на вопрос инновационная идея, давайте зарплату повысим. Топ-менеджмент на все это смотрит, знаете, так куксится и говорит, господи, что это за идеи? О чем можно разговаривать с этими людьми? И бросает. Коллеги, самое время начинать обсуждать, почему подъем зарплаты не есть инновационная идея. Но почему-то часто очень наших топов и менеджмента не хватает на этот диалог. Поэтому, коллеги, лидерство – это всегда про смыслы и коммуникацию, про рассказ по тому, почему мы что-то считаем или не считаем такого рода инновациями. Коллеги, ну вот несколько примеров приведу. Смотрите, когда возникает другой смысл, иногда даже меняется позиционирование бизнеса. Позвольте один пример. Что-то я много сегодня про Санкт-Петербург, хотя сам вещи лежат в Москве. Значит, пример. Есть такая сеть на северо-западе в России, называется «Буквоед». Я думаю, одна из самых интересных книжных сетей. Коллеги, бумажные книги предрекают смерть, ну вот на моей памяти уже лет 20. Вот в этом году выйдет последняя бумажная книга, в следующем году, знаете, все как-то не умирает она. И вот, значит, есть такая компания «Буквоед», такой Денис Котов, очень интересный владелец, директор. В какой-то момент, смотрите, переосмысляя себя, они сказали, ребята, мы не книжная сеть, мы культурный оператор. Мы в данном случае конкурируем не с другими книжными сетями, а со всей культурной досуговой индустрией в Питере за вечернее время петербуржца или жителя Северо-Запада. Коллеги, и поменялось, собственно, позиционирование сети. То есть, смотрите, вот, например, это их офис, да, вот на этой левой стене ничтожная часть тех авторов книг, которые каждый вечер в нескольких магазинах буквоеда проводят встречи с читателями. То есть ситуация для нас ключевое – организовать встречу читателя с автором, а понятно, что создавая книжный поток, мы с вами реализуем много чего в книжной индустрии. Поэтому еще раз, иногда вопрос про смысл перепозиционирует саму бизнес-идею или бизнес-модель. Вот просто я хочу, чтобы это было понятно, что это не для того, чтобы, знаете, просто кого-то надурить. Коллеги, очень важно, когда вот первые лица коммуницируют со смыслом. Я помяну еще такую компанию «Сплат», такая, знаете, экспортно-наглая российская компания, зубная паста. Коллеги, 50% денег на экспортных рынках, да? Значит, там более 50 стран. И в этом смысле, как бы, что делает Евгений Демин, если кто-то видел этот сплат? В каждом тюбике этого сплата послание от первого лица. Вот в каждом тюбике. Коллеги, важно, когда первое лицо делает послание своим людям, клиентам и так далее. Дальше, смысловой рекрутинг уже говорил. Коллеги, очень важно, когда вовлекаются в смысловую работу наши поставщики. Нам же надо заражать людей смысловым полем, да, не только самого себя. Ну, про буквоед сказал. Коллеги, еще один пример, это Руян Экспедиция, Саша Кравцов, такой, знаете, известный, так сказать, бренд, я его еще упомяну чуть дальше, я чувствую, что мне надо чуть-чуть ускориться. Коллеги, вот один пример его. Кто знает, ну я уже написал, да? Значит, коллеги, слева это Руян-город, человек основал город между Томском и Новосибирском. В большую часть времени в этом городе один человек, он же мэр, он же сторож. Ну, коллеги, это город на берегу Оби. Там действительно несколько раз в год собираются сотни интересных людей. Коллеги, а справа этот человек поставил такой же храм в Антарктиде. Вот ты подплываешь там к станции Беллинсгаузена, и тебя встречает колокольный звон. Вот потому что он так считает, потому что это важно, потому что он правда верит, что вот надо... Коллеги, и это главная достопримечательность в Антарктиде для всех там десятков ближайших станций, там чилийских, китайских и так далее. Да? Вот мне кажется, это один из вариантов про создание смыслов, в том числе для его людей в компании. Дальше. Коллеги, ну вот думаю, что вы о чем-то подумали про себя в этот момент, ну вот про то, как вы это можете делать. Позвольте, я пойду дальше, чуть быстрее. О живом. Знаете этого парня? Это Слава Полунин. Вот, коллеги, мне в этом году довелось быть на мельнице у Славы Полунина, это под Парижем. Коллеги, я вас уверяю, это самое креативное место на Земле, вот я абсолютно в этом уверен. 4 гектара, бывшая мельница, купленных Славой и превращенных в удивительно креативное пространство. Вот я искренне считаю, что образование, которое мы даем нашим людям, зависит от того, в каком пространстве оно разворачивается. Так вот, ну просто пару примеров. 4 гектара, 40 километров кабеля, звук в любом месте сада. Лес или сад, вот здесь звук, вот там звук. Вы заходите в чащу, и вдруг в чаще леса хрустальная люстра, и она горит. Все остальное лес и стульчик. Коллеги, таких вещей десятки. И они сделаны как его лаборатория счастья, в которой как бы не такая высокий коэффициент коммерческой утилизации. Но вот правда, пространство, в котором можно такие штуки делать, хотя бы для себя, чтобы, знаете, оставаться живым. Коллеги, это вот пример из Давосского форума, когда участники вот таким образом, как бы делая аппликацию, показывают свое отношение к тому, что происходит там. То есть, знаете, мгновенная реакция. Улыбка, лайк, дизлайк, нравится, не нравится, вот про это. Коллеги, это, может быть, вы знаете, тоже полярная история, почему, так сказать, экспедиция там, Скотта погибла, там, не дойдя до базового лагеря, так сказать, нескольких там, сотню миль, и почему экспедиция Амундсена там, была победителем. Помните, великое соревнование англичан и норвежцев. Коллеги, вот кто не знает, пожалуйста, посмотрите, там очень много про отношение Амундсена к своим людям команды. Даже вот в 2 фотографии, может быть, не очень видно. Вот там, где Скотт, там во главе стола сидит Скотт, он лично. Коллеги, там, где экспедиция Амундсена, норвежцы, там нет главы стола. Там есть коммуникация и нет главы стола. Коллеги, еще один пример. Вот я прямо позавчера, значит, вместе с Harvard Business Review, значит, вел круглый стол, в котором участвовал вот этот вот Хеймер, главный тренер сборной Исландии по футболу. Коллеги, я думаю, что мы все с вами, как это, в респекте исландцам за то, что они сделаны на последнем Евро. Он говорит, мы коллективно определяем состав на игру. Я могу своим решением, но я предпочитаю это делать коллективно с игроками. Коллеги, и это тоже важная история про живое. Про то, когда могу сам, но я готов это обсуждать, я готов это коммуницировать. Коллеги, некоторые моменты про живую организацию, где почитать. Я думаю, что презентация у вас будет. Коллеги, обращу внимание на последнюю книжку. Вот, на мой взгляд, это сейчас самая дискутируемая книжка в менеджменте и лидерстве. Называется «Открывая организации будущего», Фредерик Лалу. Тема «Бывают ли бирюзовые организации?», есть ли они в Штатах, есть ли они где-нибудь еще. Вот, коллеги, это хотя бы это, пожалуйста, посмотрите, это интересно. Коллеги, почему живая организация? Давайте верну, коллеги, вижу, что не все успели, давайте верну, пожалуйста, сфотографируйте, кому нужно, да, пожалуйста. Коллеги, соответственно, очень важный момент, недостаточно только механически описывать организацию. Организация живая, да, у нее есть система адаптации, настройки и так далее. Коллеги, дальше. Идея эволюции, адаптации, принадлежности к среде. Коллеги, самое главное, что в теме живой организации самое главное? Первое – это идея адаптивности и внимания к клиенту. Коллеги, как часто мы встречаемся с клиентом? Не для того, чтобы продать. Вот в свое время в одной крупной технологической компании я подсмотрел такую процедуру. Смотрите, мы раз в полгода выезжаем к ключевому клиенту, все, кто у нас работает с ним, там, от финансиста до, там, не знаю, техподдержки, и с их стороны тоже все, кто с нами работает, от финансов до, там, не знаю, пользователей. И мы просто интервьюируем этих людей на предмет. Вам с нами удобно? Как вам с нами? А с конкурентами вам лучше, чем с нами? И все. Что известно, в ходе этих встреч продается больше, чем в ходе целенаправленных сейлс-мероприятий. Почему? Потому что живой разговор. Ребят, что нам изменить? Где нам быть лучше? Да? Без попытки продать моментально. Поэтому, друзья, вот это первое, наверное, важно. Внимание к людям. Коллеги, второе оборотное. Внимание к своим людям. Культуре своей компании. Поэтому, друзья, дальше возникает ответ на вопрос, а мы кто такие? Вот чем мы отличаемся от них, да? У которых такие же технологии, такие же консультанты, такой же доступ к ресурсам. Вот культивирование собственной уникальности. Вот мне кажется, это тоже очень важное про живое, про то, чем живет организация. Коллеги, это вот тоже еще один автор, Линда Греттон, которая говорит, есть такая тема, называется «живая стратегия». И она говорит, каждая организация имеет смысл и душу. Вот я могу сказать, что для меня, как тоже для владельца нескольких компаний, в свое время было очень важно понять, что я, конечно, владелец, я, конечно, могу всех там заставить, но, друзья, эта компания имеет свою душу, она не равна моей душе. И вот это умение видеть своеобразие этой компании, в отличие от другой, крайне важно. Коллеги, пара еще российских примеров. Сеть кондитерских пекарен там в Питере, потрясающе интересная, называется «Буше». Они между себя кличут себя «бушевно больные». Ну, в смысле зараженные, извините, в смысле зараженные вот общей духом, общей культурой. Коллеги, потрясающе, да, понимаю, да. Коллеги, дальше, Сплат, о котором уже говорил. Компания, которая занимается зубной пастой. Когда они решили конкурировать с Procter & Gamble, им все сказали, вы сумасшедшие. Друзья, очень прилично конкурируют. И массу вещей делают таких, которые их уникализируют, ну, по крайней мере, на тех рынках, на которых они работают. Коллеги, фабрика окон, оконная компания. Вот потрясающий там владелец Артем Агабеков. Ребята, они делают фантастические вещи. Ну, например, там понятно, что начиная там с цифр, которые есть, книжек, которые читают, коллеги, замерщики окон, вся компания читает книжки. И это нормально, это стало частью культуры. Дарить друг другу книжки там, про клиентов, про любовь к клиентам и так далее. Коллеги, очень много благодарности, которые обычно есть в этих компаниях. Коллеги, потихоньку финализирую. Друзья, что позволяет быть живым? Первое. Пожалуйста, реализуйте детские мечты. Вот у меня этим летом реализовалась одна мечта. Я сходил на таком паруснике Крузенштерн, один из самых больших барков в мире. И мне кажется, знаете, когда ты позволяешь реализовывать мечты себе и своей команде, это очень много. Пожалуйста, давайте коммуницировать не только на уровне цифр. Вот сказал цифры, скажи, для чего, зачем, почему мы это делаем, человеческим языком. Дальше, давайте, вот позвольте, остальное не буду комментировать, это такие более специальные вещи. Ну, то есть главное, сам владелец живой, лидеры живые, и они делают что-то, чтобы люди имели возможность общаться неформально, говорить о том, что им важно, и эти вещи рассказывать. Надеюсь, какие-то инсайты тоже про это у вас происходят, случаются и так далее. Буквально, по-моему, 3 у меня там слайда остается. Друзья, при переходе от слов к делу пропадает много людей без вести. Поэтому вопрос, как практиковать? Конечно, любой смысл, коллеги, в итоге связан с конкретными привычками. Вот есть такая матрица Дэна Деннисона, известный американский консультант в области корп-культуры. Он говорит, ребят, любые привычки делятся на плохие и хорошие с точки зрения целевой культуры, старые и новые. Вот, друзья, мой фокус вправо вверху. Давайте создавать новые полезные привычки. Например, мы хотим внимания к сотрудникам. Вот последний пример. Вот помните, я упоминал этого Юру Белонощенко с сетью бэби-клубов. Он говорит, вот мы отбираем людей 8 чашек кофе. И, конечно, для них стресс, когда они первый день к нам выходят. А еще это стресс для их семьи. Ну, потому что человек вышел к нам. Он говорит, что мы делаем? Когда человек первый день вышел к нам на работу, его семья, самый близкий человек, получает от нас коробку конфет, бутылку шампанского и письмо лично от меня с благодарностью за то, что ваш там, не знаю, муж, ваша жена вышли к нам на работу. Коллеги, круто, круто. Новая привычка. Когда мы благодарим, там, не знаю, семьи наших сотрудников за то, что они вот таких людей подготовили, выпустили, там, на то, что такое возможно. Вот про это. Какие новые привычки, коллеги, внимание, будут практикой наших смыслов? То есть сам смысл не до конца жив, если мы не придумываем организационную практику, как это можно практиковать в действиях первого лица, во встречах команды. Вот про это. Коллеги, ну и коротко, чтобы сапожники не без сапог, вот одна из моих компаний, компания тренинговая, у нас ежегодная практика корпоративных экспедиций. Обязательно куда-нибудь. Это вот Грузия там и так далее. То есть всем составом, все сколько нас есть, там нас около 30 человек, каждый год куда-то в новое место, и это важный момент, этого ждут, это ценно и так далее. Ну вот я лично практикую вот эти большие встречи, развивающие фестивали, пиры, это моя практика развития, да, собрать людей из всех возможных, так сказать, стран и реализовывать такие штуки. Ну, это про какие-то моменты, которые есть. Коллеги, надеюсь, что... Поднимите руку, у кого появилась хотя бы одна ценная идея про то, что вы можете делать с вашими людьми и командами. Хотя бы одна. Спасибо, коллеги, мы с вами не зря это делали. Быть живым можно убежать даже из каменной стены, и даже в ситуациях непростых внешних обстоятельств, политических, любых, есть возможность делать живые вещи. Коллеги, и сквозь асфальт растет живое. Да? Ну и, наконец, цитата из Ландау, что Каждый имеет достаточно сил, чтобы прожить достойно жизнь. А все эти разговоры о том, что время трудное, это хитроумный способ оправдать свое бездействие, лень и разные унылости. Работать надо, а там, глядишь, и времена изменятся. Коллеги, спасибо большое. Извините, что, может быть, мало времени оставил на вопросы, но готов, если время есть. Михаил, где у нас? Да, если есть время на 1-2 вопроса, я отвечу, если есть.
Микрофон, да, все. Ребят, буквально пару минут, буквально пару вопросов, может быть, в короткой программе. Кто хочет?
Раз. Добрый день. Спасибо большое за такое потрясающее выступление. Конечно, его придется пересматривать и не раз для того, чтобы все осмыслить и осознать. Это было действительно очень классно. У меня короткий вопрос. Если для молодых начинающих бизнесменов у вас была возможность дать самый ценный один совет из вашей сегодняшней речи, что бы это было?
Это был бы ответ на вопрос, зачем я создал этот бизнес, да, какую ценность этот бизнес должен генерить. И второе, как это можно прокоммуницировать моим людям? Зачем я этот бизнес создал? Как я вот это родное для меня могу донести в первую очередь моим людям и потом уже клиентам и в мир? Вот, наверное, такой короткий совет. Спасибо вам. Коллеги, еще один вопрос.
Да,
вот,
там есть вот
сзади. Угу. Извини, Михаил.
Все хорошо?
Да.
Спасибо большое за лекцию, очень много информации, круто. Такой вопрос, бывают люди, которые занимаются бизнесом, но они лидеры сами на себя. То есть они подстегивают себя, у них нет там штата 40 сотрудников, они сами себе 40 сотрудников, они сами делают бизнес, иногда нанимают подрядчиков там, и так далее. И выступают уже лидерами по отношению к ним. Может быть, у вас будет какой-то совет или несколько, или может быть это будет идеи для того, чтобы вам развить какие-то новые мысли именно для таких людей. Вот такой вопрос. Что вы можете посоветовать? Спасибо.
Спасибо огромное. Вы знаете, иногда бывает так, что нет сотрудников штатных, но есть большая сеть поддержки. Ведь смотрите, даже если вы реализуете, например, продукт, делаете его вдвоем там, или втроем, у вас точно есть какая-то сеть сочувствующих, у вас точно, и получается, что они ваши внештатные агенты, сотрудники. То есть дальше вопрос выбора целевой аудитории, кому я это хочу коммуницировать. И вот, кстати, здесь, знаете, бывают очень неплохие матрицы. Вот, коллеги, одна матрица недавно подсмотрела у одного вот из этих ребят. Значит, он выписывает, в табличку, знаете, такая шахматная доска 8×8. Какие смыслы я хочу коммуницировать? Смыслы, практики, идеи, прям вот 8. А потом дальше каждую из них какими инструментами? Вот это в личных встречах, вот это в курсе адаптации, вот это я занесу там, не знаю, в книжку нового сотрудника. И получается идея следующая. Вы еще можете к этому добавить аудитории. Что я хочу прокоммуницировать разным аудиториям, какими инструментами? А то, что коммуницировать надо не только штатным, мне кажется, это очевидно. Спасибо большое.
Наверное, все. Спасибо вам еще раз огромное за чудесную презентацию.
Спасибо, коллеги. Спасибо.
У кого появятся какие-то вопросы, я думаю, у вас будет шанс встретить Марка на конференции. И ждем вас всех буквально через 15 минут здесь же. Спасибо вам большое. Не, как раз все чудесно, все по времени.
ch, 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 c, 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 e, c, e, ch, ch. C, c, ch.
How do we start projects at Wargaming? How do we start projects at Wargaming? Well, every so often, a team How do we start projects at Wargaming? Well, every so often, a team comes up with a good idea and how do we start projects at Wargaming? Well, every so often, a team comes up with a good idea and begins to work on it. Unfortunately, what sounded like a good idea at first, how do we start projects at Wargaming?
Check.
Раз, раз.
Check, 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 check. Checking. 1, 2, 3. Check. Check, check. Okay. Hey, I got sound. Hi, Neil.
Раз.
You guys are here all early. Just hanging out, being early. Huh? Thank you. Thank you. I have help. I am not here alone. I have help. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, no, yeah. Oh, that costs extra money, Neil. That costs extra. Okay. We got a monitor. We got waters. We got our friends. Little feedback. Hi. Oh, this is an easy audience. This is all people we know. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, okay. Yegor! Thank you. We're done. This is a fun talk. We're going to just try to have fun. If you want information, you should have got to Barishnikov's talk. He'll tell you stuff. All right. Hi, guys. Hi, Alex. Five minutes. Are you already posting it? Sure. Sure.
Just let us know how many likes there will be.
Right.
After, before.
Oh, before and then after. Yeah, the number of likes start to drop after. Minus 20 likes. Hi, Alex. Two likes already. We're trending. Okay. Before we even get started, we want to thank the tech dudes. Thank you, tech dudes. Thank you very much. Hopefully this will all work. Thank you. Now we got to do the pre-talk stretch. You can't just talk. You have to loosen up. There was a sort of a geriatric mosh pit that happened a while at the first night party. Like old dudes were pretending they were 15 again, and like I'm still paying for it. Are you okay? Jaw still hurt. There's gonna be a workers' comp suit coming. It was good fun. It was good fun. Yeah, epic night. See, like when I see people, like I get more pumped. The worry part is over now, right? Now, like whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen, you know. There's no way back.
Can I go?
No, you stay. We're helping. What? Yeah, a couple of minutes. Okay. Turn the ringer off. Yes.
Okay, so hello everyone. We are starting just in 1 minute, and the presentation of Minn and all of the guys and girls right here. So please take your seats. In just 1 minute, we will start.
Thank you.
Showtime.
Showtime, is it? Ready? Yeah? All right. Hi, folks. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you very much for being here. Big thanks to the 4C folks. They're putting on an amazing show. We were treated well, and you know, it's like nice hotel rooms, good music, dancing mosh pits, and all that good stuff. Thank you very much for being here. Again, outside on the thing it says like just my name. Clearly that's wrong. I'm here joined by our colleagues, Yegor, Slava, Irina. I'll introduce them again in the middle of the deck. That's part of the show. But thank you for being here. We'd like to have just a conversation. We're going to talk about what we know, what we've learned through our process of working on this big old project that we're supposed to do. So working on this slide. Hello. Slide. Where do I point this thing? If I have to, I can go Chris Taylor style and go no slides, but I'd rather not. Okay, so imagine, if you will, you have to work on a mission-critical project for the company. It's big, it can be an inflection, something that could change the direction of the company. It's not simple. It's a complicated piece of software. You know this. Max helped us make it. Yes, it's complicated. And it's far-reaching. It's not just for our team to use. It's going to affect customers. It's going to affect publishing. It's going to be something that's used by all development teams, both first and third party. Now, that's hard enough. But imagine you were asked to do this not just by yourself, with your comfortable team located in your office. You have to work on this distributed teams all around the world. culturally divergent. We're not all coming from the same background, different countries, different assumptions of how to make software. And with a 10-hour time difference, because we're on one side of the map and the other friggin' side of the map, and you had to deal with 10 hours.
Oh, Americans. 11.
Yes, Americans, sorry. There's daylight saving times, and when that kicks in, it's fucking 11 hours. Oh shit, sorry. You know, everybody else has been swearing plenty in the talk, so if there's any children in the audience, please cover your ears. If you act like children, I can't help you. But 11-hour time difference sometimes. Thank you, Yegor, for that clarification. But that's our talk. We're going to talk about how to deal with those issues as we go through our global development, what we call one team for our project. Wargaming platform, it's the core game and business services that the games are required to use. You have to do this to use for distribution, commerce, and player management. That's the software, that complicated thing that we're asked to build. Simply put, it's that we're going to give you the games, we're going to make you an account, and we're going to let you pay us for the fun. That sounds simple, but it's, again, very complicated, especially when it's being done in multiple locations. My office is in Seattle. It's actually not Seattle. They call it Wargaming Seattle, but we have Redmond, Bellevue, Kirkland. None of it's actually in Seattle, but still, let's call it Seattle for now. And we have an office in Kyiv, right here, beautiful. 2 shops in big team in Minsk, another big team in also Minsk Commerce and Platform. So that's all organized under Matt. Hi, Matt. As head of Platform. One more time. Yegor Malutin, Director of Platform Minsk. Yes! Woo! Irina Lokshina in Kyiv. Woo! Slava Glashev, Commerce. Hi guys in Seattle, I'm Jay. And we are, Matt goes like, make it happen. I really don't care. Just make this software go, work together. And we tried. But we ran into issues. Stuff happens. You can imagine. Language barriers. That's my one word, spasiba. Actually, I know another word, I'm not going to say it.
You have to say it.
No, not that one. Actually, 3 words.
It.
So, okay, I know yellow, blue bus? Yeah. Is that right? I think that's, yeah, yellow, blue bus. Yes, I love. So that's the one word that I know. Time differences, 10 hours, sometimes 11. Sometimes 11. We don't like it either. We wish they would change it, but they don't do it. But it's sometimes 11. Oh, back to sometimes 11. So this means that if somebody misses an email and doesn't respond to something, like 2 whole days go by and you just lose a lot of time. So you have to be very careful about this. Cultural differences. This was a culture map study that Wargaming presented for us, and we learned that between US and Eastern Europe, for example, there are very different ways of interacting and for example, coming to a decision-making, persuasion, leadership. These are all like, look at the bars. It's all very different. Plus, I'm Korean, so I'm somewhere over in like all kinds of other places because I'm a Korean immigrant, so I got like some crazy mix of both. Methodology, this is very important. If somebody says like we're running actual agile, they're kind of lying to you because there's no such thing as pure agile. You do some of both. And also pure waterfall, you can't figure out everything before you write code, so you do your best you can. The truth is somewhere in between. But the tension comes when we are trying to work together and go like, it's sometimes over here, and it's sometimes over here, and you don't really know what the right thing to do, and you get into conflict. So we said like, okay, before we do this, let's pretend the project is already over and we will do a post-mortem, but let's do it ahead of time and call it a pre-mortem. Matt brought that back from some Stanford expensive fancy thing that y'all executive guys did, and we learned it and we're going to like, let's actually try it. So we sat together for, that was a 4 a.m. meeting, wasn't it? And for hours and hours and hours, we identified all the issues, talked about all the possible problems that we're going to have. Giant whiteboard of to-do lists with like actual, responsible, my job was to do this, Slava, Yegor, Irina, we all had tasks and items, and a big fat old Confluence page got made. And it kind of still wasn't happening. We were still going in different directions. What the hell is going on? And it didn't change until this email came out. By the way, folks, this is a lesson in life. Anything you write in email could show up on a giant screen. So be careful what you write in email. So Matt said, I need your help. I'm on an impossible mission to build one team globally for the wargaming platform. And it's just too hard to do it by himself. Once this email came out to our leadership, we go like, okay, we're gonna actually do this. But first of all, we don't have a choice because Matt's making us do it. But we're doing this. So the words one team became our battle cry. Like let's battle or go Seahawks. But this is one team became the battle cry for our platform team. And things started to happen. Like Facebook posts showed up with one team. People started saying it at the end of Skype calls. Am I talking too loud, by the way? Let me know. And people started signing emails at the end of it. Blah, 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 blah. Email. One team. Love Jay. Right? That kind of stuff started happening organically. And that was magic. Okay, so Jaeger, what the hell happened here? Jaeger and Slava, there was a team building exercise, what?
He loves one team.
He loves one team?
Yes.
So much so that he got the logo on his forehead, on his head tattooed. Is that permanent tattoo or is that like... No, it's not permanent tattoo. Okay, he doesn't love us that much.
I wish it be.
It's not permanent. They were asked to build this ginormous like Rube Goldberg machine together and they were yelling one team the whole time and I saw this video that came out afterwards where like the whole thing worked on the first time. They were working together, 5, 6 different teams, putting different parts of this, like, Rube Goldberg machine, and it worked. I'm not going to play the video because it is long, but again, more people like using the battle cry of one team. And as that started to happen, some magical things happened. The teams came closer together. By the way, I worked really hard on that animation. And most importantly, the boundaries between the teams started to soften. And we were really working, not perfectly, that's not one big circle, but it's mostly, the colors are faded, right? So we're working better together. In Minsk, Seattle, ooh, this is a smart crew. This is a picture of, there's a lot of brain there. Kyiv, and even like sharing our information, not just, of course, for us, but to the rest of the company as well. So what does one team mean for us? Well, let's ask. Let's ask my colleagues here. Well, Slava, what does one team mean for you?
Trust. Well, trust for me is just the ability to do more work in less time, because when you trust the guys, you don't need to check them. You don't need to over-communicate. So you're just doing your job, you're good at, and then you let them do their job, and you just then merge. And everything is okay. So
everything is
okay.
Trust.
You have to build it.
For me, go Seahawks, strength. So Pete Carroll, the head coach of Seahawks, talks about like working to people's strengths rather than shoring up their weaknesses. You're a good runner, but a crappy, passer. Let's not worry about the passing part. Make sure that your running is even better than other people's running, and the team working together makes up for your weaknesses. Work on your strengths, not on your weaknesses. That's what one team means for me. I got other people who are super strong, making up for my weaknesses, like right now. Irina.
Well, for me, it's also about commitment, which is if you're committed to your goals, you keep climbing the hill no matter how hard it is. That's what we did in Seattle last time.
All right, this was a hard hill. Matt goes like, we're going to go on a hike. Okay, it can't be that bad. Oh my God. It was a rough hike. We all made it. Jeřábek made it. we all came back down from the mountain, and we knew that, if somebody fell, the other people were going to help them down.
And finally, support. Support is what allows us to support each other, and the result of this, we can grow up a tree in the desert of despair.
Desert of despair. Okay, thank you. Desert of despair. that's not Yegor. He's a support. So let's ask Slava. Slava, give us an example of one team actually working for you.
Well, let's take commerce, for example. Click. So actually, we are making new commerce because we need new features and more new features for our guys. So we decided to co-develop it. So this is 3 teams together: Jay's, Yegor's, mine, in 2 cities. Seattle, Minsk, 11 time difference, blah, blah, blah. So actually, what I would like to say you guys, that if you have the least chance not to go to the distributed team, don't go. Don't go, because it is hellish job. You have lots of risks. Yeah, high overhead on all the processes, different work practices. You just stumble. It's very painful. Yeah, so it can eat all the benefits. So you should be very, very careful and calculated, making pre-mortem just to eliminate. But if you will do this, you will get lots of benefits. So you will have to, you will be able to do a lot of work in parallel because you have a lot of resources, a lot of good guys. So you will be able to use different technologies, different expertise, and actually you will save for trips because there are always local stakeholders in each team, and you can just talk with them without just going to Seattle, to Minsk, to Kyiv. So, what is, so we actually discussed what is one team for us all. I'd like to add something else. So this is, well, this is Slack, this is shifted hours.
Engagement, yeah.
Yeah, engagement. So, who was at the first lecture here? Case Fuller. Oh, you know. Oh, Case. Hi. So, actually, engagement. This is the most important things. Well, for all teams, but for distributed teams, it really, without it, you can't do that. Because so here is the Slack, and between Minsk and Seattle, and you can see, guys, there is like 6 a.m. in Minsk, and the guys are already up, or they can be like late up at night, like 11 or 1 a.m. And you can see that these guys are engaged, because if they are not, well, this is empty Slack. So over communication in the start to make everything clear, but then last when you build the trust, you can just trust, less communication, everything is clear. And okay, communication and development is fine, it's needed, but actually, yes, we're all humans, and we need to meet each other to look and to say thank you for the work done, guys. So we need to fulfill your human needs and to celebrate.
Thank you, Slava. Now, that was an example. This is actually working, and we were able to get a server up and running, and then this commerce piece that we have actually is in fact going even as we speak, working across multiple locations. But in order to keep the one team going, we need more than just like just that. We need to have focus, and we need to have clarity. Irina.
Well, so why is clarity important? It's because we have a great team which can get a lot of really good work done, and we have clear priorities and are focused on their tasks, and in the end you get great results. Now, if there is no clarity, then instead of great results, you just get great confusion and great frustration, because when the work is done, your stakeholders are not happy because it's not what they wanted you to do, and your team is demotivated because they've done all this work, made all those efforts, and all that goes to waste. So how do we avoid this? Our regular development process goes through a funnel from the very conception of the idea all the way to the delivery. And the secret of the funnel is that as you go through it, the cost of changes goes up as you move through the phases. So really, you want to reach that clarity and establish clear goals and make all the decisions at the top of the funnel. Now, to be able to do that, you have to have your funnel process to be very clear, streamlined, and easy to follow. When we just started, we looked at our existing funnel process and realized that it was more like this. Now, that's not very clear, so we knew we had to come up with a better way, and that's why we came up with a portfolio management process. And I'm just going to show you a video which basically describes how this process works.
Oh, audio.
Where's my sound? Thank you.
How do we start projects at Wargaming? Well, every so often, a team comes up with a good idea and begins to work. Every so often, a team
Pause
comes
it. Let's start again. We're out of sync. Let's start again. Can we start again, please? You're doing a great job, by the way. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's a good example of a distributed team, by the way.
Always appreciate the IT guys.
Communication is very important.
Always appreciate the IT guys. They'll turn your shit off if you don't. What do you think, guys? How about? Okay, all right.
Unfortunately, what sounded like a good idea at first sometimes ends up not quite aligning with the company's vision. Other times, a team's priorities are shifted, making it difficult for them to finish what they started. And because there are so many different teams and so many different ideas at Wargaming, it can be challenging to keep tabs on who's working on what. Before you know it, a whole bunch of time has been wasted working on the wrong stuff. Teams lose morale, and the company loses money. What's needed is a process that increases visibility into how ideas go from concept to completion. A process that takes into account the overall priorities, needs, and vision of the entire leadership team. Luckily, there's an industry-proven model that does just that. It's called the portfolio management process. It works like this. Ideas are gathered up by project managers. These can be large or small, critical or luxury. Project managers rank these ideas by priority, cost, and complexity. Then, members of the leadership team work with project managers to prioritize the ideas for pre-production and development. Once a project backlog has been established, high-priority projects can be assigned to teams for implementation. To ensure that they're not juggling competing priorities, each team can only work on one project at a time. Checkpoints throughout development keep the leadership team informed and allow for comments and course corrections. Once committed to a project, a team cannot start a new project until they either ship or cancel the current one. The longer a project is worked on, the more expensive a cancellation becomes. This holds leadership and project teams accountable for respecting established priorities and delivering finished work. As projects are shipped and teams free up, new projects can come off the backlog. One team is kept free to provide support and maintenance for completed projects. Throughout this process, the leadership team meets regularly with project managers to prioritize new ideas as they roll in. Now everyone is on the same page, and teams are free to focus on shipping great products. It might sound simple, but implementing this process will require a deep commitment from leadership and project teams. We'll need education, new tools, and active engagement to ensure a successful rollout. When the ideas we work on are unified with the company vision, everybody wins. So let's make it easy to turn good ideas into great products with the portfolio management process.
That was a cute video. That's great. Did you make it?
Well, not really. My team did.
Okay.
So is our real process really that smooth and picture perfect as the one in the video? Of course it's not. But we're committed to it, so we stick to it and we improve as we go and we work collaboratively as one team.
Thank you. Now, part of course, again, it's very important to be communicating properly throughout your one team. It's not just you, again, multiple locations. There's a much more deep, a higher burden of communication on such an effort. Yegor.
So, communications. Humans are social by nature. We have 21 different facial expressions, and it's obvious thing that emotions are crucial, essential for communication and influencing others. Distributed teams face several communication obstacles. It's not only about time zone differences or inability to see someone in person, but also cultural differences, behavioral patterns, and language barriers. So, to exchange knowledge among the all remotely located teams, we need to overcome all of these obstacles in order to introduce interactions and communications which will be comparable to originally co-located operations. So, to have successful teaming, we need the communication to flow easily. We have some experience with tools and techniques using for communication, and we will provide a couple of notes we discovered during our journey. So, first, email. Email is one of the most popular channels to transfer information to people across different time zones, but it's asynchronous. And it's good for notes, for sure. It's good for coordination, yes, truly. But remember one thing, it's absolutely not appropriate thing to have emails for emotions. It's asynchronous, emotions triggers a mess. So, next tool, instant messaging. It already has become a business tool for communicating to each other in synchronous way. It falls somewhere between calls and emails with respect to formality and immediacy. Slack. Some people refer to Slack as a team chat application, but really it's so much more than that. It doesn't just a tool which allows us to communicate to each other easily, but it also pipes into feeds of activities which is happening among our teams and projects. And it's searchable, yes, for sure. Regular Skype voice. Skype voice is a great thing. It allows us to communicate and coordinate, stay in touch, and be on a connection every day. So, it allows us to skip time zone differences. And the good point of using Skype here, we can do in real time notes of the meetings. And here is a trick. It's our favorite method of communicating, synchronization, and daily stand-ups. And pants optional. It's good news for Seattle. Because it's early morning in their time. Regular Skype video. Video is better than voice, for sure. It allows us to see people's faces, emotions, which has an influence on our interpretation of information. But it's tough for large groups. When you have 3 locations or 4 locations at the same time on the call with 5 or 6 people at each end, it's really difficult to obtain all benefits of video calls. And pens recommended, yes, for sure. Travel, getting some FaceTime. While all of these tools getting a great job in filling some contextual void, there is still no replacing for the real thing. No amount of video, no cat gifs can replace sitting together around the table after a long day of work and sharing a relaxing drink. Something unique happens when teammates have an opportunity to work together at the same time in person. It allows, the most important thing here is it allows to learn one another's style, skills, personality, area of expertise. It's the best. If this seems expensive for you, that's because it is. But the great part of this, you will be able to cover all money you spent on this, and plus more as an outcome of this. As a result, we strive to bring our team together
at least 2 months, every 2 months. And another point here, and pens are quiet, yes, for sure.
Sorry.
And good point here with regards to communication tools is that frequency seems to be a key to success. We stay in touch, regardless of any communication tool, mechanics, or whatever. We stay in touch regularly on a frequent basis. As a conclusion, for communication aspects of across distributed teams, we can make only 2 points here. First of all, allow teams to choose their own communication tools. They need to choose it by their own decision. It's crucial here. But what we can do, it's another point. Insist on frequent communication across team members.
Thank you, Yegor. And now, you're having your communications, but conflicts are going to happen. People are going to disagree. You're going to have major points of view that are completely different, and you don't know why, what's happening. And it's just part of working together. How do we deal with that? Thank you, Yegor, for saying laying out the communication channels. But one of the best pieces of advice that I got was, okay, everybody close your eyes. Come on. Okay, don't close your eyes. But imagine in your mind the person you want to talk to the least. The troublesome person, the boss, the customer who's being unreasonable. Now, really, that's the person you have to talk to next, right away. Because if you let it go longer, it just gets worse. So our technique is like get in their face, over-communicate until they say, stop talking to me. And then you've done your job and you talk to them one more time just to make sure. If that still doesn't work, and then that's still going to sometimes get into a situation where it doesn't work. So you have to escalate your emotional content of your communication. If they hit you up with a crappy piece of email, you go on Skype and talk to them on voice. If that still doesn't work, you turn on the camera, pants on, and show them your face and talk to them together and see if that goes. Of course, sometimes that's going to fail. Then you get on a plane, pay for the plane ticket, and go talk to them. Get in their face. Dude, what is happening? What is the problem? Get in their face and talk to them by escalating what Yegor said. Beat the one that you're doing with the next level. And that still sometimes doesn't work. You're in the meeting, you're having it, and then like somebody says something crappy, and and the emotions are just flying, and you don't know what to do. What do you do then? You go to Fight Club. Fight Club is just, my ex-business partner and I, we instituted this at our startup, and we said like, okay, we're going to start this company together, and we want to have a culture that anybody can say anything to anybody if they say the word Fight Club first. It's private. And you say, okay, we're going to stop this conversation, but we're going to go off, and I'm going to sit there, I'm going to get ready. Hit me as hard as you can with whatever you think, and I'm going to take it. Because saying the word Fight Club takes the surprise out of it. Nobody's going to just, I asked for it. I go, okay, we're going to have a Fight Club. So he's going to say whatever he's going to say to me, and I'm going to just, oh, okay, yeah, all right. And then it's my turn, though. I'm going to go like, the last time you did this, blah, 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 whatever that's like going on in my mind, but I'm going to get it out there. Because we said the words Fight Club, it is now in a small, safe bubble of communication, which is private. It triggers a pause in the emotional escalation. The juices are going. You're already sinking deeper and deeper into your reptile brain where all you can think about is fighting or fleeing. But you say Fight Club, you go like, okay, stop that reptile brain and let's move it up into the emotional brain. Eventually, you'll be able to get up over into the human brain where you can actually have a friggin' conversation. Fight Club means there's no ranks, lowest person, highest person, left or right, sideways, doesn't matter. You deal with the issues, you remove the resentments, unresolved feelings. That will destroy a team faster than anything else. And you let the emotions play out, oops, go back. And you both take turns and you get to the root causes of the problem that have been plaguing your communication in the first place. So we do all these things and we have our one team. What are we building? We're building a culture of trust. I trust you. We have a way of fighting. We have a way of communications. We have a way of focusing our efforts. And we know that in the culture of trust, it's okay to be wrong. It's okay to fail. Please have the courtesy to fail quickly. But don't hide your problems. And we can all work together. And when we have that, We can do anything. Even make that giant piece of horrendously difficult software that's been asked of us. And so for us, all together, we want to thank you for coming, because what we believe is that with one team, we're not just delivering software, we're not just delivering ourselves, we're delivering one company. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Yegor Malutin, Slava, Irina, thank you very much. All right, I got questions, comments.
Okay, so guys, if anyone have some questions, please. Now it's your time. Everybody? Okay.
Oh, wow, a question.
Yeah, I'm really interested, in this, the trust situation. Well, if you come to someone and say that, like, we may have some problems between you and I, so we can solve them. Some people may react normally. They may, like, I don't know, speak it out, talk to you. But some people may look at you like you're a fucking weirdo, you're like crazy, who does stuff like that. I mean, they will think that you're incompetent, and, well, not everyone will be here, will be present in this lecture, so they may not understand you when you're trying to communicate to them in such a manner. So, I mean, what can you advise in this situation if someone will not understand your Fight Club rule?
Yeah, well, again, establish the Fight Club rule, because you say, inside Fight Club, you can say whatever you want, it's okay, but then I get my turn to hit you back as hard as I want, and after you hit me in the face first. Not really. Not really. But I really, bottom line though, brother, is like, it's repetition and practice, just like anything else. Like, you keep working with this person. You go, like, you establish the rules of Fight Club and you try it. I can tell you, like, it worked for me at my last company. Like, a junior assistant producer comes to me and says, like, oh, the technical director over there is, like, overriding me in the meetings. And I go, like, well, have you Fight Club with him? He goes, like, no. Well, okay, you do the Fight Club with this guy and let me know if it doesn't work, and then I'll come and help you afterwards. So she comes back a couple of days later, like, oh my God. I was like, I just said Fight Club, and he, like, shut up. And then we actually were able to have a conversation. Did it work? She was like, yeah, it did. Great. Now, that's a hopeful story, I know. But, again, anything worth doing is worth doing a lot of times over and over and over again. I can't give you a magic bullet answer. You just have to establish the rules of Fight Club, practice it, show people, right? And as a leader, I assume you're a leader because you look like one, show them, be vulnerable. Take the first shot to your face first and see how that goes.
Okay, sounds reasonable, thanks.
Yeah, okay. Anybody else for the colleagues? Oh.
Here it is.
Oh dear, this is going to be a tough one.
I'll go easy. So, in your journey on your one team goal, what, besides the 11-hour difference, what would you say was your biggest challenge?
To know each other and to accept each other. It's the biggest challenge we had. And the things will go smoother, much more smoother, when you accept the weaknesses and strong points of each personality. It's the only point.
That's a good answer. Yeah. Anybody else?
Some questions?
Oh, over there. By the way, I know it's near lunchtime, so I appreciate you guys being here.
Hey, thank you very much. So, when you're working with two different teams and you're working with distributed studios, and sometimes the leadership has the best of intentions and says, okay, we're going to work towards this and work towards this. How do you make that trickle down to the actual teams? Like, how much time do you spend conspiring with the other guy? Like, this is how we're going to foster like a positive working relationship. This is how we're going to deal with conflicts. Like, how much of that happens before, all those interactions sort of go in place on your communication channels?
You're doing it all the time. I mean, look at us. We're here. This is it. We could have, any one of us could have given this talk by ourselves, but we're doing this. This took extra work to just do even this. This is a one club, a one team, a one team presentation.
Yeah, I notice how you don't seem to hate each other. It's beautiful. Yeah.
Yes. That is in fact true, but it didn't happen right away. It took a lot of effort and time and really yelling at each other and stuff like that, and you get there. For us, like, yesterday at dinner, for example, we had a long conversation with all the folks about like how we're going to make the one team thing just continue to go forward. It's not easy. You just have to keep doing it a little at a time, all the time. Sometimes when there's a big conversation that's about to happen, yes, you back channel stuff and you figure stuff out ahead of time a little bit. But the communication, again, back to that really important, and transparency. When we are making a decision that affects everybody, we tell everybody as soon as we possibly can. As soon as we responsibly can, right? So that people aren't left going like, what the hell are we doing? Why are these decisions being made? Even if you're wrong. I think it's very important to say, like, as four of us are up here, part of being, showing good leadership is like being vulnerable. And saying like, look, we're going to be up here, four of us together, probably not good, we don't know, and if you look foolish, that might be okay, because what it does is it lets other people be comfortable being wrong, being vulnerable. That's important. So, did I answer your question?
It did, thank you.
Oh, thanks. Anybody else? Ooh. Oh, okay. How about this guy? He's right there, sorry. And then Max.
Me first.
Okay.
I got the microphone, right?
Hi, Max.
So, Jay, the question actually is, do you believe that approach that allows you to build one team across the world is scalable enough? Well, our team and the team we're building Pakistan is rather small, each of the teams, and still required a lot of effort to build up.
Yeah.
Do you believe that approach is scalable?
Yes. I believe this is, well, okay, let me answer you in a better way. Go ahead.
Yeah, do you believe it is the question, but I will need some proofs.
Okay, first of all, proof. We're here. This is proof. This is a little bit of proof. And Slava has proof, like we made something together, all of us. Scalable. So there's about 20, 30 folks in Seattle, 70 in Minsk, 20 here, 50 in Kyiv, so that's, a couple hundred folks working together as one team. That's what we're scaling to. I know Miloš is working with like a much larger team trying to, again, build a cooperative, distributed development situation. We're still working on it. I can't give you an answer, but I can tell you that we believe in it. That answer I can give you. The results is up to God. We don't know, but we believe in doing this.
The only thing we can add to this is that it's not about approach, it's not about something else, some silver bullet. There is no any. The problem, you mentioned a small team. Small team is 20 people. We already were able to scale our approach to almost 200 people across 4 locations. And it seems that it worked with a lot of effort. So it's definitely about belief and effort.
Again, if we don't believe it, it ain't gonna work, right? So it actually does come from the top to some degree, because you have to like lead with that. Are you gonna go again?
Yeah.
This guy's waiting.
Yeah. Sounds like a religion. You have to believe.
You do have to believe. Yes, I watch Polar Express too. Yeah.
Thank you. And you already asked the questions from the guy.
Okay. Well, I'll talk to you after. Anybody else?
Anybody?
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
too many men.
So good day for everyone. One more time, please feel free to join the presentation. And James Brooksby will be here to say you everything about the premium to free-to-play.
Righty-ho, you ready?
Oh, everything is fine, so guys, please join the presentation, join our team.
Righty-ho, I'll let a few more people come in. I think there's some more people coming. Just 1 minute or so. Okay, so let's get started. So I'm James Brooksby, I'm the CEO of Edge Case Games, and I'm going to talk about premium to free-to-play, but what I should do initially is explain what those terms mean to me, because premium in the context of my studio and my experience, it's not about premium free-to-play in mobile. So if you're a mobile premium team or looking at mobile free-to-play or anything like this, my experience and what I'm going to talk to you about is more linked to console and PC. If you saw my talk yesterday, you'll understand about my business, but it'll become clear when I go through this. And I'll talk about, for us, our experience is very personal to us and our studio, but hopefully you can learn from that. But to get started, seeing as we're just after lunch, let's start with a video.
Space has been the final resting place of too many men too soon. My job is to ensure that this won't be your fate. You have been selected from the best minds we have. You will take charge of one of the most advanced spacecraft ever assembled. As part of an elite fleet, you will achieve your objectives. Strategy is the key to any successful engagement. First, know your enemy. If you specialize as a light or medium attack, assess your opponent's strengths, weaknesses, and threat level. Commanders of heavy cruisers should move into position to use laser siege to hostiles.
So we're having some technical problems.
Overcoming firepower. Those of you who pilot support craft must perform the vital role of repairing and augmenting allied ships in the thick of battle. From the front lines, call out threats to the team's long-range attack vessels.
Okay, seeing as that's just getting worse, I'm just going to move on because for whatever reason, all the videos worked yesterday, but today, maybe the laptop got downgraded or something, so there you go. Never mind. Anyway, so that was Fractured Space. That's the game that we've been working on for the last couple of years. We've just went live on open beta on Steam, so go and play it, have a look, and you can watch that great video that we just made online, and it'll be a nice full frame rate, and you can actually tell what's going on. So anyway, so who am I? If some of you came yesterday, you'll already heard some of this, but for those who are new. So I've been making games professionally for about 20 years. Started in 1995, but actually I was making games with my big brother in the 80s, just sitting under the end of his bed making pixel art for the early home computers. But actually when I left university, I decided that actually games was my thing, that's what I wanted to do, and started at a company called Simis, who were making flight sims because I was a 3D modeler at the time, and that's what I wanted to get into. And flight sim companies were one of the few companies doing real-time 3D. Simis became Kuju. I stayed there with that when we were like just a dozen odd people. We built up that to about 350 people over time. And then I got the opportunity to start 66, which was a digital distribution focused studio, a small studio, but that was the real beginning of digital distribution. It sounds like such an obvious term now, but it was quite new in 2006-07 when we did it. Ran that for quite a long time and then had the opportunity to do a management buyout of 66, which became Born Ready Games. For 2 years as Born Ready Games, we made a game called Strike Suit Zero. And then 2 years ago, Born Ready Games became Edge Case Games for very boring tax and investment reasons, but that's the kind of the story. And worked on lots and lots of projects over my years. Work for hire, you get like short projects, long projects, things that get cancelled and canned, all kinds of these different experiences. But one of the ones that I hold very fondly in my heart as a big project that we worked on was Warhammer 40,000 Fire Warrior in 2003 for PlayStation 2 and PC. I did lots of R&D projects in my time, so those are projects that could turn into a game concept, could turn into nothing, could just be a tech demo to prove our engine on PlayStation 2, things like that. And it was all work for hire, as I said, pretty much until 66, and then we did some interesting changes in our model in order to do, is that okay? To do some IP ownership, so actually we could start to really fend for ourselves, do some very indie publishing, do some good fun stuff. Game that we worked on then that was did reasonably well, a bit more famous, a game called Burn Zombie Burn. I got to dress up as zombie a lot and go to shows and have fun doing that, which was great fun promoting. I do like to get involved. And then all these games, the important thing here is that they were all really premium, and premium to me, at least to this stage, meant something with a final delivery. We were working silently as a team in the background on a project that had, this is going to be a year project. We're working away quietly, doing our thing, and then we're going to deliver it, and we're going to put it out there with a single price point, and then we're going to add DLC. Pretty classic. It still happens obviously now, but that's what we were. That's what we've done. We were doing my experience for 20 odd years, and that's until Edge Case Games. So who's Edge Case Games? Who are we? So we're based in Guildford in the UK, which is very close to London. It's a great place to be, really very nice part of the world. We're 35 people. The development team is probably about 22, 24, something like that. And we have QA and admin and myself, accounts and community management as well on top of that. We're a very senior team. Lots of us have been around in the industry for a very long time, or we've been, even the people that in less time, I suppose they've still been 10, 7 years through to 20 plus years in the games industry. So we consider ourselves quite senior. And that does mean with all that seniority and that time scale, we've been working on all different platforms, as you can imagine. PCs, consoles, mobiles, handhelds, VR, you name it, weird devices that never came out, all kinds of interesting things over our time. And we use agile methodology in what we do. It's interesting to hear agile being talked about yesterday and what that really means. We don't use agile to a book, we just use something that works for us and works well, but you can call it agile if you like. And we've been working on Fractured Space as Edge Case Games for 2 years. The game of the video that you saw that didn't work. So we previously created Strike Suit Zero, as I mentioned, and that game, the model for that was a premium again. We worked on that for a couple of years, put it out on Steam, and then we also did the Mac VR, Linux, Xbox One and PlayStation 4. And we were the first idea Xbox title at all. Right? So we worked very hard to get that badge of honor, which we were very proud of for Strike Zero. Again, all kind of premium work. So you understand what fractured space is and the model that we moved into. Fractured space is, the high-level premise was, back when we first thought of it, was World of Tanks meets League of Legends in space. And if you play it and you see it, you'll go, oh yeah, so it is. There's other influences in it, but that was the concept that came out of me looking at the studio and looking at people playing World of Tanks and League of Legends, and we were making a space game. It's like movie executive thinking. I apologize for it, but there you go. That's what it was, and that's what we've made. It's PC free to play, hence the talk and what we're going to talk about. And 5v5, it has mobile elements. It is all about you controlling gigantic spaceships, which you probably noticed from the video. And if you've seen it, we're very proud of our huge, high-quality spaceships that fly around. You're playing for territory and domination of territory, very much like you might see in other MOBAs. You have lanes, etc. And you're doing a tug of war effectively on those lanes in space. Lanes in space sounds odd. Play the game. You'll get it. It's cool. It works. It's got shooter elements in it, so your tactical play, landing shots, all those things, that's where some of the World of Tanks influence comes in. But you have to really play as a team. You really have to play as a team to win. You can't really solo it because it's 5v5. Your individual actions matter a lot in the way you play, etc. I won't spend too much time on this. It's got more of a MOBA-esque metagame. We've tried to work towards making sure it's really competitive and can work for esports. And there's a lot more to come. You know, we want to add console, there's more in the metagame, etc., etc. We've got a lot more we want to do with Fractured Space. We're very proud of it. So here's another video. Hope it works.
Welcome to the edge of known space. Out here, there's no diplomacy, no governments, just the sectors they pay us to fight for. They won't call it a war, but our people and theirs die just the same. This is home, a standard base of operations. The corporations built it, like everything out here. The forward stations, the mines, even the ships we fly. Your task is to take control of the system. Secure the mines first, then the sectors, and eliminate anyone who gets in the way. And this is your ship, the USR Pioneer. It's more than 1,200 meters long and has a crew of over 5,000. She packs a heavy punch. Look after her, and she'll look after you. Good luck, Captain.
Okay, so again, we're having some small technical problems with the videos again, so that's now gone out of sync. However, I wanted to show you a little bit of the gameplay so you can see what the game is itself. You're getting a very small but jerky vision of what it looks like. Go and have a look. Right, so there's a bit of an impression of it. We use Unreal 4. We really concentrate on quality in what we do, and it plays really well. We're getting good user reviews and so on. Anyway, okay, so let's move off the videos into our timeline of what we've been doing and so on. So as I said, we were Born Ready Games. We worked on Strike Zero. What we noticed and what influenced our making of Fractured Space was that we could really see a change, or I could certainly see a change in what was going on in the industry as a whole, which influenced our decision to go to free-to-play. So I got asked yesterday, why free-to-play? Why did you do that decision? What was going on? And we were making digital distribution games for console primarily, with PC as maybe a secondary SKU. And in the back end of 2011, you could see a change in what was going on in the world. It was if people remember it well, it was when consoles were going TV, and they changed from a model that was very supportive of our kind of development at the time into something that was now looking to the big guys, and they changed their model of supporting and publicizing independent games, and we could see that meaning that we were going to have a problem in what we did. And also we could see business models that previously been tried but not work in the West come to the West. So it's obviously the rise of seeing things like World of Tanks and League of Legends being playing. I mean, I knew some people who'd worked at NCSoft previously, and they tried free-to-play and free-to-play in the West, and it really wasn't working. And I appreciate many of you from Eastern Europe or Russia would have seen free-to-play. It would be very normal. But if you have to imagine that, say, for Western Europe and North America at that time, it was more unusual and more of a big step to be making these changes. So we saw that coming, and I had to make a decision of what was going to happen with my studio and what we were going to do, because we could see problems coming for us in our business model at the time. So I looked across the team and said, well, mobile's picking up, there's all this interesting mobile stuff, but my team were console, pretty much hardcore console developers, so we concentrated, and I decided to concentrate on PC free-to-play, because Steam was back on the rise. Some of you may be in a different part of the industry or too young to know, but people thought PC was going to die, 5 years, 6 years earlier. PC was going to die. That was the end of PC gaming. I know it sounds shocking, but that was really a prediction in the early 2000s. So anyway, we moved to PC and made that our primary focus. We created Edge Case Games. Don't want to go over that too much. We talked about it yesterday. We focused on open development. We decided to do early access. We used Unreal 4. We started with 16 people at that point. Born Ready becoming Edge Case Games was 16 dev team. And November 2014, we put out Fractured Space, telling everybody it would be free to play, but actually we put a $10 get into the alpha on early access on Steam, which was an interesting choice in itself, but it was allowing us to raise further money. We knew we didn't have the entire finance to develop the entire project, start to finish, just on what we'd raised and what we had from what we had before. So we needed some revenue coming in. And also we'd seen interesting things happening with the likes of MechWarrior Online at that time, who had taken a very bold step to effectively monetize their beta, which was, again, pretty much unheard of. People paying for early access for something that was going to be free to play. That's crazy, right? But actually it was starting to become a thing. Now you see it all the time. But we decided that would be our model, and that's what we'd adopt. And we've concentrated so far pretty much on North America and Western Europe. It's English only. We haven't done localization yet. It's part of our sort of plan ongoing. So again, that's what we did for the early stage. And there's kind of timeline of things we've done over that 20 months when we've been in early access. We did some free weekends, which taught us more about free-to-play and putting in free-to-play mechanics. And on Steam, I'm sure many of you are aware that even if you've got a paid product, you can allow people to have a go for free. Now, some people do this on more conventional games. Often it's something with a strong multiplayer component. But for us, as a game that was going to become free-to-play, it obviously made a lot of sense for us to stress test and go free for just a short period of time. And the first one we did, we had huge interest, and we were really not ready. When I look back, we had no tutorial, and our servers broke. We managed to fix them, although it was Friday night, and I was quite relaxed by then, thinking that it's all working. It broke. We fixed it quickly, which was good. The team did a great job. But what we could see in our in our data and looking at what the players were doing, they were confused, they didn't understand the game, because there was so much more we really needed to do to put out a game for free. We've got to a sort of a cadence of about monthly updates, and I'll go into that about what worked and what didn't shortly. I'm going to have to speed up a little bit, sorry translator. And what we did was gradually increase our studio size. We took on more investment. Increased what is Edge Case in November, December 2015, working up towards the 35 people you see now. Added in, okay, slower still, okay. Right, okay, it's a struggle for me. I didn't even have any coffee. So we added a shop, We put in metrics, we got an analyst into the game, into the studio, so we can really look at the funnel. We did all these things that we'd seen other free-to-play studios doing and understand that in what they were doing, and I think became more of a free-to-play based or biased studio. Okay, I'm going to jump slightly ahead because if I have to slow down. Okay, so, and we've just done the launch. So, okay, so the main thing we're here for is what worked and what didn't from our perspective, what we want to talk about. So one of the things we think we did right was we really concentrated on the core gameplay. We're very proud of our game. I mean, everybody who makes a game is, but we think we've made something that's fun, that people really enjoy, and we spent quite a while prototyping that and getting it just right, trying it with different people. If you came to my talk yesterday, I talked quite a bit about this. But we think that's something that we've done that's good. We've honed the core gameplay experience. Of course, there's more to go on that, but that's something we think we did right. But there's a twist to that in a minute. We shared the core gameplay, so we shared a lot of what we did. Again, this is a huge part of the open development and early access talk, where we really worked with our player base. And I think that if you're a small studio and you're going to do free-to-play, you should consider this very strongly. Again, something I spoke about yesterday. I think that it works well. You get a really strong community, you get engagement, you get great feedback, etc., etc. Open development, I think, has been a success for us. We're really happy. That was the talk yesterday again. But again, these are the things that we think we did right. And, we, as a studio, pretty much dived in with a huge amount of enthusiasm for free-to-play. There's a little bit of concern and worry, but I don't think we had huge amounts of negativity. I'm fully aware of studios that I won't drop any hints. I'm fully aware of studios that have gone free to play and actually they had, almost large-scale rebellions inside, or 50% of the studio just didn't want to do it, all these kind of things. So actually, I think my team, my guys, were all very enthusiastic and really jumped in with both feet. And obviously that's really important if you're going to do this, to have everybody behind you, because if you've even got a smallest amount that don't want to do it, don't like the model, then you're going to have an issue, you're going to have negativity and so on. So that was good. I think the other thing is that we have designed for esports, we've designed for competitive gameplay, and that means that it has a chance. Right? It's not up to us. Esports isn't up to the game's development or publisher to actually decide whether it becomes that. But you can certainly work to try and make sure your game doesn't mean that it's impossible. Right, and we've actually had tournaments going, we've had people having a lot of fun with it, and yeah, we'll see where it goes. That's up to the players to decide. And the other part, and I was talking to one of the analysts who gave a talk, is that the team really embraced metrics really, really well. And I've heard about, in fact, our analyst was talking about other studios where an analyst comes in and actually they get ignored, they get sat in the corner, they're doing a job because they say they need an analyst in the studio because that's what free-to-play games companies do. But actually, my team and the management, we literally embraced the analyst, literally, and took on board all the data, and we've looked at all that data with great enthusiasm. And the team were really inquisitive and really wanted to know what each number means and what that means for what they're doing and so on. So I think getting metrics in, getting an analyst if you can, and just really caring about that, because it really, really matters, especially in this space, as you can imagine. There's a whole bunch of other things that I could go on about, like agile, art quality. Almost obviously, I think we've done a really good job there. Recruitment has been really good. We've concentrated on making sure I'd have to swear, we don't take on a certain type of person in our studio. We're really careful about that. Being generous in what we do as much as we can, doing good research on what's out there and who's doing what right, looking around the industry, looking at everybody's influenced by lots of other games. So looking at who are the people doing the best practices and working out whether that's something that you can include in your mechanics. Okay, so let's move on to what we'll do differently, which is not necessarily what we did wrong, but what we might do in a parallel universe. And that's one of the things I wanted to make clear, is that quite a few of these we can't be sure that if we did it differently, anything would be any better. But I've thought about this, I talked to the management team, we had good chats about it. So this is a list of things that we might do differently. And funnily enough, one of the things at the very top, I actually just said we did that right, which is core game focus. And we actually talked about whether we, at some point, we should have potentially done a little bit less of that. We did a lot of it, maybe to rein that in a bit, but it's really hard to know, because at the end of the day, if we did take our eye off the core game for a little while and concentrate on the meta game, which I'll get to, would we have such a good experience? Would the players be enjoying it so much? Would the Steam reviews be so good? Would the feedback from partners we talk to be so good? So it's a really hard decision to make for what you are, which is a games company. Should you start looking at the other aspects, or just really try and make just the best game possible? But at some point, you've got all these other things which are maybe more business related to put in, so you really have to think very, very hard about that choice. So maybe less core game focus. And that leads, interestingly, to the next one, which is maybe for your first game that you do in free-to-play, if you're coming from this kind of field that we did, maybe do a less complex game. And I'll caveat that we bloody love our game, we're really proud of it, and we probably wouldn't do a less complex game or mode, but it was raised as an interesting point that perhaps when you try your first one, try and maybe go for something that's less complicated. Because yes, it's a challenge. It's hard making complex games with complex mechanics and in 3D space, which is all new that people haven't done before, and all these kind of things. So maybe not so jump in with both feet, but that's what we're like. That's what we do. That's what we did. So another thing was that we had no idea how much this would slow down our development. And this is something I've heard from many, many people who've done this. So if you're used to making a game as a team with a final delivery date, if you're going to go to a model whereby there's something out there live, and it's got a free-to-play mechanics in it as well, be prepared, and this is probably one of the biggest things, be prepared for your team to slow down to, some people have said a quarter, some people have said a third, but potentially a quarter of a third of your normal development speed. Imagine what that means for your feature roadmap that you're looking at. When you're sitting there saying, it's great, we'll have all this stuff in by next year, and then you're at quarter speed because you've got a live game out there that needs supporting, needs love, there's things that need changing or making better than they were because you have to react. It makes a huge difference. There's something to be seriously ready for, because especially if you're making promises to a partner or if you're making promises to the community, you need to be prepared for it taking a lot longer. With really good people, that's not necessarily the point. It's just what happens. I've spoken to many a free-to-play company who've gone, oh yeah, it's very different. So not hybridize the meta. That sounds more complicated, but basically one of the things I said at the very top is fractured space is, in its movie executive concept, was League of Legends meets World of Tanks in space. But actually we took in different component ideas, and one part of that was the metagame, was the unlocking of the spacecraft. And we mixed two business models into one, and when this looks quite cool, this could work, but it caused confusion. And one of the reasons it caused confusion was that a lot of people are used to either one of those two models. So they looked at it and were confused if they come from a MOBA or League of Legends, and they were confused if they came from World of Tanks and went, this is not, but it doesn't do what I expect, because these are two huge franchises that have taught audiences, certainly in the West, how free-to-play works. They've taught them it over several years. So we're sitting there going, we're clever, we've thought of something different and new. And obviously you want to innovate, you want to do something different and new, but an unlocking mechanism when you think you're being clever, actually what we've done is we've actually now taken it out and gone, A or B, A or B, A, right. And there's lots of reasons for why I chose A. You can ask me afterwards. It's complex, but we went down one route. So be careful of taking your influences and trying something really new potentially in free-to-play because of the huge audience that are used to one thing. Recruiting experts, I think we waited potentially too long to recruit experts into the team. Obviously it costs money, that's tricky, it takes time. But getting people in there that actually have done this, right? So I don't think it's necessarily us being cocky or arrogant. We were just getting on with it. We were looking at what's going on. We were doing well. We didn't necessarily have the money. And also, experts are hard to find, certainly in the UK and the US and so on, in this space. Not that many people. If I look at the UK, who's doing what we do as a PC client-based free-to-play game? Virtually nobody. So how do I get these people? So it's tricky. And actually, it's taken time to try and get people in or try and find people, and we're still looking. Bigger UI team, another aspect coming from, if any of you, again, have worked on console games, PC games, where it doesn't have free-to-play, it's premium. There's so much more complexity and nuances to a game that has acquisition, retention, monetization built into its structure around the game. You're not just sort of making a racing game that has, well, I want to choose a car and I want to choose the track. You've now got a shop, you've got a hub, you've got some gacha mechanics you've dropped in, you've got something that's like a mission system, you've got all these other things that could go into your nominal racing game that sit on top. And those things are now live online, and you're going to change them because the metrics say that what you did there is different and is wrong. So the UI guy isn't finished. He's not finished ever, right? So our UI team, which for the longest time was an artist and a programmer making the UI, completely overloaded all the time. So if you want to make one of the games like ours, consider the size of your UI team, because it's going to be bigger than you think and they're going to be overworked. And you, as the people influencing that product and looking at the metrics, you're going to ask a lot of your UI team, because an enormous amount of the features in these games sit around the game and are UI based. So I mentioned generosity. So this is another one, which is definitely one of those, like in a parallel universe we don't know, is potentially not to be so generous. So we were being really generous. We've been really generous to our community because we feel it's the right thing to do, with our customers. And in certain circumstances where we've made a mistake in the way we've done something, we've given lots of money back into the economy and said, okay, we made a mistake, and so on and so on. Because we're learning. But there's a school of thought, which is maybe we just overdid that a little bit in a couple of places. It's hard, it's going to be very specific to you, but all I guess I'm saying is, if you're doing this, if you come across a point in your free-to-play game where you go, okay, we've got to put this pack out at this price, or we've got to refund a bunch of currency because we've now taken that out of our system, just really think hard about whether you're potentially going just one step too far and whether you need to. Right? And it's whether you need to is the important point here. So metrics in immediately. For the longest time, we really didn't. We knew we needed it. We know the concept. It's very clear. Everybody tells you. But actually putting in enough metrics, putting them soon enough, and having somebody on board that is that really understands it, we could have done that so much sooner, and it would have made a big difference. Because certainly when we were looking at that first free weekend, when we were watching people come in the game, we would have been able to adjust and tune far quicker and far sooner, and then we may not have maybe burnt through so many people with a game that was losing people, but we didn't really even know it. Right? We knew it because we could say, well, where they've all gone. We didn't know why they were doing it. Obviously, metrics tells you so much. So I would definitely do that soon. And the big thing that I said at the first free weekend, we had no first-time user experience, no tutorial, no nothing. We just put the game out there, all excited. Our game's really, really cool. Anybody can play it. It's not that complicated. Shoved it on Steam, did a big promotion. Valve were wonderful. They gave us Spotlight and all this kind of thing. And we just couldn't understand why. When we were playing against people and we were looking at the forums, they said, I don't know how to play this game. And, we've all done it as games makers. There's a sense of... you get lost in your game and you go, it's pretty easy, I understand it. How hard can it be to move a mouse around and click? But yes, so that was, again, a huge, huge thing. Sounds really, really obvious in hindsight. I feel stupid standing here telling you something that sounds so blinking obvious. But actually, if you're doing something, releasing it early in alpha and so on, then you might think it doesn't really matter. But it did. We've lost people that may never come back. Because they said, I just didn't understand it. But they loved the concept. They got to the point where they clicked, they downloaded, they loaded up, they got to that point. So they wanted to play our game, but we burnt them, we lost them, just because we didn't tell them how to play our game. We didn't tell them how to play our game well enough. You know, we had a video, like a box with a video, and watch our video. Nobody clicked on the video. Okay, we're nearly there. So a product manager, or product manager is a term that I hear being used more in mobile, where you've got somebody who's really thinking about, especially about metagames and monetization. So I've put acquisition, retention, monetization. It's actually more of a retention and monetization expert. So having somebody like that in earlier would make a big difference, I think. And we're still looking again for that perfect person, because they're rare. It's a rare commodity to have somebody who, again, you can trust, probably trust with, if it's your one game like ours, potentially you're trusting with your whole business, listening to that person saying, okay, we need to retain and monetize, what's best practice, what should we do? But you do really want somebody who's done it before if you can, but how many people have done it before? So if we could, we would earlier on that. And a big thing here is a lot of the decisions we made for our game and what we did are financially driven. At the end of the day, we're a small studio looking at the cliff edge of falling off, you know, not that far away all the time, going, okay, we do need to make some more money, we need to raise some more money, etc. So quite a few things are financially driven. And actually, one of the things we put in was a gacha mechanic, a loot drop. And that's, you know, we've heard and we believed and we talked to other people that it's really good financial driver, really good monetization. But we put it in too soon. We went, okay, we think it's pretty good, let's drop it in, and we hadn't quite tuned it right, and we had a big chunk of negativity, a refund, all this kind of stuff. And why did we do it? We did it because we needed the money. Right? It's terrible, but like I think a lot of you will sympathize. You've been in positions where you've gone, well, you know, I've got to put this decision, either you've got to release the game, but in this situation, it's releasing a feature. So releasing a feature and a monetization feature just a little bit too early. Not massively early, just it needed a bit more thought and observance on some of its mechanics. So if we could, and that's really important on here because you don't sometimes have a choice in these things. Focus more on retention features. I think, you know, well not I think, I know we've got way more to do in this area. It's one of the biggest focuses after our recent launch that we're going to be looking at and spending more time on, you know, elements of the game, but mainly around the metagame, and even we've got a metagame planned. That's a long story, that really, really retain the player and keep them in for the longest time. Because again, if you're looking at free-to-play, effectively, the thing you're after is trying to get the lifetime value over the cost of acquisition. And it sounds like an enormously formulaic thing for your entire business to come down to those things. That's what it's about. So if you can keep them in the game and keep them spending money, then, you know, that's it. Some people might have other challenges. They might have a game that retains people but makes no money. Right? There's no ARPU, there's no ARPU. That's another thing, by the way, you've got to learn all these new terms. But in terms of monetization, we do all right, but we just need to keep people in the game longer. So maybe an earlier focus on retaining and retention mechanics and those things that are involved. But they're tricky. How to keep somebody playing your game for the longest time? It's a skill that we're still learning. So social mechanics, I could do a whole talk on social mechanics. I've spent a lot of time in China this last year and learnt a lot about social mechanics in free-to-play. And actually, I would like to, if possible, have had to learn some of that earlier and put some in. So I suppose it's more advice for you, because even my past self, there wouldn't be a way to do it. But if you can, learn about some of the social mechanics in free-to-play and how they affect free-to-play business models, and look at some of the things that go on in China and some of the things on mobile. Even if you're not doing mobile, there's some things in there that are coming that will make a big difference, and they're really important as well. So more player observance. I think we work with our community, but you can't see them playing. You can't literally watch over their shoulders. So actually looking at, even if it meant just going to like one of the smaller, not trade shows, one of the smaller consumer shows, setting up something small, just letting people queue up and have a play, and have some of our team just watch over their shoulders to see what they're doing. Because you get isolated in your own studio, in your own bubble. You're looking at forums, you're watching videos, you make these huge assumptions. But when you sit somebody down behind your game that's never played it before, then it's a whole new world. And I appreciate big studios can afford, testing rooms with glass windows and spend time and money on this. But potentially you're small like us. So how do you do it? Just take yourself to a few shows and watch, and it shouldn't cost you much money or time. I have to go quicker now. Okay, brand expertise, things like this. So again, we've only recently brought this on board, but I think actually coming in early, we did it very indie, we did it the way we thought it would be good, but actually when you get an expert in, you realize experts are experts. They really understand brand and branding. They make a big difference. So again, sooner if you can. An interesting one potentially, I mentioned this to somebody else who was talking about free-to-play, with me, caught me outside and said, another piece of big advice perhaps. And I think that possibly when we went into early access with an always online, always running game, one of the things you think about constantly is you never want to have 0 players, right? Because even if you think, well, it'll only be for an hour or two, you don't want ever, ever, ever for that to happen. And we're really proud that for 20 months plus, we've always had games all the time, always running. But actually, what I've seen some people do is in their very first releases, they say the game's only up on Saturday, or the game's only up on Thursday, or it's just up for a couple of hours. In hindsight, right at the beginning, that probably would have been useful, because we could have done a little bit more time and focus on development, but also it would have meant less potentially obsessing about making sure we never got to 0 and what we would need to do to make sure that happens and so on and so on. So think about maybe just gradually building up towards 24/7, 7 days a week. We went straight away for that, and that's a challenge. It's a challenge, and you probably all know if you read in a Steam review and people say empty servers, game's dead, finish it, uninstall. You never want to see that, right? So that was a risk. And more experimentation. It's again something in hindsight, just trying a few more different things, but it's difficult. Again, you've only got so many people, you've only got so much time. A bit more experimentation would have been good. Okay, so to conclude, so many of these things generally are linked to time, and time is money, and people and money. So really, a lot of the things we've had to do, and the choice we've made, are linked to pure hard cash. Right? And it's your business. You know what's in the bank. You know what the people cost. You know the choices you have to make. So there's a lot of things on that list. I can look back in hindsight and said, we should have done this, we should have done that. Some of them I go, yeah, but we couldn't afford it. We couldn't do that because we hadn't got the money. But some of them, in a different world, you could have made a different choice where to put your money. So hopefully some of the things I've said will make you think about the choices that you make. But I absolutely am a realist in this. So many things are linked to what's in the bank. Right? So you have to make certain choices. So don't feel too bad about it. If you have to make those choices, those are the choices. Live with it and move on, and then maybe do a talk in 2 years and then talk about what you would have done if you'd have had loads of money, and so on. So, like I said, the thing that's is that time and money, these things come together in the things, but it's not always a good thing, because actually I genuinely think if we'd have had a much bigger budget for what we did, I don't think we'd have necessarily achieved what I'm very proud of that we've done today, and that because it's kept us a bit more lean, a bit more focused, we've made hard decisions, we've stayed more cohesive as a team. There's a whole list of things I think that you as people who run smaller studios would appreciate what that means to have a bit more of a fear in your heart because of the smaller budgets that you have and the money that you have to spend. It might feel horrible at times, but I think it makes you make really well thought through decisions most of the time. So don't fear too much if you haven't necessarily got the cash to do all these things, but please do take some of my advice. Again, this is very much from my perspective and our studio's perspective on taking something which was a studio that was making games pretty much for a disc or for one business model through to another. And these are the things we would have done differently. And I think the team, if you've got a good team, they will adapt. They will adapt, you'll adapt, and I think you'll really enjoy the new model that you're moving into. So that's my talk. Any questions?
Right. What you said about free play, and
for me, it's the main question for a small team. Where the measure between free-to-play and pay-to-win? How to save the balance?
A really good question that we have spent sometimes too much time obsessing and worrying about. Having traveled the world and seen different free-to-play models in different countries, we've gone and chosen a very much, because we're on Steam, and Steam is North American focused, a North American free-to-play model, which means that it's as balanced as it can possibly be with no buying of power, etc., etc. You know, that's where we focused our attention. You might, who knows what you're making your game, what audience you're making your game for. If you're making your game for a Russian audience, you might make some small changes in that. You might be some element of power. If you're making it for the Far East, you potentially are selling nothing but power, right? But so it does change. Our choice was something where we were absolutely terrified of somebody going, this game's pay to win. And of course, one of the things with working with the community and working with open development as we do is, in fact, we have evangelists in our community that immediately dive on and say, this game's not pay to win. Where's the pay to win? If you remember when I mentioned about the hybridization of the metagame, the kind of the League of Legends and Mixed World of Tanks metagame, that was the area, and one reason we pulled it, because it was an area where people were confused by just having a quick look at the game in their first hour and going, this game, that looks like pay to win. It wasn't, but it looked like it was. So again, you've got to be careful of a perception that you could generate, even if you know in your heart, you know in your data, you know in your game balance that it's not pay to win. So yes, you should worry about this if you're making a game that's going to work in the West, I think. But don't worry too much, right? Just get it right, and then if somebody wants to jump on your forums and you shout about pay to win, okay, well, I know that I've done it right. Just let them burn themselves out shouting.
One last question, and after that we are a little bit short on time, so.
Thank you for your information. It's very cool.
It's a pleasure.
Question: can you give advice how to build an advertisement company, how to increase acquisition?
So how to build an advertisement company?
Yep.
I don't know. That's not me. I can't help you with that. You know, acquisition-wise, we've done everything we've done to pretty much to this point by either what Steam have done for us, so doing some promotion and having a good relationship with them, or we've done it organically and through our community. So it's all about going early access, being open development, having good community management. So all of that has become was our literally to this week was the way of spending any money on user acquisition and so on. And then this last week we've spent as much money as we can afford, which is not much, on going out there, engaging with a PR company, buying some advertising, which is completely and utterly a new area for me. I'm going to be learning all about how that worked next week. And just actually spending some cash on this and moving into a whole new phase. In terms of what you asked, I don't have enough information about the answer to that. But there are people out there, so I would look up those companies and look at what they do and how they do what they do. Network until you find somebody who can help you. There you go. So sorry for running on a bit long, so there's no more time for any more questions. But thank you very much.
Thank you one more time for your presentation. Also, all of you have the possibility to find out James anywhere on our forum. So anyway, I have an additional announcement. If any of you need some stickers for the minigame, just go to Dima, he's a volunteer, and he'll give you some of that. Наклейки, если кому-то для мини-игры нужны, подходите к Диме, Дима волонтер. So are you ready? So guys, hello everyone. Hi. Hello everyone. And now we are starting, and I'm proud to present the Miloš with a presentation about how to become a lead and the importance of the team. So you're welcome on board.
Hey guys. Great, you can hear me. So, thank you very much for coming. It's great to see so many of you, and thank to all of my friends and colleagues. I see you came to take a look on what weirdo will be actually saying here. So, let's first talk about the weirdo, okay? So, a little bit about me before I will actually go, and I can actually here explain what I learned from where. So, I started really young. I think I was 15 or 16. When my friend came to me and asked me, hey, do you want to make video games? And to be fair, my reaction was like, so no dreaming of game development and stuff like that, nothing like that. I was basically thrown into that as a writer and a designer. So I started as the creative person, the cool part. I was working on a couple of small indie games. First was terrible. The second one was even worse. Like, do not get me wrong, it was really hideous. The third one then was quite okay, and from some miraculous reasons, we actually managed to get a publisher, and that was our first game, Alternativa. When we were finishing it, I actually I got an offer to join 2K Czech, or back in the days, Illusion Softworks. I'm not sure if you know Mafia or Mafia 2 in Czech Republic, quite big deal. And when the guys called me like, hey, do you want to join Mafia 2K? I was like, well, the biggest project in history of Czech Republic, yes. So yeah, I jumped on Mafia 2, and I started as a designer for City Quest, and then actually I continue as a lead of a technical design, jumping, covers, so on. And after Mafia, when we were finishing, I started working as the level designer for the DLCs. And then they actually called me to Prague to work on Top Spin 4, my first purely international project. Half of the team was French, half of the team was Czech. A really good game, great team. Then when Top Spin was finished, we actually started working on Mafia 3, coming in a couple of days. Please buy it. It's going to be definitely a great game. The guys are doing their best to entertain us. But yeah, I actually decided to try to go crazy and go international. So I actually joined a Slovenian team, really tiny, I think 50, roughly. That was working on 2 small games, Expendables 2, the video game, and Narcoterror. Narcoterror is quite good. Expendables was our first game. Do not play it, guys. It's so bad. It's so bad. But on the other hand, we delivered on time and budget. So, okay, we got there. And yeah, then I got a call from Remedy in Finland if I would like to go to Freeze in Helsinki. Great experience, AAA stuff, cooperation with Microsoft. Hello, Neil. So yeah, after we finished Quantum Break, we kicked off a couple of new projects. But actually, I got a call from Neil with like, hey, so I know that you are playing World of Tanks and you quite like it, right? Well, 11,000 battles. Yeah, I actually do like it. Great. How about to actually join the team? First, I thought he's kidding. I really didn't believe it, but yeah, that was great. So I actually joined as the development director, and I'm now helping to the guys with the production and with setting up the goals. So let's stop blubbering about me, and let's go why actually you came here. So when guys asked me like, hey, do you want to have a speech in Kyiv? I was like, sounds awesome. Like, definitely. With all the faces before, Paul Barnett, you saw Midland, or Chris Taylor yesterday. Great lineup. So they were asking like what I would like to talk about. And I said, well, one thing that I'm really particular is actually leadership. How to lead people. Because it's one of the things that if you do wrong, it's really bad. So yeah, here we go. So first of all, when the guys asked me, why are you doing this? Why are you thinking about this presentation? I said, well, there's a couple of really good reasons behind all of this. So first of all, if you go on Google and take a look, what's the most common reason for people leaving the company? surprise, surprise, is actually bad manager. If you have bad manager, you will not stick around. It's not money, it's not projects, it's not a team. No, it's actually manager. If manager sucks, people will leave. You will get the bastard to beat your life for a week, 2, 3 months, 2, and after half a year, you are done with him, and he will just go. You will find something else. Because, if you are coming to the work with a philosophy of another guy, another day with that guy, it's not gonna work. And bad manager is not only that he is pushing out the people, but don't forget that most commonly, two type of guys are talking about your company the most. A, the guys you actually not approved for joining your company, and then the guys who actually left the company for whatever reason, if you fired them or if they left. And if the guys left because of the bad manager, they will be talking about a company that is actually really bad, that the company is not working. So if you have bad manager, it's crazy because you will start losing people. And if you lose people, you need to hire back. Otherwise, we cannot continue, right? Team is important. Well, hiring is actually quite expensive, and more you are going, more expensive it is. Because as soon as in a country, everyone around knows that you suck as a company, you have bad managers, and they are not able to actually provide good leadership, you will need to start looking outside. And it's not only about relocation or the cost of hiring. Think about cost of hiring from, for example, perspective of programmer. When programmer join, the first, when can he really start actually coding? What's the first moment? It doesn't take a week, it doesn't take 2, it takes a couple of months. When somebody else needs to actually prep him, somebody else needs to work on him. So you are losing not only his time, that you are basically paying a person without anything, but at the second side, you are actually paying someone else who needs to help him instead of actually working on your precious feature, working on a game. So the cost is not only the hiring, the relocation. There is a massive cost behind it that is hidden. So please protect your team, because if they will start leaving, you will have massive problem with retention. And last of all, people are talking. People are talking quite happily, and it's not only about blackmailing or blackmouthing the company. No, it's enough if I say what one of my friends, when he asked me, so what is that company doing? I was like, okay, they know what I mean. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything bad, but the message was obtained. Everyone knows that that's bad company, I'm not joining now. So, and in game development, think about it. How many engineers do we have? Quite many, millions, probably. How many engineers in a render do we have? Oh, probably a little bit less, right? And how many engineers do we have rendering that are actually in game development and are willing to move to your country, whatever country it is? And you are going to the group of 5, 6 guys that you will actually find that will actually ask you to join. And these guys, they talk a lot. This is a really small company. We are, as a game developers, we are a really small portion of people that have really good connections. LinkedIn, Talks, GDC, 4C in Kyiv. We will talk here on the hallway, so protect it. So now when we know what's the problem, so I would like to first explain to you what's my definition of lead, because I believe that everybody has a little bit different opinion, and this is just mine. I'm not saying I'm right. This is just my perspective, but there are things that I think that lead should really do, and there are things that he should really stay away from. So first of all, the most common thing for hiring a lead is to bring him from the team, and that's excellent. Great idea. But usually what happens is that this lead is actually hired as the best expert, the best guy in the team. And that's the mistake. It's not like it's important that the guys understand it, that he's good in what he's doing, but at the same time, his main role should be a manager. He must be a good manager first. If I would actually say percentage, for me, lead is 60% manager, 40% the expert. And if he sucks as a manager, he sucks as a lead. You cannot fix that. You can't. He needs to manage his people first. He needs to understand, but if he's bad manager, not gonna work. And his main goal is not micromanage or something, no. It's about motivation of the team. When actually Paul Barnett was talking, I don't see him around, he said actually one thing that immediately stretched my eyes. When he said, motivated teams are doing the best thing. If You can have whatever engine, whatever plan, whatever awesome idea. If the team doesn't believe it, if the team is not motivated, you will not deliver, no matter what you do, no matter how many cuts you will do. Just that it's not going to be there. The motto of wargaming is happy players. And I'm always telling to the guys that for me, happy players is a great motto. But do you know who is making happy players? Happy developers. Make developers happy, and they will do good games. Make them struggle, make them unhappy, they will not do good games. And games are about entertainment. And motivation is not about money. Do not look into motivation as money. No. Manager has many tools how to motivate people, and money are the worst. Actually, it's the last tool that you should use, because money is really short-term solution, and you will raise the salary for one guy, the other guys will actually ask for a raise, so you raise them again, and then you have to raise again the first one. What are you going to do? Raise until eternity? You can't. Motivate a guy through interesting job, changing, motivate them through how awesome stuff they are doing, because we want to have fun, right? That's why we are game developers. So keep the fun. And for me, especially like higher you are going, one of the most common thing that I've seen from my team is that my job is actually resolving Sophia's choices. Sophia's Choice, I'm not sure if you read the book, Sophia's Choice. It's about a lady who is actually in Second World War, and she's supposed to be actually killed with her 2 kids, but then she will get a chance to save herself and one of the kids, only one. And she needs to do the decision which of the kids she will pick. And that's exactly the type of decisions you will have to do as a lead, how you are getting. People will not come to you with the questions that are simple. No, they will come to you with questions they don't know how to answer to. That's why you are there. You have to answer these questions. And usually, there is no good answer. There is bad or terrible. Pick your choice. And from my experience, what I learned through all the projects we went through, the worst decision is no decision. So rather pick something. Just go for it. If there is no good solution, just pick it. But be ready. Because if you don't know how to choose the one you will be able to live with in the future. Because at the end, you will be the guy who needs to live with that decision. And you will feel that you screw it up. So pick it based on your heart if there is no other way. And you are responsible for the team. As a lead, it's not that actually if something if one of the guys will screw up something, I'm not going to the guys like, no. I will go to his lead, I will take his ass, and I will say, hey, you screw this up. No matter it wasn't him directly, but he's responsible for the team. And that's exactly the moment when the lead needs to be there, take it and say like, yep, we will improve. He's responsible for the people in these moments. And yeah, when the time comes, the lead needs to be the bad guy, no matter what. There will be the moments, bad guy can be anything. The guys at Remedy were always using that I'm the bad guy occasionally. It's the moment when you are doing Sophia's choices about things that you have 2 camps of people who are fighting against one thing, and you will just need to be the bad guy. You will pick the solution that will be the best for the company, best for the project, and occasionally not best for the people. And it will always come. But yeah, so these are the things that lead is for me. So the main thing for me, from the focus perspective, and that are actually really oftenly taken completely wrongly. So first of all, when you are working with your people, set up your career path. Set up their career path. Do not set up yours. It's oftenly mistaken. You need to show to the guys the future. You need to give them the light at the end of the darkness. That's your job. In AAA, is the release of the game. In a game like World of Tanks, it's the next patch, the next cool feature, but you have to come up with the light at the end of the darkness. Because if we are developing for 3, 4, 5 years, Mafia 2 was developed for 9 years. And some of the guys were there for 9 years. But they had always the light of the end of the darkness. And that was the one that they were going for. And when you are creating this and showing to the guys where they can actually go, how they can grow, you will immediately get the motivation factor. You will immediately get them in. Then to make this possible, you actually need to know the people. And not from the professional perspective, that's the one thing. Of course, like you don't need to know how they are as a professionals, but you need to know them personally. Like always do one-on-ones, and on the one-on-ones, let people talk. Ask them how they feel. Ask them how is it at home. Try to find out what the people are actually. Try to find out who are these people and what is the motive behind it. I had a really good guy who started doing really bad things at work. He didn't work out, and I actually knew he is excellent. He was one of the best. Afterwards, I actually found out that he's getting through divorce. Well, it was understandable that he's actually not so good. So we decided on a break, we decided that we will help him out from that perspective, and everything was fine. But if I wouldn't know the guy, well, I would think that he's just bad. And he wasn't. And for one of the best tools for motivation is actually giving ownership to your team. Empower them. Let them do decisions. Give them the work. And let them do the work. Because if you don't do that, if you will take all the decisions, the guys will be monkeys. They will be robots. Robots are not working well. No. Please don't. I saw a lot of teams of robots, and they are not making the games we want to be. They are not making the games they are proud of. And if they are not proud of the game, how they should supposed to do a good game? They can't. This is not manufacturing. We are here for having fun. So do not micromanage. And one thing that actually I'm personally always setting up a goal for myself is do yourself completely unnecessary. My big goal is that on Monday, I will come at work and the guys will tell me, you know what, Miloš, we got it. We got it. Like, go home, Hawaii, like, go on holiday. We actually got it, we cover it. Awesome. That's not a bad thing. That means that your team is amazing, you did a good job. If you have a lot of work, you suck. So right now, I suck. I have a lot of work. I don't have time for people, I don't have time for development, I do not have time for looking into the future, and that's bad. And when you are giving some goals, some tasks, do not go and give the task. No, let the people to find them. Give people vision of what you are trying to achieve and let them find the task. Let them help to find the tasks because then they will be really invested in them. Then they would like to actually do it. Let them do the work. But one of the most important things for me always, and Paul was actually talking about it as well, and the guys, Jay and the guys, it was one of their topics as well, is actually communication. If you don't communicate, it will actually break everything. Communication is really crucial. Because if you don't communicate, you will get blinded. You will not know what's happening. You will not know what's happening with your own team, with your own game, with your own product. Communicate. Work with the guys. Find out what's going on. Because through that, you might not find out issues, or you might find out awesome ideas. Exactly the ideas that are making games like GTA so great, or like World of Tanks. These ideas are coming through communication, through finding out what the people want. And yeah, for this, to be actually able to, you actually need to use the power of listening. If you don't listen to people, if you'll be just blubbering like me right now here, it's not gonna work. Sit down with the person. For me, the one-on-one should be 10% of me blubbering about stuff and 90% of the guys trying to approach me and telling me what they feel, what they see. And by the way, this is great for dating also. Like, girls are really picking up on this one. And never dictate to people. And if you have to, because there are moments when you will have to, explain the reasoning. Explain the person, why are you doing this? Why is it important? Because, again, if the person knows, like, I know, this is really shitty, sorry, I'm really sorry for you doing this, but here are the reasons why we have to do that, they will get bought in. They will get the feeling, like, okay, I see, well, let's do that. With that, the person will be way more likely to accept it and not leave the room and say like, fuck you, I'm actually not coming back. And the last, but one of the most important for me on the communication, beware of the moment when your best people, the people who are talking the most, the people who are blubbering the most on the meetings, become silent. Because if they do, you lost them. And you lost them forever. As soon as the team's starting to get silent and silent and silent, they are losing hope. They do not even bother anymore trying to explain it because, well, they know how it will end. It will end badly for them. So Why would they bother? They are already looking for a job, no worries. They are not with you anymore. So beware of that moment. I would like to go now a little bit to the things that when I'm talking with the leads, these things are getting really often forgotten. And some of them are really small, but they are really important, and you should never, definitely never forget about these. So first of all, hire better than you are. The only way for you, especially if you are really high, how to get better is by hiring a person who is way better than you, because then you can actually learn something from the person. That's awesome. That's amazing. It actually helps you. And as we said before, build career path of your people. So that guy will hopefully become soon you, and you will have actually time and space to grow, right? Because if you don't have any replacement, if you have no one who can actually take it from you, you cannot hire, you cannot grow. You can't. So hire better for you. And never hire for lack of weaknesses. It's one of the most common mistakes that even I've done actually. When I was hiring people at the beginning, I hired mellow guys that were, he's good, he's okay. Like he doesn't have anything bad. Like he will be a good guy. No, what I want is a guy who has the superpower. You know, like when I will look into the guys, like, yeah, he is great. He is great in this and that. Yeah, well, he sucks in this. True. On the other hand, then you build a team around the strengths and not around the weaknesses. It's really important. And guys were actually talking about it when they were talking about the one team. This is really important. Everyone has a weakness. Everyone. So hire the guys who are having the superpowers, because then you can build a company on it. You can build a game on it. And trust your people. If you don't trust them, what's the reason to have them in the team for the first place? You don't trust your people, they will most likely not trust you. So is there really a reason? I don't think so. Just either there is actually a mistake in him or in you, or most likely in both of you. So trust them. But of course, verify. If you don't verify, you cannot trust, right? So keep these in a synchronization. Keep these in equality, because if you don't, you will lose the trust. And work on improvements. And never stop. Never stop on a million years. I don't want ever heard, I have never been in a place that was perfect. I have never worked on a game that was perfect. Take a look on GTA or Skyrim or whatever, World of Tanks. The game is not perfect. There's lots of space for improvements. So let's improve, let's continue, let's push, let's move it. That's exactly why the game development, if you take a look, when Paul Barnett was talking about the game that he likes the most, I have no idea, I've never seen that, from 1980, 8 pixel, like some pixels, 8-bit systems. Now, like we have actually even watches that are stronger and more powerful than the machine that he was using. And the game actually cost $80 back in the day, so 500 right now. And now the games, some of the games are even for free. So work on improvements, never stop. Even though you do all of these things that I'm blubbering here and that I'm saying that are important, things will always get ugly. One or the other, you will get to the moment. And then there are a couple of rules I found that are handy and I would like to talk about. So first of all, one guy can poison it all. What I mean by that, DJ, chief of Chicago office at Wargaming, he had a really interesting speech when he said, if you see that one guy is actually screwing everything over and he's poisoning the team and he's actually spreading the bad mood, he's actually setting the team for failure, fire him. Let him go. Because you will help yourself and you will help actually to the person also. This moment needs to happen. And if you let spread it, you will destroy the team. You will destroy all the stuff you've built on, no matter what. So keep your eyes open. And when the things will get ugly, when you have the feel that like, it's coming, it's really here. Do not walk away from the table, because it will get just worse. In Czech Republic, we are saying that, if you scratch your hand and there is the thing covering your wound, I have no idea now, I cannot remember the word, just take it as fast as you can. It's going to be better for him and for you also. Make sure there is a future for him, though. Resolve it firmly, be strong, because you need to actually help him. You there are the strong person who is helping him for the future. You need to show him the future. You need to help him to get from the moment that's getting really shitty right now into the moment, that will be great. And that's your position. That's the position of a lead behind the table. You need to be the strong guy and keep the emotion for yourself. Of course, you will have the emotion. If you don't have them, if you don't have emotions and you are just letting people go, you should be going first. Because in that case, you are definitely wrong position. You need to have emotions. You need to feel bad about it. But if you will be strong, if you will not have emotions next in the table, you will actually be helping to the other guy. You will protect him. You will help him to get on the other side. So, yeah, please. And I have just last couple of things to say. These are really tiny, and I spoke about some of them, but I just want to mention it once again because these small things might actually really save your team. They might save the ass of yourself when you're actually in the field fighting on a project. So first of all, my personal favorite, build around seniors, bet on juniors. So you need to have in your team 1, 2, 3, 10, depending on the size of the team, senior guys that will be actually driving it forward. You know, the experts, the great guys, the visionaries that can actually do all the hardest stuff. But you should have a couple of young guys, young blood. The guys who are, they are coming completely crazy into the project. They would sell their mom for getting into game development. Look for these. Look for the talent. Not all of them will be great. Don't get me wrong. They are not all. If you will get 50-50, you are winning. But these guys tend to be the best. They tend to be the strongest. And that's the great thing on it. Because then when they will be actually spreading the great attitude of, my God, I'm in game development, to the seniors who are already like, 10 years, it's going to be long, come on. The juniors will help you. The juniors will actually get the spark into the seniors, and they will actually really help your team. Drive a war against micromanagement. Micromanagement is evil, and it will kill your project, it will kill you, it will kill the team, it will kill the company. Just drive a war. Keep empowering the team. Keep giving them the chance to work on cool stuff, the stuff they want, and the way how they want it. Help them to create it. Help them, guide them towards the good. But let them do the stuff. Let them be the drivers. Because if you will be the driver, you will get tired. It's not going to work, and the guys will actually leave because they are just monkeys. And keep the team around the strengths. If you build the team around the mediocres, the mediocrity, do you really think that mediocre guys create a game like World of Tanks or Skyrim? No. The guys are edgy. The creative directors I'm used to work with are a little bit crazy. Most of them. And we were talking about this yesterday with Paul Barnett when we were joking, like, do you know any sane creative director? And Paul was like, no, not really. Exactly. They are crazy, but at the same time, the strength, the soul, the thing, the flavor they are giving to the game is the reason why we can actually play such masterpieces. And please, when you feel that everything is shitty, you are shit, your team is shit, the company, you are not in it alone. Believe me, there is hundreds and hundreds of managers who at the exactly same point feel exactly same shitty. And who needs actually the same person as you are to tell them, hey, no worries, like, this is actually happening every day to me as well, like, let's try to find a way out of it. But yes, they feel shitty. So communicate with them. Find out the guy who can actually help you and talk with him. And maybe you will actually find a way from it. Before I will actually really end, I would like to show you a couple of books that I was coming with all of these crazy ideas from. So it's not from me. I actually was stealing quite a bit. Hey, I made a mistake in my presentation. So first of all, Hard Things Around Hard Things. It's actually a book more about CEO and for CEOs, but excellent for management. The guy who was writing the book was CEO of multiple companies. He, I think, bankrupt one, and another one almost bankrupt. And then he actually sold a couple for such a big money that right now he's actually VC. So he gives a damn about about the stuff, and he's actually talking really openly about all the failures. So he's focusing exactly on the stuff you want to hear, I want to hear. How he managed to get from the bad things to the good things. Really good book. Then Getting Out of the Box. I was joking when people are asking me what the book is about. It's basically a sociology for dummies. It's explaining how interaction between people can be affected by their emotions, and no way around it. Like, if you feel that someone is an idiot, he will get it. You can try to be nice, you can try to smile, you can try to bullshit him around. He will get the mood that that guy thinks about me that I'm an idiot. And you need to actually somewhat set up your brain a different way. So this book actually can help you. And one of really good ones for managers is a Strength Finder 2.0. I hate assessments. Sorry, our HR and thanks God all guys not here. So HR is my HR business partner at Wargaming. She is really into assessment. I don't believe it much. But Strength Finder actually works. It's actually a really good book. And you will go through a couple of tests. It's in Russian. I think it's in Ukrainian also. I'm not sure. But you can actually do the assessments at least in Russian or English. And at the end, it will actually show you how you are, who you are. And funnily enough, when I finished the assessment, I was like, Jesus Christ, this works. It was exactly the points that I know where I'm actually strong and at the same time where I'm super weak. And the great thing about the book is that it's actually talking about how to use your strengths and how to overcome some of the weaknesses. So when I actually did the assessment and I read all the kryptonite that's actually showing about me, I have never shown this to my wife, because otherwise she would know exactly what she should do against me. So these are from the management part, or like people management. There are 2 more books I would love to talk about, but they are a little bit out. So first of all, The Goal. Also a book about project management, so the boring people like me, or Misha here, we love it. It's a really good book. But at the same time, it's actually talking about how to rebuild your team and how to innovate with your team. So definitely something that you can take a look. It's like that thick, so it's quite a bit of reading. On the other hand, it's really easy to read. And the last one of my favorite books, and I still even haven't finished it, is actually Diplomacy from Kissinger. I was joking that it's actually how to work with assholes. It's a really good book for a relationship with publishers, how to communicate, how diplomacy works on a historical background. Extremely good book, extremely difficult to read. It's in Russian and it's in English. It was probably the hardest book I have ever read, but definitely worth especially if you will be working with publisher and you would like to find out why is he so evil. Because then you will find out that A, he's not so evil, he's actually quite nice, but you just don't understand each other and you are talking completely different language and you need to learn the language, and this book actually can help you. Okay, well, now I can go to this slide. So thank you very much, you made it. I don't see any tomatoes on my face, so hopefully it actually went quite well. And yeah, if you have any questions.
So anybody questions? Don't be shy, please raise your hand. We get it.
Oof, I was worried there will be no. I already asked the guys in the first show, like, if there are no questions, ask one of my favorite color. Go.
Hi, thank you very much for your speech. And I have a question specified on the assessment that you mentioned. Could you please describe how do you assess the skills, technical skills of your developer team? So if you really do this, could you specify?
So for technical skills, and not only technical, but like in expertise skills, it really depends. Like me, for example, I can assess somewhat design because I was designing before. For stuff from technical or from art, I'm usually going for really strong guys from my own team, and I'm letting them actually vote. I'm letting them to talk with the people and try to find out. Even if they are looking for their boss, they will actually help me. So I'm going for, let's say that you are looking for programmer, like lead programmer. I will go to the guys and I will ask, could you actually assess the person for me?
So you rely completely your opinion on someone else's opinion?
Yep. So from the technical standpoint, yes, because I'm not the best programmer. I know something. I'm the worst person to judge art because my artistic skills are -5, something like that. So yes, from the perspective of the expertise, I'm going to these. From the expertise of people management, how they will actually fit into the team, what's actually most important for me, I'm actually getting feedback from all the guys, and even if one guy will say like, hey, red flag, I think this guy will not fit into our team, it's actually bad. It's really bad.
Okay, so my next question, if I can, so what about any kind of performance management system? Do you use anything now?
Yes, so for sure. First of all, as I was saying, one-on-ones. It's vital doing actually one-on-ones with people.
No, this is only the feedback
Yes.
one-on-one, but the performance management system starting by setting goals to cascade the goals through your team.
Yep. So
something very formalized and standardized.
So I will actually split it into 2 ways. So how I manage the people and then how I'm creating the goals. So the goals, how I'm used to do it, is that I will take the strategy of the company or the project. I will break it into the high-level departments. So tech, art, design, QA, and project management. Sorry, Michelle. And from there, I will actually take it, and the leads will break it down then for them, for their people. And then they will actually create not KPIs, I don't like the word much, but they will create the goals of the people will be doing based on the high-level strategy of the or high-level strategy of the project.
So you don't have KPIs for developers?
No, well, these are the KPIs for them. They will be saying like, well, we need to create, I don't know, you are responsible for these 2 levels, and until the next time you need to actually create 2 levels, or focusing on, hey, you need to improve on these. But am I going scientific? No, I'm actually not going scientific. I'm more going through goals, because as I said, the guys probably know way better how to do their work than I do. So I'm trying to give them goals what they should be reached, where they should go.
Okay. Thank you. I see. Thank you.
An additional question from that side as well.
Yeah, many thanks for a great speech. So,
Thank you.
Imagine you approach a team that is already broken. They lost all hope, but you still need to make this project going. Changing the team is not an option. First 3 things you will do.
Funny. It's a destiny of a lot of leads. First, I will talk with the people, and by talking to the people, I don't mean the leads. I actually want to talk with the guys down, because usually the leads will give you one idea, but then go to talk with the guys down. Then I will actually sit with all the leads and I will ask them what do you think is wrong and how should we actually fix it. And the third, I will look into what will be the light at the end of the darkness for the team. Create something that the team can, a really small thing. I read actually a book from one SEAL soldier from army who was going through the Hell's Week, crazy week when like they're trying to break the person. And he was saying that if he would be thinking on, my God, I have a week of hell ahead of me, it would immediately break him and he would leave. But what he did was that he set up small goals for himself. Let's make it to the next dinner. Let's make it to the next lunch. And let's make it to the next breakfast. By this, he actually lower the amount of craziness, and he was able to do, and through these small victories, you can actually turn it around.
Thanks. Awesome answer.
Thanks. More questions?
Thank you.
That's going to be the tricky one, though.
Hey, you mentioned in your presentation that it always gets ugly. Describe in your career a moment where it got ugly and what you did.
Do you mean the ugliest moment ever?
Sure, why not?
So the ugliest moment, I cannot actually say the name of the company, but it wasn't wargaming. I could say this one. But at one moment, in the company was a policy that once a year you have to fire 20% of your staff, no matter what, and then you will actually hire them back. I know that in States, some companies are doing that. This was an American company. I can give a hint through that, and we had to do the same. And the thing was that I actually had a team that was working really well. I had no weaklings there. I didn't have a guy that I could point out my finger and say, "You suck." No, they were actually good. So I had to actually go through the Sophia's choice of, I had a team of, I think, 8 guys, and I had to pick one that will go out, even though there was no reasoning. And so that was the first hell. So I didn't sleep for a couple of nights before, and then I got completely wasted after. But in the day when we actually done that, there was one more fuck up. Our IT guys screw up the timing, and they logged and take away his account a little bit before the meeting when we're supposed to say that. And the guy actually tried to log in, he couldn't. And he came to me, he's like, Miloš, what's up? Like, my account's not working. Like, did you fire me or what? And the thing was, I couldn't say anything because I had to wait for the meeting to come. And at the same time, he was staring at my eyes. It's like, and I could see that in his head, it was getting there that like, so the joke I just used might be actually true. And then the HR knocked on his back. I will never forget the face. That was the worst moment. So yeah, things can get ugly. And they will.
Any more questions? Guys? So if there are no, so...
Hey Miloš, how do you treat guys who do not play games in their free time, who are not from game development, but they got there, the software guys, without any new ideas, even they have no roles for those ideas?
So from my perspective, it really depends on the type of a role. So if it's programmer, I probably can live with that. If it's artist, I actually know a lot of artists who are not playing games, but they still like to make art. For designers, that's no go. In case the designer doesn't play a game, if I don't believe into designer who is not a gamer, I don't think it can exist. I think that person is a myth. So for designers, either he loves the games, either he is passionate and he still has the fire in the body, what Paul Barnett was talking about, or he doesn't. So if he doesn't, I will try to help him. We will try to work on, is there some, like, let's play together, even create gathering. We were doing play sessions every Friday with my team, trying to play our game and then actually some other games to actually see something else, get it to the company, so at least he can actually see it in a company. But if he doesn't care even there, if he really gives a damn about games and he's still designer, I don't think it's gonna work.
Do you think all your team should play the game they do?
I think they should see it, yes. So I think it's really important for them to see what they are doing. And you should find a way how to somewhat force it without forcing it, if you know what I mean. Like Friday afternoon play sessions or once a while presentation when you show all the cool stuff and let them touch it a little bit. Not everyone will do it, but if you at least approach them this way and show them how awesome project you are doing, because it's important for them to see, especially for artists or programmers, it tends to be like they are just hammering the small area in the corner like this, they don't see the awesome team. You need to actually break that and like turn them around as like, hey, look, do you see it? It's awesome. And then they're like, yeah, it's actually cool. So you have to empower it. So usually what I'm doing is Friday play sessions, forcing people to play through this, or just showing at least presentations when not me presenting, because I'm the boring guy, but when the guys who are actually doing the work come to the stage and show their stuff, because then it has completely different vibe.
Do you use some metrics to measure the effectiveness of your developers, and how do you handle situation when it gets low?
Well, that's actually a really good question here, actually, for Misha again. So I was project manager before, so I was actually measuring it. Yes, I think you have to. There should be a plan that will actually help you, and the plan should be something that the team will actually buy in. I was many times in a moment when the plan was, coming from above, and like, hey, so you have 3 weeks for making the level. Well, I need the 6 weeks. You have 3 weeks. I can do it in 5, but I cannot do it in 3. You have 3 weeks. If you set up a person for a failure, and if he actually doesn't feel about it, like if he doesn't feel as a part of the plan, it ends. So bring the people, let them together with you or together with the project manager create a plan that is sane, and then hold them on that plan. And you can actually come to them as like, hey dude, you sign up for it. So What are we doing? There will be bad things. There will actually, and you should count with that. Like 20% here and there is, of course, happening. But in case that you see that a person is always late and his estimates are always wrong, and you see that others are actually way faster with the same, roughly same amount of work, then you have the metric and you know that there is something going on in there. And as I said, it doesn't mean that he's bad. There might be some other reason. And your job as a lead is actually find out what's the reason. Is the reason that he doesn't care? Is the reason that he sucks? Or is the reason that there is something bubbling in the mind, for example? It might be.
Maybe some last question? Somebody? Yes? So, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much, guys.
And in order to get on, I also tell people that they should be pushy with charm. No. So. And in order to get on, I also tell.
Hey, which characters are in the game? Oh, all 6 of our characters are Caucasian. Has anybody considered how...
So are you ready?
Yeah, ready.
So hello everyone. There are not too much of you right now, but I hope somebody will come as well. And here is David, and I'm proud to give the word to David.
Thank you very much, Mikhail. Hello, everybody. So, it's 4 o'clock on the second day, and there's a party coming up. So, I'm not speaking at 5 o'clock, but I hope you will find this session interesting. So, what I'm going to talk about, who am I? What is a man possibly doing here, talking about women in the games industry? A little bit about my nervousness before coming across to Kyiv to give this speech. I'm going to give you some stats in an area that I can talk about, which is the number of women working in the creative media sector in the UK. Tell you about a little bit about the organisation that I founded 7 years ago called Women in Games. And then I'm going to try and get across to those of you who need to know why women in games as a subject matters. And I'm going to go through some of the misconceptions that people have about women working in the games industry. And then I'm going to show some videos. So I'm going to shut up and let some women do some talking. We had the European Women in Games Conference in London. It's the 6th one we've organised just over 2 weeks ago, September the 7th. And I've got some clips from one speaker and one panel from that conference that I think you'll find interesting. I certainly found it very interesting. I do think you'll find it informative. And then for those of you that you want to do more to help encourage more women to join the industry, I've got some suggestions. So, okay, so firstly, who am I? I've worked in the games industry for over 20 years now. In 1996, I set up an international recruitment company called Interactive Selection. So I'm going to be talking about women in games today, but that's not my day job. My day job is to try and encourage both men and women to join the industry to fill the many spots available that all developers have all over the world. It's a global issue. We are always after the best talent, and agencies like Interactive Selection exist to help developers fill their jobs, but also to help people who maybe have lost their jobs find their next job. In 2009, 7 years ago, I founded this organisation, Women in Games, WIGJ, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that. And this year, just to show that the world doesn't stand still, I founded another organisation called BAME in Games. BAME is an acronym that stands for Black, Asian and Minority Ethnic Talent within games. So it's an organisation that is very new, but it's designed to encourage more ethnic, racial diversity in the games industry. So, I was a bit nervous coming across to Kyiv to talk about gender diversity. I don't know much about the Ukrainian market. There may be stats to show that there are thousands of women working in the games industry in the Ukraine. But if there are, I don't know them. I have been to Kyiv before. It was 30 years ago, so obviously in a very, very different times. And if you look at the number of speakers at this conference, there are very few women. In fact, there are 60 speakers, I think, and I've met many of them, and I think this conference is very fortunate to have some of the top talented speakers come not just from locally in the CIS region, but from all over the world. But there are not very many women. 3 women speakers, in fact, 2.5 women speakers, because Vera had to speak with Paul earlier on today. So if you've gone to various tracks, you may not have seen a woman speaker for 2 days. We do have one woman, Antonina, I think, who's speaking after me in this room at 5 o'clock. So if you feel inclined, then definitely stay to watch Antonina. But I was in London, and I'm thinking, I'm nervous here. Perhaps the audience is going to be hostile. Perhaps there aren't any women in the games industry in the Ukraine. Now, I've been here for 2 days, and the perception is not the reality. I can see that Kyiv, Ukraine, is not very different to the UK. There's always going to be differences, but that's the perception, and that's the perception that having very few women speakers gives out to the world. So this may be a showcase for the best that the games industry can offer in the CIS, but it is saying, the message is, it's a boys' club. Women have not reached the top echelons of the games industry. So that's just an observation, it's not a criticism. But I'm very pleased to say I wouldn't be here if Wargaming.net, 1, hadn't invited me, but 2, supported my conference just over 2 weeks ago. So I'm encouraged to be here and look towards the long term. So is the games industry very different from other sectors? And the answer is yes, it is. So I've got some numbers here, which I won't dwell on, but it looks at, in the UK, at the number working in radio, TV, film, animation, and VFX. And you can look at the percentages working in radio, television, and film, very close to 50-50, half women, half men. Even in animation and VFX, it's nearly 30%. The games industry last year, when this survey was done, was 19%. When I set up Women in Games 7 years ago, the number working in the games industry in the UK was only 6%, like 1 in 15. And I thought, that's just terrible. You know, that is not right. Something needs to be done. We need to support these women. So I set up this organisation, Women in Games, and initially it had very limited objectives. I just wanted to put a website together, and so that anyone that was interested could go and look at the website and move on, and I didn't have any more time commitment beyond that. But it sort of snowballed after that. People thought the website was fantastic. They said, can we have a LinkedIn group? And so I set up a LinkedIn group, and then they said, oh, we've met online. It's the really first time we've had a chance to speak to each other in a safe space, as it were. Can we meet up? So I thought, okay, it's not very difficult to use tools like meetup.com to put together a meetup. So we now have a woman chief exec, Mary Claire Iserman, an executive committee of mainly women, but some men. We have, some of the numbers are a bit out of date, as many as 5,000 people in our LinkedIn group, nearly 2,000 from the US, about 1,000 in the UK, and the last time I looked there were 14 from the Ukraine. Hey. So I'm hoping at least one of that 14 is here today. If you are here today, definitely come and say hello to me after the session and say, look, I joined your organisation 5 years ago. Okay, and the question that always asks, why is a man involved? So I'm very quickly going to explain. So at the time, in the UK, there was only about 400 women working in the games industry, and everyone works in the games industry to make games, not to form a trade association. I had by that stage worked for over 10 years in games recruitment. I'd interviewed many men and many women about their career aspirations, why they may have lost their job, why they're looking for a job now. So I realized that there was a problem. And in recruitment, you have to be very well connected, so you know lots of people. So I was in a position to help. I did want to help, so I thought, I'm going to do it. I'm going to set up this website. But I'm going to state the obvious now that I'm not speaking here as a woman in games. I'm not a woman in games. But I'm an ally of women in games. So very quickly, here are some of the myths, some of the reasons why men in particular say women shouldn't be working in the industry. And I've called them the mythbusters. So myth one, women are not interested in making games or not capable of making games. Well, these are the numbers in the UK. So we started off in 2009 with 400. 2011 there were 800. Last year there were 2,000. So women are making games. They do have the talent, they are there, it's growing big time, and that will be the picture, I guess, across all countries. Myth two. And this is particularly prevalent for young men students at university. Women are a threat. More women means less men. Well, I thought let's just show the stats and take out the women to show how the game industry as a whole is growing. So in 2009, 6,400, this is UK. 2011, the number had gone down for both men and women. Because of the banking crisis and everything like that. The games industry, unfortunately, is not immune to what happens in the world as a whole. But last year, 8,300. So the game industry is growing. There's room for both men and women. Clearly, you have to be talented. It's difficult to get a job in the game industry. I know that. But it is growing, and we love this industry. Myth three. Games are either for men or for women. There's not much crossover. So let's look at World of Tanks. You know, how many women play World of Tanks? How many men play Candy Crush? Let's look. Okay, so this is looking at data that's a couple of years out of date, but I think it's still relevant. So looking at Candy Crush and Clash of Clans demographics. So the reality is that 60% of Candy Crush players are female, but 40% are men. Likewise with Clash of Clans, 77% of players are male, but 23% are female. So the best-selling mobile games sell to both men and women. And if your game is only selling to men or only selling to women, clearly there's a big market opportunity there to retain all your male or your all women players and develop the other market. Myth four. There are almost no women speakers for games conferences. Now, I don't envy anyone organising a conference, and I know for this conference it was all organised in like 3 weeks, 3 months, not 3 weeks. But the net result was 57 men and 3 women speakers. Now, at the conference I organised 2 weeks ago, just over 2 weeks ago, had 35 women speakers and 7 men speakers. So if the organisers of this conference are looking for more women speakers, you just need to go to womeningamesconference.com, and there are the profiles of 35 experienced women that I'm sure would only be too pleased to be invited to speak at the same conference next year in Kyiv. Women in games only work in human resources or marketing and very occasionally art. So this is a picture from the European Women in Games Conference. This is a picture of Timea Tabori, who is a server programmer at Rockstar North making Grand Theft Auto. And I thought the picture is interesting because she's working on the 3 Cs, but then she only had 40 minutes in her workshop. We've had 2 days to look at the 4 Cs. And these are some of the audience at this workshop. So I think there are 11 heads there of women that are keen to be learning all about online and server programming. So women are working very ably and capable in all sectors of the game sector. Now I'm going to show a video now. This video is of one of our keynote speakers, a lady called Anne Morrison, who is the chair of BAFTA. BAFTA, the British Academy for Film and Television Arts, that also has a big games sector now. So BAFTA represents both film, TV and games. And she's a woman advising other women, so I think it'll be quite interesting for the men in the audience to listen what might happen there. So Pasha, if you can play the video.
And in order to get on, I also tell people that they should be pushy with charm. Now, so in order to, again, sadly, our virtues are not obvious to everyone if we kind of sit in a small room and just think, we'll do this good work and eventually someone will notice us and it'll be great. They don't. So you have to kind of get out there. And this comes hard to some of us who actually sort of feel like you're brought up to be modest and to say, oh, your painting's much better than my painting, and you're doing this much better. So it's a kind of inbuilt female thing we don't like to boast. So we need to get over this a bit, okay? And we definitely need to be a bit pushy. Pushy. The thing is, if you're just pushy, then you're just obnoxious and nobody wants to know you, okay? So if you're just charming, then nobody notices you and you're charming and lovely, but in a corner. So the combination of pushy with charm is what you need to be in order to get on. This is the people who've had that combination of the people who've risen, as far as I can see. Because the thing is, people don't actually mind you being pushy. They remember being pushy themselves. But if you do it in a lovely way, with a bit of emotional intelligence, then you can get away with it and they won't take it against you. And then the other thing is always to sort of have a kind of positive energy. There's lots in this industry that we can get bitter about, okay? We could spend our time being bitter, we can go in a downward cycle. Don't get bitter. Or if you do get bitter, keep it to yourself. Project positivity and help other people as well, particularly help other women get on, and be generous, be enabling. I think that's really important. People take you at your own estimation, so don't run yourself down. I used to have people who in the department who would go and say, oh, I'm really not very good at developing ideas. They don't think, oh, Jane is a lovely person and she's probably brilliant at developing ideas. They just think, it's amazing she's doing what she's doing if she's no good at that. So never undersell yourself. And the other thing is be brave. So if you're in a dilemma, it could be, do you want to go water skiing? It could be, do you want to sort of develop this new product? Whatever it may be, something that makes you a bit nervous because it's not something you've done before. I'd really say favour yes over no. Favour yes, and take the risk. I mean, so don't always say yes. There are definitely some things you should say no to, by the way. But if it's a dilemma and you think, oh, do I dare? Say yes if you possibly can. I think that you have to push yourself a bit in order to get yourself out of your comfort zone, and that's when you learn the most. So with all of this, BAFTA, getting back to BAFTA wants to help you, okay? We want to have a more diverse industry. We believe in diversity in the widest sense, and it's not just about fairness, it's about creativity, so that we get all the voices heard, so that we hear from every single one of you with all the diverse experience and backstory that each of you has got, because we don't want to hear from a narrow demographic and see the world through their eyes, because that will distort the way everybody thinks. And BAFTA.
Okay, so that's my editing there. But I just want to repeat what Anne Morrison said there at the end. We want to have a more diverse industry. We believe in diversity in its widest sense, and it's not just about fairness. It's about creativity, so that we get all voices heard, so that we hear from every single one of you and all this diverse experience and backstory that each of you have got. We do not want to hear from a narrow demographic and see the world through their eyes, because that would distort the way everybody thinks. So we want more women in games, not because it's fair. Yes, it's fair. Feminism is about equality, because we do believe that more women in games means more creative and commercial success in the games industry. And she says it much better than I do. But diversity is not just about women and gender. As I said earlier, I created this organization, BAME, in games. And for the first time ever in the history of the UK games industry, I managed to get together a panel of people with racial heritage, ethnically diverse. So we're going to listen to a short clip now talking about character representation in games. And we'll be hearing from the owner of Digital Jam, Tanya Laird, the producer at Sumo Digital, Sitara Schefter, and a UI artist from Frontier Developments, the people that developed Elite.
That are in the game. Oh, all 6 of our characters are Caucasian. Has anybody considered having an Asian character? Has anybody considered having, you know, an Afro-Caribbean character? And that's conversations that, when you raise those questions, it creates a little bit of awkwardness in the room, not tension, awkwardness, because it's something that people generally don't consider. And I think the more growth there is of ethnic minorities within the industry, that will slowly start to decrease, because there'll be more people bringing up those questions, and there'll be more people who actually work there and say, hey, why don't I have a character that looks like me? Why can't I play as me in the game?
Yeah, it's completely. Anybody else want to touch on that one?
Right, I had maybe 3 companies where I was kind of the token foreigner or token girl at one point, where all of them were boys. And I'm not going to say that they're going to ask me, oh, what's it like being a girl? But, you know, there's a lot of things that I do from day to day which is a bit culturally different. And the biggest thing every year is that we've got Ramadan, where I do fast for 30 days. And sometimes I'm very into it, you know, like, the question I get every year is like, not even water? It's like, no. And it comes from a place of concern where they're scared that, you know, I might faint or something. And I'm like, I've been doing this since I was 7 years old. It's fine, guys. But it does come to a point where I'm the only source of information when it comes to Islam and things like that. And with any company that is big enough to have a HR department, there's things that you kind of have to be careful with. So there's a tiny anecdote of one of the companies I worked with where it was at the end of Ramadan, and we have a culture of bringing in cake for like birthdays and things like that to share with the whole company, with your colleagues. And I brought in cake for, you know, Eid. I was like, hey. So I thought it'd be funny, you know, because I thought I was the only Muslim in the whole company. So I started my email to the whole company saying, Salam infidels. There's cake in the kitchen, and I signed it off with your favorite Muzzy, Anissa. What I was trying to achieve, you know, I was trying to downplay the word a little bit, kind of like, you know, a bit of, because there's things going on in the world where it's really full of tension, and I'm trying to make it a bit more lighthearted and maybe use Muzzy as a nice word instead of a bad word. That did not go down very well. I did get called into HR, and they printed out my email, and they was like, so this email, this word, they didn't say the word, they pointed at the email the whole time. And basically I just apologized, and I found out later on there is another Muslim in the other building. It was like, oh, sorry, we still haven't met. It's a big but yeah, so there's a lot of these kind of things where to me it's so natural for me to joke about it, because, you know, that's just half of what I am. I'm half Muslim and half Malay ethnically, and I've been here in England for so long that I don't feel particularly foreign, but then I'm still seen as foreign, and there's a lot of things, you know, I kind of say all these things, and I think a few people in the company will be like, oh, you can't say that, and I was like, no, but I'm Asian, you still can't say that. So I'm still learning about what I can or cannot say, but as far as I'm concerned, I try not to get too offended on certain things, you know, as long as it's like light-hearted banter, you know, that's how we all get along, really. So, yeah.
Okay, so in terms of developing minority characters, do you think development teams are afraid of getting it wrong and they just avoid it, and that's why we're not represented?
In my experience, to be brutally honest, I don't think they're even considering it. I don't think it's even a consideration. And I don't know how many of you guys know Kate Edwards over at the IGDA, but her work at Microsoft and what she's been doing over the years in terms of culturalization within games is such a new thing. And people don't really understand what this is all about and why we would need to do these things. But actually, I think realistically, a lot of development teams aren't thinking about this until after the fact, after they've done the development process and they bring somebody like Kate in to look at it and kind of review it and kind of go, ooh, actually. And I do think it is.
These barn doors.
I think just to add to that, I think the industry start making more progress with obviously adding more female characters into games. I think that's something we are starting to see improve, that you have an option of a male and a female, or sometimes you have more female protagonists in games. And I'm hoping, that we do start to expand upon ethnic minorities and different colour skin, different colour races, start seeing that in games as an option. The one thing that excited me, and it's not exactly a character, but when the Wii came out, you can make a me, and I remember thinking, oh wow, you can pick exactly, and I can make this me look like me. And it's a really small thing, but it's things like that as they start to develop, and hopefully as they start to see different communities, different people from different backgrounds playing those games, it's hopefully something we'll start bringing into games more often as well. And it's about people like everybody that's sat in this room raising those questions, saying, hey, why don't we have a character who has a different colour skin? Why don't we have a character who is from a different part of the world? And it's about us bringing that in, because we're the developers in this room that should be doing that.
Yeah, I was the only person among my friends who made a me that looked like me.
Okay, so that's my editing there at the end. So this was the Gaming Games panel. And hopefully I've sort of brought to your attention some of the issues that exist regarding diversity in the industry. But I don't want to raise the issues without some suggestions or solutions of what can be done at an individual or at a company level. So first of all, the Women in Games Network is for women and men, okay? So it's supporting more women joining the industry and surviving and prospering in the industry. So go to LinkedIn, go to Facebook, join the network. We're on Twitter at WIGJ, W-I-G-J. We have over 6,000 followers. That'll tell you about all the events that are happening in the UK and more so around Europe, where you can get involved, and encourage debate. No one changes their mind or without some kind of discussion on this subject. So it's not taboo. We can talk about it. Encourage it individually or in your company. And lastly, we launched at the conference 2.5 weeks ago the concept of the Women in Games Ambassador. Women in Games ambassadors are both individuals and companies who can portray the organisation of Women in Games out into their own companies or their local cities or their regions, or indeed nationally. So yes, Women in Games started in the UK, but we'd love for it to spread across Europe. And we launched 4 founding corporate ambassadors at the University of Greenwich on the 7th of September. And the ambassadors do 3 things. They reach out to women in all regions of Europe to grow the network. They reach out to young women at school and at university to encourage them to consider the games industry as a career. And they also reach out to regional leaders and governments to form long-term strategic relationships. So this is what individual or corporate Women in Games ambassadors are doing. And I mentioned 4 companies that have already started out as founding ambassadors. They are IO Interactive from Copenhagen in Denmark, Paradox Interactive from Stockholm in Sweden, Techland from Wroclaw, and Warsaw in Poland, and Wuga from Germany. So if there's anyone from the Ukraine, from Kyiv, that is interested in becoming a corporate ambassador, then we'd love to have you. I've got a sign saying it's 10 minutes to go, but I'm just about out of slides, so there will be more time for questions. So I'm going to stop now. Any questions on any subject to do with women in games or diversity in the games industry? You're very welcome to ask me now, or I'm around and we'll be at the party and be very happy to take them then.
Anyone?
Everybody stunned.
Maybe a little bit tired anyway.
Yeah.
It's the end of the second day. It's normal.
Okay.
Many thanks for your presentation, for your time, for your effort, and we hope in a year or so we'll see more women.
I'm sure we will. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I also have one additional small announcement. We had one last presentation from Antonina Binetskaya in 15 minutes or 30 minutes, and after that everybody is invited to join the party after the event. It will be at 6 p.m. Hooray! Party! Tea party! А если фотографировать снизу, человек, конечно, будет огромным и отвратительным, зато будет... hello everyone. We will start in a minute. The only thing I would like to ask you, the presentation will be on Russian, so if anybody needs the translation to English, please feel free to go out, and there is a special device for it. What? That's okay. So just 1 or 2 minutes, and anybody who is a little bit far away from our presentation booth, just come back. It will be interesting. The last presentation on this 4C. Yes, you're on the right place. Please come in. Okay, so hello everyone. I'm proud to present Antonina Binetskaya with Build the Product, Build the Team presentation. Всем привет. Это Антонина Binetskaya. Дальше, я думаю, она сама.
Да, всем привет. Я надеюсь, что 2 дня прошли для вас вполне себе интересно, насыщенно, узнали много интересного, много нового. Я не думаю, что я сейчас расскажу какие-то вещи, которые станут для вас какой-то серебряной пулей по созданию команды, но так либо иначе это те рабочие кейсы, которые помогли нам, помогли мне и моей команде в Wargaming сделать большой платформенный продукт. Пока я буду рассказывать про какие-то определенные методы, которые я буду упоминать, я в том числе буду делать какую-то отсылку на то, каким образом мы это применяли непосредственно в команде. Расскажу немножко про себя. Я работаю последние 12 лет в IT. Удалось поработать в различных областях, то есть начиная с гейм-девелопмента, то есть я начинала с гейм-девелопмента, поработала с финансами, с банком, поработала с большими корпорациями, с системными интеграторами. Ну и опять вернулась в гейм-девелопмент, потому что, в общем-то, наверное, это наиболее живая, наиболее интересная для меня область, в которой наиболее живые, наиболее интересные команды работают. Ну, у меня на самом деле какая-то целая куча всяких разных сертификатов, да, но на текущий момент, наверное, самая полезная из всех сертификаций, которая у меня когда-либо была, это была учеба на командного фасилитатора, то есть тим-коуч и тим-фасилитатор. Я не буду, наверное, говорить, что были конкретно за курсы, если кому-то будет интересно, можете после доклада я могу поделиться, расшарить контакты, куда можно сходить. Я расскажу немножко про структуру доклада. Нормально? Про структуру доклада, да, то есть я бы хотела сначала определить проблему, то есть что является проблемой, да, и про что я буду рассказывать, то есть с чего я начинала непосредственно в Wargaming и какие проблемы с командой мы решали. Далее я расскажу, в общем-то, основные, наверное, симптомы и то, как их можно вылечить, да, и в конце концов, то есть просто приведу такой roadmap, либо чек-лист, который можно использовать для того, чтобы применять, наверное, в своих командах, либо целиком, либо то есть то, что вам понравится из того, что можно. Не сильно работает. Так, давайте определим, то есть, что является у нас проблемой, да, когда мы приходим, когда у нас есть новая команда, новый проект, когда мы начинаем проект. То есть есть что-то для вас знакомое из проблем команд, да? То есть у нас есть слабая коммуникация, либо почти отсутствующая коммуникация. Что мы подразумеваем под коммуникациями? Это взаимодействие непосредственно с заказчиком и взаимодействие внутри команды. А если в компании команд больше одной, то, как правило, это еще и различные проблемы взаимодействия команд между собой. Каждая команда работает по-разному, у каждой команды какая-то своя методология, у каждой команды привыкла со своим монастырем, со своим уставом, и когда эти уставы начинают пересекаться, иногда бывает совсем-совсем буря. Очень часто получается демотивированная команда. Не секрет, когда вы приходите в компанию, у команды так либо иначе были какие-то неудачи, были какие-то неудачные проекты, проекты, которые, например, сделали, но забыли, сделали, перестали ими пользоваться, да, либо просто на каком-то этапе они так либо иначе закрылись, то есть не стали продолжаться. Поэтому команда, как правило, да, не демотивируется, и демотивированная команда не принесет особо результата. Отсутствие ответственности. То есть когда у нас нет команды, когда у нас, в общем-то, команда не деливери, да, то есть она не доставляет свой продукт, одна из проблем, то есть почему это случается, потому что команда не чувствует ответственность за то, что они делают. Они не видят цели, они не видят своего продукта. И, собственно, отсутствие ответственности, оно, в общем-то, налицо, оно очень сильно влияет вообще на качество продукта, который вы выпускаете. Ну и как следствие, да, плохая дисциплина. Плохая дисциплина, я бы хотела сказать, что это не только какие-то опаздывания, да, то есть это не только неследование определенным регламентам, неследование определенным правилам, которые есть в команде, да, это в том числе и плохая инженерная культура, да, то есть когда вы понимаете, что так либо иначе, то есть есть какие-то проблемы, да, код там не всегда может быть отревьювен другими участниками вашей команды, то есть допускаются такие ошибки, которые после в продакшене могут вылезти большие-большие баги, то есть и, в общем-то, принести вам достаточное количество проблем. Может, кто-то еще может добавить, какие есть проблемы не работающих команд, то, что я не успела упомянуть. Вообще, есть какие-то совпадения у кого-то? У всех? Хорошо. То есть, понятно, да, что симптомы, в общем-то, у всех разные, да, то есть, но суть одна, то есть команда... нам ситуация понятна, да, команда приболела, и команду надо вылечить, да, команде надо как-то помочь. Тут на помощь могут прийти, конечно, разные методы, то есть есть совершенно кардинальные, да, когда просто берут и меняют команду, берут и меняют проект. В моем случае получилось очень интересно, то, о чем я хочу поговорить, хочу рассказать, то есть когда я пришла, то есть мне досталась команда в варгейминге. И, в общем-то, стояла задача либо сделать новый проект, либо сделать реборн старого проекта. То есть параллельно стояла задача, как и собрать команду, собрать ее в одно, так и сделать новый проект, сделать новый продукт. То есть с чего мы начали? Мы начали с определения, наверное, безопасности, да, и определить какие-то правила, какими мы будем пользоваться, и согласиться с этими правилами. К сожалению, вообще безопасности команды, безопасности людей внутри команды, да, в информационном создании безопасного информационного поля внутри команды, про это почти никто никогда не говорит. На самом деле достаточно важно. Те, кто проводил ретроспективы, наверное, помнят, что самое первое правило, самый первый шаг хорошей ретроспективы, да, это заявить о безопасности, то есть заявить о том, что каждый, человек, который пришел на ретроспективу, он уважает тех людей, которые пришли вместе с ним. И он понимает, что все люди в команде, каждый человек из команды, он делал все самое лучшее, то есть для того, чтобы он делал лучше всего. Я сейчас пытаюсь перевести с английского на русский предложение. То есть он делал все то лучшее, что он мог сделать. То есть мы создаем безопасное поле. Мы создаем такое поле, в котором люди чувствуют себя безопасно. Они понимают, что каждый участник их уважает. То есть мы отбрасываем какие-то личные особенности, мы отбрасываем какие-то недомолвки, какие-то недочеты, да, и мы понимаем, что каждый относится к другому как специалист. Вот это безопасное поле внутри команды, оно играет очень большое значение, в том числе, когда человек, который, например, взаимодействует с другими командами внутри компании, получает ту либо иную порцию, то есть, да, чужого, вот о чем я говорила, чужого устава, чужих правил. То есть он понимает, что он возвращается обратно в команду, и он будет в спокойной обстановке. То есть он может это обсудить, он может это принять, либо не принять. То есть, по крайней мере, то есть он понимает, что на уровне какой-то технической части, его поймут, и все будет хорошо. Также достаточно важно договориться о правилах. Я, наверное, не буду упоминать чисто технические правила, да, поведения в команде, то есть то, чем обычно занимаются solution-архитекторы, либо то есть люди, ну, в зависимости от компании, да, кто устанавливает правила по технической части. Я бы хотела немножко рассказать про правила с точки зрения моральных качеств, наверное, команды. Да? То есть мы говорим о том, что мы говорим честно, мы говорим открыто, мы говорим прямо. То есть мы не врем друг другу. То есть если человек понимает, что он сделал что-то плохое, то есть мы говорим об этом прямо, абсолютно смело, и никакой личной части к этому не примешивается. То есть это исключительно фидбэк от того человека, с которым ты работаешь. Что делать с этим фидбэком? Ну, это уже другое дело. То есть его надо понимать, его надо принимать, и если человек это понимает, ну, это хорошо, это повезло. Если нет, ну, я думаю, что с человеком, который не принимает качество команды, то есть и моральной установки команды, то есть, ну, навряд ли он сможет нормально, хорошо и долго взаимодействовать. Дальше пойдем. Что дальше? Дальше мы занялись тем, что мы начали устанавливать коммуникации. Да, я на самом деле очень долго искала эту картинку, я как-то видела ее раньше, вот, и решила поставить ее сюда. Почему она мне очень нравится? Потому что ну, вот люди, которые занимаются графическим дизайном, да, у кого там какой-то определенный наметан глаз, да, они могут прочитать, что здесь написано. Не каждый, например, может прочитать, что здесь написано, да, так и в коммуникациях. То есть вроде все пишут на русском, либо вроде все пишут на английском, да, но каждый то, что видит написанное предложение, понимает его по-разному. Кто смог прочитать, что написано на картинке? Но здесь, по-моему, написано «Not all who wander are lost». Честно, я спросила 5 людей в скайпе, говорю, понятно? То есть, ну, как бы двое сказали, что да, поэтому я прочитала, что здесь тоже кому-то это будет понятно. Итак, коммуникация. У нас есть 2 вида коммуникации. Это есть внутренняя коммуникация, есть внешняя. Как правило, если команда демотивирована, если команде не о чем, не то что не о чем, да, то есть если команда не умеет общаться, как правило, команды, которые демотивированы, они не то что не умеют, они даже иногда не хотят общаться, то есть их надо научить это сделать. Один из моментов, за что я очень люблю Agile, методологию Agile, да, это за то, что, в общем-то, они нам позволяют, они предоставляют достаточно большое количество методов, которые позволяют нам наладить коммуникации в команде. Я сейчас не говорю про какую-то конкретную методологию, то есть про Scrum, либо там про Kanban, либо про что-то еще отдельно, да, я говорю про отдельные методы. Например, хорошо работают daily митинги, да, если их правильно применять, если правильно объяснить команде о том, для чего они нужны, для чего они существуют. Это то, что дает команде, в общем-то, толчок с самого утра и с самого, ну, либо когда вы их любите применять, ну, когда вы их любите проводить daily митинги. Толчок к тому, чтобы начать разговаривать. То есть люди пришли, они там попили кофе, они начали разговаривать, они вспомнили, что они делали, и они начали разговаривать. Так либо иначе разговаривать надо. То есть первоначальная задача daily митинга, то есть то, как я их применяла, и то, как они работают вот в моем понимании, это именно то, что начать заставить людей разговаривать. То есть дальше это, понятно, это ретроспективы какие-то, да, то есть это понимание того, что разбор полетов может быть не критичным, и после этого можно там не уволить половину, да, то есть не убить там еще что-то. А это хороший фидбэк, который позволит вам дальше работать, который позволит вам дальше делать и деливерить ваши продукты. Вторая часть — это внешняя коммуникация. Внешняя коммуникация, опять же, в зависимости от компании, от размера компании, от того, с кем работает ваша команда. В нашем случае достаточно получился интересный кейс, потому что у нас заказчиком является паблишер, то есть, ну, это, по сути, внутреннее отделение, то есть это внутренний заказчик. И, наверное, один из самых больших поинтов, почему мы смогли сделать, почему мы смогли выпустить продукт вовремя, то есть почему все получилось так, как мы хотели, да, потому что мы в корне поменяли взаимоотношения с нашим внешним заказчиком. То есть если изначально мы говорим о том, что он приходил и просто выдавал какие-то требования, которые мы, в общем-то, ну, Да, типа делали, да, то есть обычно стандартно пришел заказчик, закинул, что-то сделали, ушел, там через полгода получил совсем не то, есть, да, попросил качели, получил дерево, в лучшем случае. Ну, хоть что-то целое. Что мы сделали? Мы, во-первых, сделали постоянные синки с паблишером. То есть вот рабочий кейс, да, мы сделали постоянные синки, то есть он приходил каждый день. Он приходил реально там в 5 часов вечера, он проводил у нас в команде целый день, то есть заказчик, и он реально общался постоянно с людьми. Он рассказывал, для чего это, как это, то есть ему конкретно задавали вопросы, что необходимо делать дальше, то есть для чего это нужно, как это нужно. И я так думаю, что, в общем-то, и по моему мнению, и по мнению команд, когда я спрашивала своих ребят, то есть это, наверное, дало большую часть успеха, то есть то, что продукт вышел вовремя. Чем еще можно заняться дальше? Дальше можно заняться определением структуры. Я тут написала, точнее, привела закон конвея, который, в общем-то, я вспоминала, когда мы начинали разрабатывать систему. Кто-нибудь знаком с законом конвея? Не знаком, да? То есть, в простом варианте он выглядит так, что организации, которые делают свои системы, то есть, которые дизайнят системы, делают это по принципу тех коммуникаций, которые построены внутри компании. То есть, о чем это говорит? О том, что есть смысл взаимодействовать с архитектурой продукта, когда вы строите архитектуру продукта, да, строите ее по принципу взаимодействия у вас в команде. Как это может быть применено? Например, то есть вот у нас получилось тоже очень интересно, у нас продукт, есть core продукта и есть непосредственно какие-то интеграционные части. То есть core, да, это вот у нас так построилась команда, то есть у нас есть лиды, которые принимают решения, то есть есть solution архитектор или есть лиды, да, которые принимают решения и являются кором. То есть и дальше, то есть вот каждый интеграционный модуль это, как правило, такая какая-то микрогруппа людей, ребят, которые занимаются, которые работают непосредственно над каждым маленьким кусочком, то есть которые вот есть справа и слева. Когда сейчас возник вопрос масштабирования, стало достаточно сложно, потому что меняется, то есть у нас не увеличивается количество людей, мы просто масштабируем систему. И при этом, то есть, все равно возвращаясь к закону конвея, то есть мы понимаем, что на первом этапе мы сделали правильно, то есть мы сделали основной костяк, такой, который есть как у нас есть коммуникация, которая у нас построена в команде. Тут от меня большой привет, наверное, сегодня уже много кто про это говорил, да, One Team. Я старалась найти такую же картинку. То есть определяем цели, определяем бизнес-ценность того, чего мы делаем. Мы начинали делать систему. Первое, что мы сделали, мы определили стратегические цели, которые наш продукт будет решать. Каким образом мы это сделали? То есть мы изначально взяли те стратегические цели, которые были в компании. Да? То есть для чего мы делаем систему управления турнирами. То есть у нас были определенные показатели эффективности, то есть мы это делаем для этого, для этого и для этого. И уже на основании вот этих целей мы их немножко дефрагментировали, немножко разделили, то есть разделили по итерациям, разделили по кусочкам продукта, да, и как бы сделали эти цели понятными и очевидными для команды. Когда команда понимает, к чему она идет, когда она понимает, каждый член команды, в общем-то, то есть что является результатом, что является к чему мы пришли и что мы должны увидеть на выходе, то есть это достаточно сильно мотивирует людей и позволяет их сплотить. Также достаточно интересно о том, что как у нас трансформировалось понимание в команде бизнес-ценности. То есть изначально мы говорили о том, что да, нужен продукт, для чего он нужен, то есть он нужен для того, чтобы в компании были турниры. Да, то есть, так либо иначе, то есть турниры это весьма такая обобщенная штука, которая есть тут, есть тут, есть тут, есть там, да, то есть, турниры хорошо, в Доте есть турниры, там, в Лоле есть турниры. То есть изначально мы поняли просто бизнес-ценность конкретно самих турниров, то есть для чего они нужны непосредственно в компании, непосредственно для наших продуктов. После этого, опять же, то есть пошла дефрагментация на более мелкие кусочки. Как это трансформировалось сейчас, когда мы выпустили продукт, когда он уже в онлайне, то есть сейчас для того, чтобы команда понимала, для чего мы делаем каждую новую фичу. То есть когда вы делаете продукт, целый продукт, понимание его бизнес-ценности гораздо проще. Когда вы делаете каждую конкретную фичу, становится сложнее. То есть на текущий момент мы немножко поменяли понимание бизнес-value, и сейчас у нас есть, в общем-то, два пути для того, чтобы работать дальше, да, то есть и чтобы это было замотивировано. То есть мы можем делать, например, продукт для какой-то конкретной игры, то есть какую-то конкретную фичу, да, и мы можем делать фичу непосредственно для всех, кто будет пользоваться нашей платформой. Для чего это нужно? Понимание вот бизнес-ценности для того, чтобы, во-первых, эффективно деливерить только те вещи, которые нам необходимы непосредственно команде, да, и для того, чтобы, в общем-то, ну, как-то эффективно экономить в какой-то степени, потому что делать фичу непосредственно либо для одного какого-то, либо для одной игры, либо делать фичу для непосредственно платформы, как бы разница, в общем-то, есть, ну, есть экономическая эффективность от того, принятия того либо иного решения. Ну, давайте еще говорить о том, что сейчас, в общем-то, мы потихонечку, да, наши разработчики, люди достаточно умные, достаточно продвинутые, да, и мы понимаем, что, в общем-то, они уходят от общества потребления, так либо иначе, да, то есть что вот сделали, получили список задач, сделали и ушли, да, то есть сейчас людям надо понимать, для чего они это делают, для кого они это делают. Это понимание бизнес-ценности, понимание своей аудитории, в общем-то, в какой-то степени тоже дает достаточно мотивированную команду и достаточно мотивацию для команды для того, чтобы продолжать работать. Особенно кайф, я вот здесь вот вижу людей, с которыми мы, собственно, делали турниры, да, то есть, когда ты видишь, что твоя работа, которую ты делал там 9, там 8, 7, 8, 9 месяцев, да, выходит в продакшн, это все хорошо, то есть, и как бы все довольны. На самом деле, мне кажется, это, наверное, одна из лучших мотиваций, которая только может быть для человека сейчас. Что дальше? Да, то есть, no sugarcoating. При всем при том, что мы здесь много говорили, я говорила много о том, что надо поставить правила безопасности, да, то есть надо там подумать о том, чтобы человеку было безопасное пространство, научить коммуницировать. Ну и в том числе надо понять, что как бы во всей вот этой вот сладкой истории, да, когда у нас все хорошо внутри, когда, в общем-то, ну, внутри спокойно и безопасно, так либо иначе, да, то есть любые новости и все, что происходит, то есть мы говорим без прикрас. То есть как раз-таки вот эта вот спокойная обстановка, которую вы изначально делаете внутри команды, она, то есть, не должна провоцировать на то, что вы будете преподносить какие-то новости, то есть, ну, подслащая пилюлю. То есть новости должны подаваться таким образом, чтобы новости, фидбэки, отзывы, то есть, должны подаваться таким образом, то есть, как они есть на самом деле, то есть без прикрас. Это, то есть, вот как полправда и целиком правда. Ну и последнее, что, конечно, про чем надо не забывать и чему, к сожалению, иногда надо учить наших разработчиков, это релакс. Я за, наверное, последние 8 лет работы видела достаточно большое количество разработчиков самых разных, да, и, как правило, то есть люди, которые не умеют отдыхать. То есть увлеченные люди, которым надо напоминать иногда, что надо купить жене цветы, да, то есть надо как бы там сходить отдохнуть, надо сходить, то есть там, не знаю, развеяться, да. В одном из мест работы, то есть приходилось на самом деле отключать человеку доступ по АД, то есть после 8-часового рабочего дня. То есть 8 часов у нас было мало, мы потом с ним договорились на 10, но через месяц человек исправился, он сказал, все, говорит, можно, то есть, в общем-то, то есть, вот можно обратно, то есть я больше так не буду. С текущей командой тоже было интересно на самом деле, то есть меня постоянно парни просили, что давай мы возьмем ноутбуки домой, мы будем работать. Один добрался ноутбук домой, так что, то есть, чуть не испортил себе личную жизнь. После этого, то есть, пришлось отобрать ему ноутбук и посадить стационарный компьютер и опять начинать выгонять с работы. Поэтому, будучи менеджером, либо будучи фасилитатором, который работает с командой, помните о том, что люди забывают отдыхать. То есть, увлеченные люди, если у вас замотивированная команда, она забывает отдохнуть. И ваша задача в том числе, то есть, ну, как я вижу свою задачу, да, напомнить людям о том, что отдыхать нужно. И об этом реально нужно заботиться, потому что уставший человек, в общем-то, ну, не будет настолько эффективным, насколько вам это необходимо. Наверное, это основные вещи, которые как бы, я бы хотела вам рассказать. То есть из того, что мы вообще использовали, то есть, ну, вот, у себя в компании, у себя в команде, непосредственно в моей команде, да. То есть, ну и вот, в общем-то, У меня получилось такое, то есть, заключение, да, чтобы понять, то есть вот такой небольшой roadmap, то есть то, как я себе вижу, то есть работу по организации и продукта нового, и новой команды, которая будет работать, да, то есть, ну, то есть в каком порядке я бы это делала опять, да, то есть это определить цели, то, о чем мы говорили, да, определить цели продукта, определить цели команды, определить цели, которые мы хотим достичь, то есть сделать какой-то roadmap по целям, то есть визуализировать его. То есть показать, что вот сейчас мы сделаем вот эту фичу, потом мы сделаем вот эту фичу, потом мы сделаем вот эту фичу. То есть каждого человека в вашей команде, у него всегда должно быть понимание того, что зачем будет идти, когда что будет делаться. Дальше это безопасность. То есть это безопасность внутри компании и, собственно, внутри команды, и безопасное общение с теми командами, которые есть. Вот, то есть либо правила общения, да, то есть, о чем мы говорили, по правилам, правила общения, то есть с командами, которые есть вне вашей команды. Ну, настроенные коммуникации, то есть дальше это определение структуры. То есть почему я поставила определение структуры после коммуникации, потому что все-таки, то есть я бы на первых этапах становления команды, особенно небольшой команды, то есть, ну, не пускала бы из вида закон конвейера и все-таки как бы пыталась ее выстроить в соответствии с коммуникациями, то есть с теми коммуникациями, которые мы определяем внутри команды. То есть задать ритм, каким образом будет работать команда, убрать шугаркоутинг и, конечно, не забывать расслабляться. Что бы еще могло, в общем-то, помочь в целом работать с командой и работать с продуктами, то есть создавать продукты? Здесь то, что помогло мне, да, это Team Facilitation курсы, то есть курсы по фасилитации команд. Найти сложно, найти можно на самом деле, но на самом деле самая большая проблема в этих курсах, что если у вас нет опыта, они вам ничем особо не помогут. То есть по-хорошему, то есть как бы рекомендовал это делать я и как делала это я. То есть это сначала достаточно большое количество работы с различными командами, да, потом уже курсы по фасилитации, потому что у вас есть будет уже релевантный опыт, на основании которого вы можете, то есть, делать какие-то выводы и понимать, когда конкретно, какой из методов, то есть вы можете применять для команды. Любые изменения в команде, особенно в существующей команде, как правило, весьма странно применяются. Очень часто вы встречаетесь с саботажем, особенно когда вы пытаетесь изменить команду, которая уже поработала вместе, когда мы не говорим про новую команду. В данном случае, то есть вот у меня был опыт работы в одной из компаний, очень много думала, то есть там там было достаточно большое количество команд, причем таких взрослых достаточно разработчиков, то есть людей, которые уже там за 45, то есть 35-45, такие достаточно возрастные люди, да, то есть с ними достаточно сложно применять какие-то изменения, то есть делать какие-то изменения. Я сходила на один из докладов, в котором говорили про Lean Change Management, и на самом деле, то есть вот этот подход достаточно помогает, то есть понять, каким образом можно провести спокойные изменения непосредственно в команде и даже в компании иногда. И побольше читать, интересоваться, читать, расширять мировоззрение, потому что только человек, который обладает достаточно широкими взглядами в жизни, широким мировоззрением, в общем-то, может вызвать авторитет и и быть лидером непосредственно для команды. Человек, который все время читает только про разработку, когда начинаешь говорить о котиках, не знает даже пород. Это печально. Ну вот. Хотела вам показать свою команду, да, то есть у нас примерно это все вот выглядит вот так. Почему? Потому что, в общем-то, я, наверное, должна сказать им спасибо. Потому что не будь этой команды, да, если бы они, в общем-то, так не поверили и не разрешили бы мне с ними поработать в таком достаточно, наверное, в какой-то степени суровом ключе, да, наверное, ничего бы и не получилось. Вот. У нас обычно весело, забавно. И тут, по-моему, 4 митинга одновременно в одной комнате. Ну и немножко про наш продукт. То есть что мы сделали благодаря вот этому подходу, вот этим принципам. То есть мы сделали систему управления турнирами, которую можно посмотреть на танковом портале и можно посмотреть в блицах. То есть мы сделали продукт, к которому уже подключили, то есть 2 игры непосредственно вот внутри компании. Наверное, вот и все, то есть как бы, что еще я хотела сказать, поэтому теперь ваши вопросы.
Окей, тут по очереди буду давать микрофон тогда.
Здравствуйте, Антонина. Меня зовут Саша, и у меня два вопроса. Первый, вот вы сказали, вы вот лучше налаживать коммуникацию в самой команде. У меня вопрос к вам. Вы когда пришли в ВГ, смогли бы вы принесли какую-то пользу саму в коллектив или нет?
Я, наверное, немножко не очень поняла.
Тогда хорошо, я еще расскажу. Вот вы сделали какой-то вклад в коммуникацию самой команды? Пришли там, они ничего не умеют делать, вы сказали, вот это сделать, вот это не сделать, и будем работать так.
Наверное, у меня уже немножко в правилах есть поведение, когда я не говорю, что надо делать, да? То есть у нас есть инструмент, который называется ретроспективы, на которых ты тихонько подводишь команду к пониманию, к осознаванию того, что ей надо сделать самой. Да, иногда можно настоять, возможно, то есть каких-то пару моментов я настояла, да, там, например, там, дейли-митинги все-таки почаще проводить, хотя сейчас, на самом деле, мы от них почти отказались, то есть мы их проводим 2 раза в неделю, нам уже достаточно.
Хорошо, и тогда можно еще один вопрос, да. Это турниры, вы их затронули. Вот раньше, когда только появились турниры, они были довольно скучны, то есть 5 часов ты смотрел и не понимал, что вообще происходит. Сейчас они более активные. Вот есть в планах, какие нужны делать лучше турниры? Длинные, короткие, там,
Вы знаете, на самом деле я несколько некомпетентна, наверное, ответить на этот вопрос, потому что я занимаюсь разработкой программного обеспечения, я занимаюсь разработкой платформы, а как раз-таки проведением турниров, да, то есть каким-то, то есть, расписанием турниров, то есть какие они будут по длине, там, по количеству участников, этим занимается вообще отдельное подразделение, которое есть оперирование, которые являются пользователями нашей системы. Поэтому я, к сожалению, на этот вопрос я вам не могу ответить.
Хорошо, тогда я, наверное, не понял, а почему вы затронули именно в вашем презентации в турнир?
Потому что мы делаем систему управления турнирами. То есть мы делаем бэкэнд, мы делаем ту систему, которая позволяет компании для любой игры проводить абсолютно разные турниры по абсолютно разным, то есть, не знаю, по разным турнирным системам, по разному количеству параметров, которые, например, в каждой из игр, например, свои какие-то параметры. То есть мы делаем инструмент. А то, как им пользуются, это уже зависит от игры и от оперирования. То есть каким образом это...
Все, я понял, спасибо.
Здесь еще был вопрос.
Антонина, спасибо большое за доклад. На самом деле, мне интересно, вот ТМС-команда у тебя новая, да? Там сколько вы? Год, наверное, вместе?
1,5, да, как только пришел, да.
Смотри, возможно, у тебя до этого был опыт. Вот последнее время, о чем я думаю, у тебя может быть хороший микроклимат в команде, да? Там интересный продукт. Но есть такая штука, когда разработчики просто устают работать на одном проекте, особенно когда он большой, когда даже если он развивается, вот просто надоедает. Вот делаешь ли ты сейчас что-то и планируешь ли ты, чтобы заботиться не только о продукте, с точки зрения пользователя, но и для разработчиков? То есть там поменять стек технологий, вести там Google дни, хакатоны, и же с ними, например, или что-то еще.
То, что я делаю сейчас, то, в чем принимает участие моя команда, это в проработке, наверное, в какой-то степени это даже не хакатон, а это вот, знаешь, банк идей, из которых что-то реализовывается, да, то есть мы построили коммуникацию, как я говорила, с паблишером в том числе, что, то есть нас просят сделать какую-то задачу, то есть, как правило, мы не всегда получаем, то есть, все то, что нам необходимо от паблишера, да, то есть у меня команда, особенно лиды, то есть принимают достаточно большое участие в проработке документации. То есть это один из моментов, да, то есть как бы мы не получаем готовую фичу, готовое описание фичи от паблишера, то есть у нас команда втянута в процесс разработки фичи. То есть они понимают, что вот то, что они сейчас придумывают, да, с точки зрения и архитектуры, и с точки зрения того, что мы увидим потом, то есть там на портале, там у вас в Блицах, да, то есть то, что как бы, это то, что они придумали, то, что они делают. Вот. Если возвращаясь обратно к какому-то опыту, то есть говорить про опыт, то, как правило, хорошо получалось, но это были большие, опять же, большие компании, это были большие проекты, получалось просто перекидывать людей с проекта на проект, помогать людям менять технологии. То есть, точнее, людям давать возможность выучить какую-то новую технологию, например, да, и на основании этой технологии попробовать сделать какой-то новый кусочек проекта. То есть это помогало. Внутренние хакатоны, честно, я не организовывала, но я думаю, что да, это тоже возможно, но опять же это очень сильно зависит от политики компании, насколько себе позволит компания это сделать. Если то, что сделано на внутреннем хакатоне, так либо иначе может быть потом реализовано в системе, это очень здорово.
Еще вопросы?
Ты еще поднимал руку.
Да, привет. Привет. У меня такой деликатный вопрос, даже немного неловко его задавать. Ну вот ты девушка, как ты считаешь, это как-то влияет на отношение к тебе команды и насколько сложнее женщине управлять командой, ну вот из твоего опыта в Wargaming, в других компаниях? Насколько вот какая-то предвзятость есть или какие-то особенности поведения, или это совершенно там никак не влияет ни на твою работу, ни на восприятие тебя командой?
Я не зря говорила про мировоззрение, про увлечения, да, которые, то есть, есть у людей, почему надо читать побольше, да, то есть, на самом деле, не только читать, а как бы, ну, и делать много всего интересного. На самом деле, значение имеет только, я могу на ты, да, то есть значение имеет то, какой ты специалист, то, что ты знаешь, да, то есть, то, что ты умеешь, и умеешь ли ты быть лидером в команде. Быть лидером, то есть, ну, это, в общем-то, в том числе как бы и твоя харизма, да, то есть твой авторитет в чем-то. То есть после того, как нарабатываешь, на самом деле это просто. Я на самом деле не задаюсь этим вопросом. Ну, бывает, конечно, когда ты работаешь, особенно там где-нибудь вот в районе работы электронного правительства, да, то есть есть вот министерство, ведомство, да, то есть есть такие закоренелые структуры, где ты, да, приходишь, ты понимаешь, что на тебя так смотрят свысока, да, типа, что пришла-то еще и в платье, да, типа, что ты знаешь что-то или как? Ну, сильно очень зависит от коллектива, но на самом деле, то есть все показывает действие. То есть если ты можешь заделиверить продукт, если ты можешь собрать команду, то я не думаю, что будет какая-то разница в отношениях.
Еще вопросы? Если нет, тогда я хотел бы поблагодарить Антонину. Спасибо большое за чудесный доклад. Ребят, также всем огромное спасибо, всем, кто слушал все эти дни, все, кто был с нами. Меня поправят, если я не прав, но буквально через полчаса будет церемония закрытия и прощальная вечеринка. Прямо сейчас? Ой, все меняется в лучшую сторону.
Сейчас мы передадим слово нашим главным людям на этой конференции. Секундочку.
Здравствуйте! Did you have fun? Let's all shout, thank you, Matthias. 1, 2, 3. All right, so you've heard more than enough of small micro speeches from me throughout the week, but really, I want to introduce you to the man behind all of this. So, when our CEO Victor decided this is something we need to do, it's Matthias who he talked to, and then Matthias made me do all the hard work, but without his support and budget, this would never have happened. So this is really the guy you need to thank for having this in Kyiv this year. So let's give a big hand to Matthias.
Thank you. Jay, no handshakes. Awkward. Thank you. Добрый день. Как поживаете? Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, wild ones of all ages, I'd like to thank you in particular for your participation. Any event is a reflection of the people who attend it. And I think the most important of the 4 C's we've seen today, it's collaboration. I've seen old friends get together, share ideas, but more importantly, I've seen new friendships made, ideas shared, and new seeds for the future planted. And that's very important. One of the things that we fundamentally believe in is giving back to the community. And that starts from Victor on down. We've gotten a lot from Kyiv, from our talented team here and from the region as a whole, and from the industry. And at Wargaming, we do want to give back into that. Not because it's a good business move, not because it's some kind of financial interest, but because it's the right thing to do. And we fundamentally believe if we do the right thing on the long term, it's good for everybody. So I'd like to thank you for your participation. You have really created this event. And it's you guys, you're the heart of it. We knew that if we build a framework and we build a location, you guys would share your ideas, you would put your heart into it, and you would collaborate. And that's wonderful to see. Now second, I'd like to thank all the speakers for the event. We were super, super lucky to benefit from the insight of people from around the world who came together at short notice, through some inconvenience, through their busy schedules, traveled and came over here to share their time and their insights with all of us. And for that, I'm really, really grateful. And for our speakers, I think you just look at them and you know that they're not only doing their talks, but they're also participating outside in the parties, in the hallways over coffee, and they're making themselves accessible and they want to collaborate. That's the kind of spirit, that's the kind of culture we'd like to foster more and more in Kyiv and more in the region. And that's the kind of things that we'll be doing going forward. Now, the event's not quite over. We have the privilege of inviting all of you to our after party, which will be starting in about 30 minutes or so. So it's a moment for you to grab some fresh air. From the logistics side, I believe there's a black bracelet that you need for your hand. Yellow, okay. So that'll keep the bouncers away, who look very daunting and are the size of a refrigerator. So get your bracelet from the outside, I believe from the desk over there, and that'll keep you safe and sound on the right side of the bouncer. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you all, and I look forward to chatting to you at the party. Thank you very much. Thank you. Спасибо вам.